Myth, I almost regret saying it, but you've been killing it. Your chair ads are on point.
I'm a creative genius, the likes of which the universe has not seen until this point, Dave.
I feel like I do have to ask, though. There's no way it's just you.
Who else would it be?
I don't know. People have helpers, ghostwriters even. You got a ghostwriter, Myth?
Are you accusing me of needing help in the creative process?
I sure am.
Well, I don't.
All right, good enough for me.
Whee! You got the next chair ad? Okay, yeah. Aggro, Eiffel State Building Tower. He's picking his nose. Yeah, we're gonna sell so many chairs.
SPL continues as we get ready for our second set of the day. It's going to be the Solar Scarabs up against the Olympus Bolts, and it's Zeus and Susano, two mortal enemies, ready to take you through it. Look, I don't match up well against you, okay? I don't know what you want me to say. I don't like seeing you on the other side, and I don't like seeing you on my desk, but I do like seeing some Maxonomic chairs, and you can get one for your own at-home setup by heading over to needforseat.com. Make sure you pick up your own SMITE Maxonomic chair. Whoever that aggro guy who's going to be picking his nose on the Eiffel State Tower building, feel bad for him. That's for sure. That's not going to feel particularly good.
On the MCU, the Maxonomic Cinematic Universe.
Yes, the Maxonomic Cinematic Universe, the MCU. I
can't wait.
As we all know it to be. As I said, a big set coming up here, but before we get into that, we've got something that we've been cooking up a little over the last few weeks. You've been hearing us talk about it on broadcast. The SMITE pumpkin carving contest has been going on in the official SMITE Discord, and it's time to determine the winner. And you might be asking, who's determining the winner? It's you,
wow.
Chat. So there's a poll going on in chat.
That's sick.
You'll have 3 options, and all 3 participants will be getting gems. This is a good start here, Miff. That's impressive.
Yeah, you might as well just give up from here, right? Cetina,
yeah. I'll go with that.
That looks nuts. I'm not even... How do you do that? For example, we've got the little alien one over next to you.
Yeah.
And we tried to thin that pumpkin out so that things could shine through.
Ooh,
it's
that's
impossible. Well, okay. People are just talented, I guess.
People are just talented. Sepsis factor. Again, you can vote right now in chat to determine your favorite. We will have one more pumpkin after this. These are the 3 finalists. This one by sepsis factor, really good.
Whoa!
Okay, man. Chronic, taking it potentially to the next level. Cthulhu, that texture on the head. That's good stuff. So
Dude,
right
he's got
now,
a brain.
So right now in chat, make sure you guys are getting your vote in. Remember, this is all happening in the SMITE Discord server, so you can type !Discord in chat in order to get in there and participate in some of these fun contests.
Do you have a favorite Zeus? I think I'm personally still leaning towards that Cupid skin. Not only is it on theme, it's a Halloween skin, but also the lighting effects. It's just beautiful. I mean, the line work.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think I'm leaning towards the Cupid. I don't know. They're all good. They all have different factors that make them great. I mean, this wolf, really good. Ends up being the actual victor at the end of the day. Chronic is going to be receiving the first place prize of 1,000 gems, but don't worry, everyone else will be getting it done. Oh, excuse me, Chronic the one with the Cthulhu there. So the Cthulhu wins, 1,000 gems to Chronic, and then second place will be getting 800 gems, and third place 600 gems. So thanks to everyone who participated. Again, we'll be running cool contests like this in our SMITE Discord server. Just type !Discord in the chat in order to get the link to do so. Congratulations once again to Chronic for being well-deserved of that championship. Now, before we get into this set, we got one more thing. I've seen you in the chat. You're complaining about it being black and white. Now, luckily for you, I'm a benevolent leader of the gods, and I've got a little Zeus magic here. So just give me 1 second. I should be able. No, it doesn't go there. Maybe over here. Is that working yet? Okay, that looks good. Maybe just a little more. Okay.
Oh, yeah, do mine next. I want.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, you got. Okay.
Susano.
Well, then let's see it then. If I'm in color.
All right. Well, then that's not up to me.
Oh,
there you go.
Hey guys.
You welcome.
Appreciate it.
No, anytime. So now we got color restored to the broadcast. You're welcome, everyone. All right, now it's time to get into the brass tacks, if we can. The Bolts up against the Solar Scarabs, and as we were just talking about right before this break with Uller, this is a huge set because both these teams in positions that need to get wins if they want to guarantee themselves. That's how group stages work in general. But as we take a look at the schedule, the Bolts are 0-1. they can't really afford to drop down to 0-2 and feel comfortable about their position.
No, I think if the Bolts lose here, they lose not just the set, but maybe their chances at moving on as well. The Solar Scarabs have very quickly become a threat, man. I love watching this team.
They've been really fun to watch. They were great yesterday and took down the Oni Warriors in a 3-2 best-of-5. We got another best-of-5 coming up against the Bolts. And if you're the Scarabs, you don't have that. You got a little bit of weight off your shoulders. You've beaten them. You've looked really good. But now, if you can keep that momentum going, find a win here against the Bolts, you're good. You're going to make it to the playoffs.
I completely agree, but I've got some concerns for the Solar Scarabs. When they were looking good, they looked good, all right? They looked incredibly strong.
Yep.
But in the 2 matches where they did fall, in games 3 and 4, it wasn't particularly close.
Yeah, it's been some pretty one-sided affairs with the Solar Scarabs as of late in that best-of-5, but the good news for the Scarabs fans is that they had 3 lopsided affairs in their favor, and that's why they won the set. A lot of weird picks for them, too. I mean, Charybdis mid was huge for them. You've got the Hades in the solo lane. I mean, they were changing things up as we went.
They were. Not only were they changing up their pick style, but also their play style, man. It was coordinated ganks at back camp, speed buff invades, a lot of really aggressive play. And one guy who steps up big in that set was Inbound out of the support role. He was always around. I'm flashing back to one exact play where it was Scream sitting at the back camps just waiting for somebody to rotate in, and, well, who was there to make sure the kill does actually happen? It was Bobby, just making sure that his boys are hitting success. The Sylvanas play was incredibly impressive as well. He was hitting pull after pull after pull. I think the Solar Scarabs, I don't know what they were prepping coming to this week. I don't know who exactly they've been scrimming, but looks like they've been spending a lot of time in the hyperbolic time chamber.
They're stepping up when it matters most. Right now, during this group stage, this play was pretty nuts for Inbound to end up surviving and near single-digit HP. This Sylvanas pick, man, he was talking about how he brought it into the meta, that everyone else is starting to play it, but that he was doing it the best. He's kind of looking like it with the way he's been playing that Sylvanas recently.
He has been. I remember you had some qualms with the Sylvanas pick, considering how highly it was prioritized.
Well, yeah, Geb was open. Right.
But if he's going to play like that on Sylvanas, I think you just take the Sylvanas.
I mean, Sylvanas very good. There's still Geb, though, you know? Like, I'm just saying, like, Geb, all I'm saying is, like, I'm not particularly strong right now. I understand what strength looks like in a god form. And
it's been a while.
It's been a while, and Geb's doing stuff that I never got to do. That's all I'm saying as far as I'm concerned. We've got Bobby standing by right now with Raijin for a pregame interview. I think this one is going to be nice and clean.
Yeah, hopefully everything will be nice and clean here, Raijin. And what is this, Maid Amaterasu you got going on here?
I mean, basically.
You got the memo with everybody else here. What was the inspiration of the outfit? What made you decide to choose to come out here and be the Amaterasu today?
Well, I had already had it, and I just had it in my closet, you know, in the back, just in case if I needed to pull it out again. I decided I needed to pull it out again, and then I got a wig, a couple other things, and, you know, we're looking good now. Like,
I think second. Hold on now. That's a little spicy there for the fan service of the fans out there. But okay, I guess second question is, why did you already have a maid outfit?
I had to do it for a sub goal for my stream.
Okay, a sub goal on the stream. Kind of get into a little bit of the seriousness here. You got to win over the Oni Warriors yesterday, and now you got to get a matchup here against the Bolts. How important is this win for you guys here today?
I mean, it's massive. It puts us in a great spot to even like take the group. If we lose, we're basically in the same spot. So we have really nothing to lose, and we have everything to gain.
Yeah, sounds good. And then I got one more question for you, Bobby. A banana for your trying times out here?
Thank you.
Consider that a good luck charm out there, Bobby. I'll let you go ahead and get back with the team, get you guys ready, get you guys warmed up, and best of luck in your set.
Inbound looking nice and spiffy here today, and here's a little spoiler. The rest of the Scarabs are joining suit, so it should be a fun little booth cam there for you in a minute.
I'm excited. I mean, I've already got the sneak peek. I saw them come in. I opened the door for these guys. They look good. The Solar Scarabs certainly in the holiday spirits.
Absolutely. Happy Halloween to everyone out there. We're having a lot of fun with it. Now, on the other side, maybe a team that's coming in with a little bit of business to take care of because the Olympus Bolts did not win their opening set in the group. They fell to the Tartarus Titans, and as such are now in a position where they cannot afford to take another loss in this position. They aren't eliminated with a loss, but it would mean that they would need the Warriors to lose to the Titans, and then they would have to beat the Warriors heads up. So they would put themselves in a must-win position.
Yeah, this is essentially a must-win set for the Olympus Bolts in my mind, and Awesome Jake is a good player to highlight here because he's been looking incredibly potent on picks like this. Just essentially, I'll say it, he soloed Cyclone Spin right there. It was all his damage, and he's been continuing to perform on that pick. I think if the Solar Scarabs are watching this set at all, it's pretty clear what you need to do if you want to limit Jake or any other team in the league right now. I know that you, personally, I'm talking to Aggro, not Zeus, think that Geb's the best god in the game.
Yes.
I have to wholeheartedly disagree. With Terra existing in her current state, this pick cannot be allowed to get through.
Terra's been very good as well, but just saying Geb's ban rate a lot higher. I mean, the proof's in the pudding if you ask me. But it's not just the Terra there for Jake, of course. He's got the Ymir. He can play the Sylvanas as well. He's got a lot of picks ready to go. The Ares always a threat that you've got to be ready for. This Bolts team, very versatile in their threat diversity, and I think that's what makes them so hard to stop.
I agree, and if it is Charybdis that is the strategy for the Solar Scarabs, all of their wins coming off the back of that pick, I know for a fact Barracuda is very capable of taking that highly in the priority order, so maybe that's a pick we see highly contested here during the set.
Very possible. Excited to see what goes down in picks and bans for game number 1.
Is that Marshmallow?
That is Marshmallow. Yeah, that is.
He's subbing in.
Huh?
He's subbing in for the
boys.
boys.
Yeah, he's subbing in. He's going to be playing Hunter. Then you got Coach Slaney in the back there, looking nice and peaceful. Always serene there for Slaney, never losing his temper ever. You got Solar Troll and Scream. Scream might be my favorite, by the way. He's looking awfully spiffy.
Yeah, I'm not even certain that that's a costume. He just decided he wanted to ice out on the set today. He looks good, man.
He looks really good, absolutely. The Bolts now in the first pick position is they've got to decide what they're going to be able to do here in game number 1. I wonder if Stewart's going to keep it on.
No shot.
During the game.
No. If he keeps it on during the game and wins a game, we might as well just give him 3 straight.
Yeah, that's disrespectful for sure. Hades' first ban. Here we are in the year 2021, and Hades is getting first banned.
I agree with it.
There's
no way Hades is bad. He's got one of the highest win rates in SMITE's history, not only at the ranked level, the casual level, and maybe competitive just because he doesn't see a whole lot of play there. And a 2-second fear on like a 10-second cooldown simply cannot be bad. It just can't be.
Man, Mifflin, you've been listening to someone smart, because someone smart's been saying
I
that
said
for
it to
a long
you, man.
time. That
just because you got to the desk first.
Literally untrue. I've been saying that for way before you got hired.
I'm saying a diamond Hades.
Okay, so am I.
No, you're not. You're gonna lie, bold-faced lie.
I actually don't know if I am or not. I played a lot of Hades, that's for sure, and I've been saying that Hades is good for years. Check the VODs. That's all I'm saying. Nike first pick here for the Bolts. It has been a quick ban phase. Both teams know exactly what they're taking out. It's a lot of front line for the Bolts. They banned Hades, Sylvanas, and Cthulhu. And on the other side, the Solar Scarabs took out the Morrigan, Odin, and Ardeo. And that leaves open Geb and Terra. And the Bolts decide to take neither. And they go with Nike.
Here's the thing about how the Solar Scarabs should probably just take both. You could toss Terra into the soul lane, and you could put Geb into support, and then you've got yourself a setup where you could just go triple physical after that because you've got enough magic damage from those 2 picks alone. Terra is the selection first for the Solar Scarab, so it seems like they agree with the smarter of the 2 desk participants here. Highly prioritized Earthen Fury, late game win condition, as is Sanctified Field. This is great scaling already for the Solar Scarabs.
Interesting. So they I agree with you for what it's worth. They just should have gone to that they should have gone Terra and Geb. But Geb won't get locked in, at least yet. It's Yamoja instead for Jake. Both these teams go in a different direction. I'm flabbergasted.
You see that, Aggro? That's your credibility dwindling. Dwindling in front of your eyes. Hell is going to match up with Yamoja as the second 2 selections for the Olympus Bolts, and that is sustain, sustain, and sustain, not to mention as well as pressure in the long lane. If this is Nike jungle, and it could be, I think it is more likely headed for the soul lane, it's still a lane that can be left alone or a high-pressure jungler nonetheless. Kali selection, though, for the Solar Scarabs. This is what I would describe as a please don't pick Cthulhu pick, because if you do, we're just going to win. Maybe prioritizing Kali this highly in the draft means that they're calling the bluff of the Olympus Bolts and saying this Nike is for the jungle.
Well, Nike locked in there for the Bolts.
A dodgy ban, okay.
Yeah, dodgy ban right away by the Solar Scarabs, like that up against the Terra and the Olarun. I mean, this Kali pick has been so good for Scream. He's 2-0 on it in the 2 games he played yesterday, so we know he's comfortable with it. But the sustain starting to come back into the meta. Hell all of a sudden seems pretty good, but I feel like a lot of it has to do with the fact that cleansing your front line out of Sanctified Field is one of the only ways to actually let them live on their way out of Sanctified Field.
Yeah, Hell very strong up against Oleron, but once that cleanses down, she is very susceptible to the Sanctified Field in her own right. Movement speed buff from the third ability in the light stance. Doesn't super matter if your time's been dilated to like 0.25 speed. This is tough stuff for the Olympus Bolts as of now. I'm excited to see how they decide to address this Oleron. If it is Nike headed for the jungle, and it seems like the Solar Scarabs do not believe so, as they've dedicated both of their bands towards jungle selections, how well does he close gap, Nike that is, onto Oleron throughout the early game? It's not the same as what we saw how the Leviathans dealt with Oleron. It was a lot of blink-ins from Jingshen that's got hard CC. Here it's blink-in from Nike. You could drop a slow through the Sentinel of Zeus. Maybe it's a knock-up, but I'm not sure she's got enough threat in her own right to deal with Oleron.
The Scarabs continue to reach deep into their bag of tricks. It's Guan Yu coming here for the Solar Scarabs, trying to match some of that sustain potentially. Coming out of the solo lane now, and it ends up being the pick there. Solar Patrol continues to go away from the tier list. It was Hades yesterday, today Guan Yu.
Aggro.
Go ahead.
Production's hopped into my ear here, and they don't often have my back, but it seems like the math is on my side. So let's go ahead and rattle this off for the fans at home. Aggro, you have played exactly 50 games of Hades in your 7-year tenure in SMITE.
That you know of, yeah.
And you've got a 60% win rate. That is impressive.
Thanks.
That is incredibly impressive.
Appreciate it.
But here's the thing about how I've doubled your Hades amount of games. I'm sitting at 102. And just for those of you at home that weren't paying attention, Aggro at 50 with 60%. 102 Hades right here. What's my win rate, Aggro? Go ahead. Read it off to everyone.
That's at 73%.
That's a 73% win rate.
Okay.
I've been knowing about Hades.
All right. I'm just saying that if you check the VOD, I've been saying it longer than you've been hired. So that's all I'm saying. Look, we got to get to these drafts because it's getting a little crazy out here. Bringing this Yamoja up against the Oleron, I think, is an interesting counter matchup. But this Guan Yu pick, we've seen him once all of Phase 3, did not find a win. How do you think he fares in this meta?
Guan Yu, back when Hell was meta on console, was one of the signature answers to Hell. Cavalry Charge just closes that gap. Hell is going to struggle mightily peeling that god off. You've got good defense shred as well to open up targets for your Oleron and Kali, as long as Talu Assault is connecting with anybody on the Olympus Bolts. It's going to make it a little bit easier.
No shot.
No shot, right?
Won't happen.
It can't work. It doesn't work into this draft. There's a Hell on the other side.
Yeah, no way. Can't pick Nox.
Yeah, Thoth, that makes a little more sense to me.
I still don't love it necessarily, but Baronic will lock it in. So you've got this Thoth now in the mid lane. No traditional Hunter, but you've got Oleron to fill that void, then Kali to certainly force you to build some physical protection.
I don't know. I'm not even certain that you need a traditional Hunter with this composition. You've already got the defense shred from Guan Yu. Kali's bringing good physical damage through chainsaw method, so your structures are going to fall down relatively quickly. Thoth can set up that wall, the hieroglyphic wall, and make sure that the auto attacks of Oleron or anybody else with ranged autos is going to be enhanced. The Solar Scarabs have got themselves a draft here. If the game goes to 30 minutes and they're not already 10,000 gold down, I think they win off merit of draft alone.
I mean, you got a Hell on the other side. Do you really think they outscale by that much when they're up against a Hell and Yamoja?
I'm not certain that it's the outscale that I'm concerned about. It's more so the direct matchup. Guan Yu chases down Hell incredibly easily. Kali does the exact same thing. If you're utilizing the cleanse for your teammates, you don't have it for yourself, and you're probably going to be utilizing cleanse for your teammates when you're lined up against Sanctified Field. Terra's got entire lanes worth of lockdown. The dive potential of the Solar Scarabs is incredibly high, and who on the Bolts can really deal with Sanctified Field? Generally, the answer is, let's get a Cthulhu. He can just ignore it, or maybe a Camazotz with Bat Out of Hell. You don't have that option for the Bolts. They're going to have to work through Sanctified Field the old-fashioned way, and the old-fashioned way is simply disengaging and waiting for another opportunity.
I think you're right. I mean, the Sanctified Field could be huge, but I think it's the story of the other rectangle as well. Two big rectangular ultimates, one Sanctified Field, the other River's Rebuke. Not a lot of answers to River's Rebuke on the other side. Only Kali has the way out.
Agreed. Yamoja could spell some issues, but who's stuck? If I'm inside a River's Rebuke and a Sanctified Field on the same note, I think I'd just fine being in the River's Rebuke, truthfully.
Sure. You got plenty of room to operate there with the Sanctified Field. There's no doubt about that. The Scarabs, man, I mean, we're talking about them playing better Smite. They're coming with all these interesting picks and in a meta, a map that no one's played before this event. I think this is the right way to do it. They're bringing a different look, and I think that it's catching teams off guard.
And this look is something they stuck with through all 5 games of their last set. We know that the Solar Scarabs still have another look. They've got what they've been playing all year so far. It's that early aggressive style. So if it does flounder here, they've got a fallback.
A huge set between the Olympus Bolts and the Solar Scarabs. One that could set the Bolts significantly far back in Group B and could set the Solar Scarabs with a pristine ride through Group B, potentially even winning the group if they could then best the Tartarus Titans. A huge set here in the Game 1 best of 5. Mifflin, who do you think is taking Game 1?
I talked to Stuart just before we came in here, before he went to the player booth, and he said, I think we've got it in 4. So I think if you're going to do that, you got to start it here. I'm betting with the Scarabs.
Scarabs looking to take that Game 1 and set themselves up for an unbelievable run here in the group stages. Let's throw it down to the casters. We got Raijin and we got Uller.
You're absolutely right, J-Mac. This is a wild draft from the Scarabs, and I am excited to see what they work with. We saw this Kali a little bit yesterday, and I think Guan Yu fits in pretty well, just in general, for what SOT usually likes to do when he's playing. The Thoth has me scratching my head a little bit. He does a lot of damage from very far away, but he is easy to chase down in the right circumstances, and you've got a Cirquet on the other side. I think that's going to make things maybe not necessarily easy for the Bolts, but it is going to be something that Baronic has to keep in mind. Luckily, you've got a lot of peel around you from your team and a lot of potential to be distraction factors. So I'm excited to see what the Scarabs can do here, just because it is such a unique Vim-style draft from what we've seen the last couple of days.
Sorry, I don't know what came over me there, but hey, jumping right in here, game number 1. Thanks for covering me there, by the way. There,
I understood what you were saying.
We had a nice little stun there by Awesome Jake in that duo lane up against Stewart, and continued pressure though by Inbound and Stewart. This was one thing that was able to net them quite a few wins in the games that they did take yesterday up against the Oni Warriors. And they've got a good composition to come do it here. This Terra has been so pivotal for them between that and the Sylvanas. Inbound has really liked going towards this pick, but Scream leaps in. Lasbro is waiting for him on the tail end, but he missed the Cobra's Kiss on the entry. And that'll be a nice escape for Scream.
Yeah, this is a draft that to me screams. So Stewart, and what we've seen out of Oleron, there's going to be some good damage, and right now, actually, he might be in trouble.
Stewart under fire. Another stun's going to get the beads, but a wall by Inbound is going to lock them out, and maybe just enough to get him out. Jake needs one more Omi before he can throw out another ability, but he will not get it in time. Stewart and Inbound both make it out, and Scream and Lasbro, they are on the left side of this map ready to go, but I don't think Lasbro recognizes that Scream is right behind him.
Yeah, it was a good use of the double dash from Inbound, and this is great from Scream for an engage. Lasbro's still Cirquet, but this is a good chase.
Lasbro doesn't have his second escape. He only has the Deathbane. Scream is going to hunt him down, but Jake and Bear are on the way, and there'll be no further engage by Scream, at least for the time being. Inbound and Stewart, even after going down to about 100 health apiece earlier on, they able to sustain themselves right back up thanks to the sustain of both of these gods in the duo.
And I like the fact that we're seeing this early on, specifically from Scream, who is who I wanted to highlight. First off, Kali, as easy as it is to talk about Kali being such a late-game hyper carry, Scream has been getting active on this Kali very early on in the last couple of days. It is a huge threat, despite the fact that this isn't really where she's supposed to be hitting as hard as you would expect. And so it's opening up a lot of different conversation avenues for the Scarabs to have a lot of success.
Both supports are keeping the enemy ADCs busy here. Bear and Stewart both being zoned away, but that second ability coming out of Stewart is pumping a lot of damage back into Jake. And that fire right after with that first ability is going to put Jake down low. Stun from Inbound, not going to be used instead. It's going to be the dash into the wall just for some extra damage. But Jake's doing just fine with the shield. Stewart is not doing so hot. He's going to need some extra help here. The Monolith is tanking him up, but he doesn't have quite enough healing. First blood does go to Barracuda, but Stewart does trade out by grabbing Jake. Inbound is now the only one left here for the Scarabs to defend.
Ultimately, it's a net positive trade for Barra, though, right? Stewart, I think that's a great call from both him and Inbound to be able to get a turnaround kill. It's just unfortunate for them that Barra gets the first blood and is the one who is able to kill off the opposing hunter as opposed to losing your support the way that the Bolts did. So it's a really good start. That's going to allow him to get a little bit more farm. Not enough that I think it's going to make a huge drastic difference. Oleron hitting level 5 would have been maybe more important than Hachiman hitting level 5. Because we haven't seen a whole lot of engage from this hunter that Barra's playing, as much as it is that disengage. Maybe in some of the team fights you'll see him ult in for a lot more damage, but for the most part I think it is a little more relaxed. Ultimately Stewart just has to kind of buckle down and hope to catch up.
Talked a lot about here in the duo lane, that's where pretty much all the action is taking place, but kind of popping back to the opposite side of the map here. This Guan Yu that was pretty much unseen all the way up through this phase, most of phase 2, and not just that, we're also seeing him with the recently buffed Sigil How's this Guan Yu's impact on the early, maybe even the mid-stage of the game going to change things up for the Scarabs?
Honestly, Guan Yu brings a lot that you don't initially think about. Like, when you see Terra, you see this Yamoja, immediately you're thinking, cool, healing that's going to be around. Hell, healing that's going to be around. Guan Yu's combat healing is nuts in the right hands, and I think it's going to be a good contributing factor to some of the success the Scarabs could see in these team fights. Plus, I have to say, Guan Yu, whether it's disengage, engage, or just used in the middle of the fight, his ult is insanely good for choosing fights and helping turn the tides in your favor. Cleanse is going to help deal with a little bit of that, at least in terms of the stun, but the healing, the damage at least that it's going to be done, the healing on the other side is going to take a little bit of time to deal with that ultimately. Plus you add in Talu Assault, stripping protections, makes it easier to deal with Haddix and Jake. As long as they have maybe even a Sunder to help deal with the shield from Haddix, the front line from the bolts should be dealt with as long as Solar Troll is able to get into a good position.
A little something different out of the solo laners for a first item pickup. We've been seeing a lot of the mystical mail that's kind of been like the go-to rush item for so many of these frontliners. But in this double warrior matchup, we're seeing this Blackthorn Hammer come up. Recently did get that buff, so more health, more power, and it seems to have been a popular pickup. At one point, we were seeing it on some of the warrior and assassin and like the Circuit jungle that was coming out for a little while here. But on that upset side of the map, it is the Greater Scorpion started up by the Olympus Bolts, and they'll grab that with no contest whatsoever by the Scarabs.
Yeah, and honestly, I like where they're leveraging this. When I look at what the Scarabs are trying to do with this draft and this style, it feels like you're going to get a little bit of damage and control from Stewart, good damage and some control from Baronic, but the kills fall either onto Baronic's shoulders or onto Scream's shoulders, realistically. Scream is the one I expect to be kind of cleaning house afterward. And, you know, you might be able to get Baronic a couple of good ults or shots from his one, especially through the wall. That is going to be no problem for them. Wouldn't be surprised if SOT is able to rack up a couple of kills. But it does feel like they've got a lot of facilitators. And because of that, I'm kind of surprised, or not surprised, I should say, to see that they're taking it maybe a little more patiently. The dual lane was popping off way more than I even expected, because it feels like this 3v3 fight for the Scarabs is where they're going to shine, and then the team fights at a few more minutes are where they're going to really be able to flex their strengths.
Mid laners both pick up Chronos Pendant, and the Bolts do secure the Draugr, but it's a fight inside the jungle. Baronic, the one stunned out, hit by the double bubble, but Scream goes in, misses the stun. Inbound in danger because Lasper gets the ultimate. It pops and it spreads over to inbound. That should be an easy double kill pickup here for the Olympus Bolts as Lasper and Venenu team up to take down the mid laner and the support.
Again, really crucial kills for them. They slow down Baronic, showcases how easily he chased down that he is going to be on this Thoth, as well as picking off inbound. Just opens up a lot more avenues, slows down the Terra, and makes things a little easier in these 3v3s. The good news for the Bolts is that they have a great composition that works now, and it works in 20 minutes. No matter what, this draft is still going to be deadly because Vin's going to be hitting harder. In fact, in 20 minutes, it's going to be better because you're going to have more healing and more mana to work with. Jake gets better over time. Lasbra is active now, but still consistently does a lot more. Haddix gets better. Hachiman probably coming online as of now and doing a lot more, but we're really going to see him more in the next 10 minutes or so as to what Barracuda is going to be able to provide. A lot of what the Scarabs have is late game heavy, so Scream is a ticking time bomb, but the Bolts have something that comes online just slightly before that on their side. And so if they can get this lead that they've already accrued and really hammer it home before, let's say, 17 minutes here, give them another 10-minute window, they should be able to strip away a lot of control from the Scarabs.
Haddix being bullied on the right side by SOT. Left side, it was Stewart being pushed back just by Awesome Jake. The stuns, the bubbles, doing a lot of damage back. And SOT with this Blackthorn Hammer, man, he's able to sit on that tower and soak up just a couple of extra shots just by nature of how much more health he has than most solo laners would have it even at this stage of the game. But it's a leap in by Lasbra. He will not find SOT. He's already well off to the backside by his tower. Scream on rotation to this right side of the map. But in the mid lane, it's Venenu up about a level here over Baronic. A lot of that credit to that early kill they were able to pick up in mid.
Yeah, Baronic, this is where he needs to be careful. He's easily caught out. That dash can get you out of a fight, but it is relatively predictable, and it only goes a certain distance, right? You are going to be able to disengage, but it's a lot easier to catch.
Inbound taking a lot of damage here. Venenu already swinging on this hell. And Awesome Jake with some of the stuns and the bubbles popping out. Put a lot of threat against Inbound, who's opted for a Lotus Crown first item, so he doesn't have some of those magical procs that Awesome Jake has on the opposite side, already with a fully stacked Gauntlet of Thieves picked up by Jake. And now Scream is staring down the barrel of 2 from the bolts. He'll blink over and grab Veneno. Veneno doesn't have much health left. Destruction pop by Scream, chasing him down. He'll get the kill, and it's inbound on the opposite side of the fight, just doing anything he can to distract. But with Vera rotating in and Lazarus' help, they pick up 2. Awesome Jake trying to run back as far as he can, but the Sanctified Fields drops, and with SOT jumping in, he's able to pick up another kill and make it a 2 for 2. But with Jake in danger, the barrier out of Haddix shoves all 3 away to get his support out.
Yeah, what a great play from Haddix to disengage, but even better target swapping from the Solar Scarabs. It is unfortunately you lose Boronic in inbound, especially because they were already behind, and you can start to see that in the experience. It's 1 level as of right now, but that's really going to start getting hammered home. Most of that 1.7k is going to be existent in mid and support. But they get better targets in retaliation. 0-2 is not a great slash line for Boronic, but you look at killing off Venenu, getting rid of the Hell, a great target, and it gets a kill onto the Kali, so already a big bonus. And you kill off Bara, who had already picked up 2 kills at this point. So slowing him down a little bit is going to be helpful. So I like the targets that the Scarabs are able to get, and it showcases a little of what their team fight can look like. It's very disjointed. They don't have everyone at the same time. They're not engaging at the same time. Stewart's a little late to the rotation just by metrics of where he was on the map. That was at a detriment to the Scarabs, and yet they still came out ahead in terms of the kill trade. So I really want to know what it's going to look like when they have all 5 members ready for the fight, because I think that's going to control a lot. Downside, lots of high cooldowns they had to use in order to get that kind of win. So Stewart still only halfway back on that ult. It's going to be a while every single engagement before we really get to see a true control coming down from the carry.
We saw Scream do this build yesterday where he goes the Crushers, get some extra attack speed, a little bit of extra power for those lash hits, just some extra dot damage. Then he skips maxing out the Odysseus bow and said only gets the tier 2, and then he goes to Wind Demon. Give me your thoughts on the thought process going in this build.
Honestly, this gets him good attack speed early on, but allows him to skip over, get more power as fast as possible. I mean, if you look at it, we're not seeing it from either Hunter this game, because of course we're not. Can't use it as an example readily when it's right in front of us. But if you look at some of the last, 4 or 5 sets, and then go into the last couple of weeks of the standard play that we saw, the round robin play here in Phase 3, Wind Demon was a very, hey, I'm going to start up, I'm going to get, Crusher or Jotuns or something, and then I'm going to go either one more item than Wind Demon or straight into Wind Demon. A lot of these people and players have been picking them up as early as possible. It gives you a lot of good damage against objectives, which would open up things for Scream. But here, you're looking at someone who's going to hit fast and then add in hard on top of that. Spectral armors are a 5th item at best most of the time, so you still have a little bit of a way for Haddix and a long way for Jake before they pick that up. So an early Wind Demon gets you a lot more damage immediately available.
Stone of Fall picked up by Stewart, a very popular item with Olarun, with the soul that's been popping out. We saw it on the Hades support in the last set. We saw it on the Hades solo in prior sets. Seems that some of these players have really been taking a keen eye towards this item. Has been providing some power, some of those protections, and most importantly, that damage mitigation, as so many of y'all have highlighted on just how potent this item is. So seeing it come out here, no surprise, out of Stewart. A Pythagoras piece is the one that kind of piques my interest a little bit here. We've been seeing a lot of back and forth on this first item, kind of lifesteal go, whether it be that Bancroft or that Pythags.
This feels to me, and because of what we've seen, Bancroft versus Pythags is help the team versus help yourself. I think Pythags is going to benefit a lot of people on the Scarabs, so ultimately it's a good item for them. But it's also interesting to see the dynamic, because when we first saw Olarun being picked up a couple days ago, it was the ring build, right? It was the I'm going to be the standard carry. I'm going to do what you expect to see Olarun build over here. And yet now we've seen him played mid a few times. We've seen him traded out, put a Hunter in mid, throw the Olarun over there onto the side. Here, it feels very much like Stewart recognizes, I'm not meant to be the hyper carry. I'm not the hard carry. I am the facilitator to set up Scream, to set up Boronic, to set up Sot. And this build does that.
Haddix has to leap away. Started up Pyromancer by the Scarabs, gets thwarted by the bolts right away. And Inbound will get a root up against Jake just to make sure to stop him in his tracks. But it's a 4v4 on this right side of the map. Only the Hunters not really present as of yet. In fact, it will be Stewart still going for his second lifesteal item in that same tiny trinket route. And Lasper here will drop the mid camps and then go towards the red buff, make sure that Venenu can get as much help as possible. Experience gap is closed up here in the mid. Boronic, even being down 2 deaths, those 2 assists have been able to help him get a little bit of extra farm and close up that gap, if only at least just a tiny bit.
The real difference now, we've seen it, actually a small lead there for Solar Troll, but it is in that duo lane. It's specifically in the support role, and it's just that Jake is level 12, right? In 2 levels, when they're both 12, one's 12, one's 13, I don't care about that level difference anymore, but right now, it's important just because you've got an Ankh and a Shell on one side and just the Ankh on the other. Not only that, but they're both upgraded relics there for Jake as well. So they're using that little bit of a gold lead they've accrued to good use, at least for Jake. And that, if you get a team fight before Inbound is able to get a second relic, really can change the pace of a fight. It just depends on whether or not they feel confident enough to pick it up. They've got a good amount of vision on the left for the Scarabs, so trying to go for a Gold Fury, which is the most feasible maybe right now, is not going to be easy. Pyromancer's a popular pickup for the Bolts early on if they're choosing a very first objective, just because you get it, it's a nice little bit of gold in your pocket, you're not necessarily worried. You lose it, it's not the end of the world for you either. And so wouldn't be surprised to see them start feinting towards that right-hand side to potentially try and scoop that one up while they have the opportunity.
Well, it's not just one Ankh Gormizer on both sides. It's 2.
Yeah.
One for the solo and one for the supports, though as you highlighted, it is just Jake, the only one with an upgraded. Inbound has ticked over level 12, so once he goes back to base, he can pick up his second relic. Curious where that will go through, as it's a double blink out of the solo lane and the jungle, both of those picking that up, and then a set of beads across the board for both of them. Barracuda hits level 16 here at the 15-minute mark. And once again, the Solar Scarabs go back to this Pyromancer, but you got the crits, you got the attack speed popping in, and this Pyromancer is getting shredded by Solar Scarabs. Do get it. Lasbra almost gets that steal with the Deathbane, but not quite in time to grab that one away from the Scarabs.
And if you're ever wondering what we mean when we're talking about like Circuit mobility, that's the best example. In the blink of an eye, Lasbra is in and on top of the objective and then out of the objective almost instantaneously. And, you know, in any other circumstance, another god in that position probably dies trying to do something like that. Circuit's able to get out of there alive and now is able to help set up something bigger for the team.
And there's no answer from the Scarabs. They did not have a single ward on this side of the map telling them that the Bolts have just done the Gold Fury. Instead of, hey, a ward telling you that, it's going to be the sound cue coming up. The Olympus Bolts, after losing Pyromancer on the right side of the map, they get the Gold Fury and able to net themselves just another small little gold lead. It hasn't really gone up much more than around 2,000 that we saw earlier, now about 1,100 up. But the experience does still teeter slightly towards the Scarab. Stewart, though, might need to be careful as he is surrounded by 3. Jake and Lasbra are here. The River's Rebuke pops out, but so does the Sanctified Field. Stewart is doing everything he can just to walk away from the danger that is his Tier 1 tower. What's a backup from Inbound to at least get to live, but how will the fight go after? It's a quick retreat out of the Bolts.
Yeah, Baronic was slowly making their way over. It's just the problem of, all right, can we actually get anything done? They got the tower, recognized that they got the ult as well. Beads Aegis down for Stewart. That's a huge win for you. All of the safety that Stewart has is now gone for 2 minutes. You have such a large window to work with where you know either A, Stewart can't really get aggressive, and that ultimately does affect the Scarabs team fight, or B, you just kill him if he does. It's a very, very black and white painting here for the Bolts. And so I'm sure they're happy with it. Plus, they get a Tier 1 tower. You were talking about the gold lead not necessarily being too much, but that's going to help pull even more over in their favor. And it helps make up for it. Right now, there's a lead for Solo Troll, but Barra has been hammering home the experience and control of that lane for a majority of this game. That's going to be a big comfort factor for them.
Haddock's stunned out by Scream, a quick leap away. Lasbra goes in against SOT, and that's going to get the cavalry charge out immediately from the solo laner. A quick retreat by the Solar Scarabs, and they didn't have to expend a whole lot to do so. No blinks used, no relics of any kind, and no ultimates by the Bolts in order to get that one out of SOT, so he loses out on a big ultimate.
Yeah, it's going to, again, slow things down. He should, I'm trying to think of the timers off the top of my head, should still get it back just around the time, if not even slightly before we see Stewart get his, although Stewart's a little closer, so maybe it is going to be just a shade after. But not too bad for him. Again, I think as of right now, the Scarabs aren't necessarily looking for any huge fights, especially with no big objectives other than Fire Giant available. You're just trying to get some farm. Scream is looking for what is, I'm going to guess, the chin size for this next item. And he's got perfect capabilities with that Wind Demon finish. I wouldn't be surprised for him to be a big factor in the next fight.
That's another Tier 1 tower under threat by the Bolts, and with Barracuda rotating over, that one will surely go down. Another 500 gold and a pushback against the Scarabs to set them under their Tier 2 tower. SOT's ult is back up, that they're not going to use it. It was a relic burn there that cursed Ankh out of Haddock's, making sure to zone them out and allow them to take that Tier 1.
And I like this from the Bolts. I mean, they've got good map control already. We've mentioned the gold lead. It's just manageable for the Scarabs, though, right? So we're in this really bizarre position where everything the Bolts have done is controlling. The experience is still a little bit on the other side. Their gold lead's in their favor. The map control has been in their favor. And now with 2 towers down, it opens up a lot more opportunities for them to walk forward into the Scarabs jungle. I like their draft as we transition into late game team fights. In theory, this is exactly the equation you need to add up to a successful win. But there's a lot of wild cards that we haven't gotten to see from the Scarabs. I mean, no big 5-on-5 grouping yet. Makes things a little more curious. You've got a 2-level deficit from Baronic right now. That's the big difference maker.
Stewart's got no many places to go here. He does end up using the Sanctified Field just to buy him a little bit of extra time. He managed to get into the Tier 2 tower. Jake taking a lot of damage from this Zola run. Inbound is there to give Stewart a little bit of extra healing. Baronic under fire in the mid lane as Laz and Venenu rotate over. But there's that mobility of the Serket coming in once again. He gets in, gets the damage against Baronic, gets his beads. He's able to get out once again. And here's all that sustain that the Olympus Bolts have between Jake on this Umoja, between Venenu on this Hell. I mean, how do you even really combat the amount of sustain that this team has?
I mean, right now you're looking at a very easy game plan from the Bolts, which is, hey, let's go pick on Stewart, get his beads, get his Aegis, get his ult. Don't care if we get the kill. Leave him alone. What's he going to do otherwise? Olarun is almost a sitting duck without all 3 of those. Actually, is just a sitting duck without all 3 of those. Then you have to figure out what are you going to leverage. Well, we've still got an advantage, a 1.5 level advantage in mid, because I expect to see Venenu take over to 19 relatively soon as well. So that has been a huge gap between the Hell and the Thoth. And you also have 100 seconds on Baronic's beads. I mean, this is a great time for the Bolts to really leverage things for themselves. Kali's the biggest threat. And now with that Chin size online, she's available to become a huge threat. But we haven't really seen Scream in what feels like 10 minutes.
That was a fast Pyromancer. The Bolts are able to zone the Scarabs away and take yet another neutral objective. Oni Fury set to respawn here in just a few seconds, and the Bolts can walk right back over. They've got the full timer on it. They took it earlier. But now the Scarabs have 3 members on the side of the map grouped up. Could potentially try and stop this Fury, but it doesn't seem the Bolts are too committed to going against this objective just yet. Barracuda level 19, 4 full items built as he's got that dominance done now and go towards 1 more item. We've been seeing a lot of the Deathbringer in this last slot out of the Hunters. Still can't upgrade his starter item once he does hit 20, and Scream spotted out by the vision around the Oni Fury. The Bolts once again will pull the objective.
This is a good call for them. I mean, you talked about it before, but they've got such a wide amount of sustain to work with. The only person I think who can, really easily get in there for the Scarabs, I mean, Kali might, inbound could, although both of those are, you're going to go in and not have an easy way to get out. For Scream, it would probably be having to fight your way out. So SOT is maybe the only one who could consistently try to dive for an objective like that. But, I mean, it's just been neutral control top to bottom for the Bolts so far. I think they lost the very first Pyromancer, and that's been it. And so this is a good showing for them. But with Divine Ruin available, no brawlers, no other, like outside of the 2 onks, as you had highlighted earlier, huge anti-heal has been picked up on the side of the Scarabs. That might be some really, really bad news for the next couple of team fights.
Could be some treacherous waters for this team. It's going to be a stun up against SOT. Haddix will make sure to bully him out and push him away, but a leap in by the solo laner to try and chase out the front line of the Solar Scarabs. Awesome Jake does throw out the stun to no avail, not getting much more beyond there. But the Bolts do have the vision control around this Fire Giant. They got one right outside the pit, and they got a couple surrounding out. But even the Scarabs have been able to pop some vision around there, making sure that they can keep track of what's going on. And while Haddix is putting out the no-pass barrier and not allowing SOT to walk in, while this Tier 1 tower is under fire by Barracuda and Jake. SOT goes up on the horse and stuns 3 out. Barracuda's got to use the beads and get out of there as quick as possible, but Scream in the backline with Destruction. Barra is getting so low, and the dots is not going to be enough to take him out. SOT, however, on the tail end of the fight, just as quickly as he was able to get one, he may just fall. Scream picks up 1, but it's a trade out, a 1-for-1. The solo laners both taken down.
Yeah, if they were able to get just 1 more hit on the Barra in that fight, get that kill, and make it a 2-for-1, it's much more favorable. But the good news is all of the strengths that we've highlighted for one team and all the weaknesses are met with weaknesses and strengths on the other side. I actually think this is a better fight for the Scarabs now that Haddix X is gone.
Fire Giant up, down to a quarter, but it's not about the Fire
no,
Giant,
Scream!
it's about the fight, but they're losing the fight. Scarabs collapse on Barracuda, but he turns it right back around. Venenu picks up the kill, inbound on the run. The Phantom has been expended, and Stewart is all by himself. Lasbra goes in for the Cobra's Kiss, but misses, and a beads from Stewart to try and bail him out, but he's got no ultimate. No one on his team has it. It's a double Cobra's Kiss in from Lasbra to hold inbound, and Stewart out, and Stewart has nothing left to do but fight. Barracuda picks him up, and now it's just Baronic and inbound left under the tower. Lasbra, though, may have been up a little more than he can chew and dies under the tier 2 tower.
Look, Baronic got the kill credit for that one, but that was 100% inbound. Well, actually, you know what? That was like 30% inbound, 70% Lasbra that gave that kill over to him. A majority of that is just a little bit of greed. Diving deep, recognizes he could get 2 kills, still forces him back. It should be a free FG, but Sot's kind of close.
Sot is close, but the bolts do get the Fire Giant. Sot goes in with the ultimate, but it's immediately cleansed out by Venenu. Final Judgment clips through, but not a whole lot of damage. The heals and the sustain out of the bolts make sure to keep them topped off, even after that Fire Giant, even after all the fight. And with that objective, with that fight, they net themselves a 5,000 gold lead. And that experience that was teetering back and forth between these two teams has evened itself back out here. The bolts now in full control of the game.
Yeah, I really liked the initial engage from the Scarabs when you roll back to that Fire Giant before the Fire Giant actually starts. They get a good engage on Dabera, force him to fall back, although the healing that the bolts have kind of makes sure that he stays alive and doesn't have to back to the base. You get a kill on the Haddix. You open up the conversation for a huge Fire Giant play if you're able to get it. The only downside was Scream dies instantaneously. I mean, a couple of shots that just happened to go his way, and unfortunately it's just timed off of when Stewart's ult gets dropped. Those Sanctified Fields, had they come up just slightly sooner, maybe we get to see Scream make some huge turnaround plays, but unfortunately you lost him early on, and then the support, the healing that they have on the side of the bolts made everything much easier to continue getting aggressive. I'm actually surprised to see the Scarabs being as proactive on the map as they are. I like this call. Although they are going to lose some towers here, none of the bolts are back here to defend.
They might just be able to take this Phoenix as a full minion wave, and Scream with his build, he is shredding right through this bird. Not a chance for them to defend, but they might just lose their left side Phoenix in retaliation. Inbound goes in, a Sanctified Field crashes into 3, a Final Judgment just off the mark, but inbound is the one who's losing his health. He has to run back through the fields, but a double leap in takes down the support, and the Phoenix will fall immediately.
They're going for the Titan!
It's a 1-for-1 trade out, and the Solar Scarabs on the back end, Scream and SOT are going for the Hail Mary play. They lose the fight on the left, but can they take the Titan?
He's got Destruction!
Destruction is up.
Do they win?
The Titan is down to 10%, and the Solar Scarabs at the end of it all take it away from the bolts in game number 1.
What? What a nuts call! Whoever made that call is the MVP for the set already. That is absolutely insane. I mean, you're backdooring the Phoenix. I thought for sure it was right as inbound dies that I'm sitting there, okay, where's Sot's ult? Like, where are they? Like, how are they not here yet? They should have backed to the base. They should be here in this fight. And you look down and, oh, the Titans have health. They had a full minion wave. No one on the bolts had backed by that point. That was awesome. What a play from the Scarabs.
What a call from the Scarabs to start out game number 1 of this best-of-5 set. If they're going to be all as action-packed as this, maybe that 4-game call that we were talking about a little bit earlier could be something to keep in the mix here. Stewart making that prediction just before that game over towards Mifflin. But, man, I'm just baffled that that kind of play just happened. They, going for the Phoenix trade out there at the very end, that's one thing. But then they said, I got to know who called it.
I was so ready to talk about how that was not a favorable Phoenix trade for them, right? Because it's like, oh yeah, you killed the one closest to Fire Giant, they get the one on the opposite side of the map, you're now separating it, Baronic's, been behind, he can clear, maybe you send him. I was prepared for another 5 to 6, 7 minutes a game, maybe one good fight for the bolts, but that was a great call, especially with the Kali, that damage that Scream was able to output. Maybe it didn't get a lot of kills, but it got the job done.
No need 5 or 6 more minutes. How about 5 or 6 more seconds? Scarabs take game number 1 over the bolts. We're going to throw it to a break and come back to the desk right after.
But he had the Horsey, and Horsey, don't you stop! Fido care! Fido King!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through! Titan down for 3! A double kill myself!
How about that for a way to start off the set? The Solar Scarabs stun the Olympus Bolts in game number 1. An absolutely incredible end that one we'll get to in just a moment. First, got to give a big shout out to our apparel sponsor for the Season 8 of the SPL. We've got Insight Apparel. Of course, you can always head on over to shop.smiteproleague.com and pick up your SPL merch, your team-specific merch. It doesn't matter. You'll be able to find it at shop.smiteproleague.com. Thanks once again to Insight for being our apparel sponsor for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. Zeus and Susano still here with you. And Mr. Susano, it looked like it was going to be a Bolts victory. Bolts were winning basically all game. Scarabs didn't get a whole lot going for the vast majority of the time. Scarabs didn't win a team fight.
Not a single one.
And the one thing that matters is who kills the Titan, and the Scarabs did that better.
The Scarabs, and it almost invalidates every single bit of conversation you have going into that game. Is it late game scaling that's going to net you the win? Is it early game pressure? No. It's one exact call. These clips might as well not be shown because it really does come down to exactly one play, and it was that Titan backdoor. I would have loved to have had a chance to hear the comms and hear who made that call, because decisions like that, Aggro, and I'm sure you could speak to this as well, are incredibly hard to make, realizing that
So
if you
hard.
go for a backdoor, you're essentially losing the game if you don't win it right here. But they make the call, and they do it decisively, utilizing destruction perfectly to extend your DPS and find yourself a miraculous win, down double the kills, by the way. Just crazy. That's crazy stuff. That's something the Scarabs would have never been able to do before this weekend.
Unbelievable. And look at them pop off there. Everyone feeling good after that one. Sot and Scream made it happen there in the 2v2 of Lasbra and the Titan. The Solar Scarabs come out on top. And that's a hard game if you're the Bolts to make adjustments for, because you didn't lose any team fights.
Nope.
You were winning basically the whole game. You just made a macro mistake, and credit to the Scarabs where it's due. That was a great call.
The Bolts can feel validated and that their composition was better because they won every team fight. They can feel validated realizing that their scaling would have gotten to the late game because they were dominating the early game. Every single thing they did in P's and B's, every single thing they did for the first 15, 16 minutes of the game, essentially perfect in my mind. The Olympus Bolts control it. You can see it in the damage charts as well.
Yeah.
It's just one small mistake, and the Solar Scarabs, they maximize on it.
Well, they sure do. So if you're the Scarabs, I think that if I'm in Slaney's shoes, if I'm their coach, I think you have to kind of treat that as a loss.
I agree.
Right? You have to go, all right, well, we lost that game, except we got credit for the win. So what do we change? Because certainly the ball is more in the Scarabs' court on how they adjust for game 2.
I think it's got to be starting with that mid lane selection. It's something that we threw up as a question mark. You've got, looking at it now, the Solar Scarabs seed pressure in the long lane. Olorun's not getting that, ever. You seed pressure in mid, because Thoth generally not a pressure pick.
Nope.
You seed pressure out of the jungle because Kali's a late game monster. You can't do it everywhere, because if you're losing 2 of your lanes, you're probably losing objectives and team fights, and that's exactly how it goes for the Solar Scarabs. So adjustments definitely coming in the picks and bans, but congratulations, man. I mean, just flabbergasted still that's how it happened. I was getting a drink of water in the room, and I was like, I look up, the Bolts win a team fight. I look back down at my drink, and then I hear the casters go crazy, and that's essentially how it goes down. Whiplash for the end of the match.
It was quick, and that's how fast a game can be lost here in the Smite Pro League. Awesome Jake and the Bolts now have to try and figure out exactly how they bounce back from that game, because
he looks mad.
He doesn't look happy, does he?
No, he looks mega mad.
But Jake, this is kind of Jake's permanent state of being. He's vibing.
He's in his bag for sure.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. He's got it going.
Oh God, I don't know what you do now, right? The Olympus Bolts, do they treat it as a win? I think you kind of have to, considering how well they went throughout the entirety of that game. Maybe the only adaptation, the coach says, hey, don't let the Titan die. That's the only note you could have.
Yeah, and that's tough, right? Because that's not something that you can talk about beforehand. That's a in-the-moment situation. You have to be able to assess that in that exact second versus this exact second, and everything will change in between. That is not necessarily easy to do before the game starts. You know, that's something that can only happen when you're in it.
Yeah, I completely agree. So now we're waiting to jump into the picks and bans, but I'm still flabbergasted, dude. It's actually wild. And we can see how confusing a call it was because even the casters struggled to clock it on the map. Look, the Olympus Bolts need to keep their head on their shoulders here. Sure, the Solar Scarabs go up one game, but it is a best-of-5 series, and in a best-of-5, you've got plenty of time to make adaptations. But finding the first one, and I know this is something we disagree on, I think one of the most important games of a set.
Nope. It's always the next game that's more important. No matter what, the stakes only get higher as a best of 5 or a best of 7 or a best of 1 million.
Would you rather stumble on the first step or stumble halfway through your journey?
I'd rather, if on either team, I'd rather win game 2. Right? On either side. I'd rather be up 2-0 on the Scarabs, or I'd rather have tied it in 1-1 and make sure that it's a best of 3.
Well, I guess if you're talking about Mo.
My friend Momentum. You know her, you love her. Absolutely a big key anytime. We're going to have to throw it to a quick break as we get prepped for game number 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the next game. Welcome back, SMITE fans. Appreciate the patience. We should be getting ready to go for picks and bans in game number 2 between the Bolts and the Solar Scarabs. If you missed game 1, watch the VOD. That's the only way that you're going to get justice for what we just saw. Game 2 about to start. You got Zeus and you got Susano here to bring you the analysis and the breakdown of what we're about to see. And hopefully, some team is going to pick or ban Geb this game. That's what I'm hoping for.
I share your concern in that Geb is probably a top 5 selection. Maybe even top 3. Top 2. Okay. He's top 2. Terra's better, though.
Well, Terra did win the last game. Didn't win a team fight, though. That's all I'm saying. Picks and bans ready for game number 2 between the Bolts and the Scarabs. The Scarabs in the second pick position. Once again, the Bolts, remember, in the last game, first picked Nike. And Haddix did look pretty good on it for what it's worth. Ended up controlling a lot of those engagements.
He did. And the Bolts are going to stick with their game plan of banning out Hades in that very first spot. Does not want to line up against SOT's God of the Underworld. I imagine the bans probably look largely the same. If anyone's going to make adaptations here, likely the Solar Scarabs. Again, if you missed that initial death segment, we do think that the Solar Scarabs are probably operating under the assumption that that game was a loss based off of picks and bans. So we're expecting some shift-ups despite them having a win column.
And the Bolts
one in the win column.
Don't need to do a whole lot of shift-ups because they won every team fight in the last game. So Hades and Sylvanas were their first 2 bans last time. The Morrigan and Odin, the first 2 bans for the Solar Scarabs, so everything still exactly the same as it was. This was a Cthulhu ban in this slot for the Bolts last time around, and it will continue to be a Cthulhu ban in this same spot. And if the Scarabs are going to go with the exact same thing, it would be Artio, and here we are. Exactly the same through the ban phase.
Gotta think the Bolts, I'm sure, are very happy with the Nike performance, but You gotta think that they'd go towards the Terra, man. It's such a strong pick, and now the Solar Scarabs have the opportunity yet again to take both Terra and Geb if they so choose. I believe it will just be the Terra selection plus one other pick, maybe a priority hunter. We know Stu loves going towards things like the Uhl, or just run it straight back. I don't think the Scarabs will, though. They lost every fight throughout that match.
But so far, it was Olympus Terra after a Nike first pick. Waiting on to see if that is going to be the case again. And it is. They go Olympus Terra in the exact same spot that they did last time around. And if everything's going to stay the same, this would be Yamoja Hell if you're the Olympus Bolts. I think that they are going to lock in the Yamoja. The Hell, maybe you change?
I feel like the Hell did enough. Established pressure, won team fights, rotated early over towards the right side. So, I'm not going to argue with it. And there's no reason for the Bolts to change. I want to keep reiterating that point because it is true. There's no reason for the Bolts to shift up their strategy. I'm expecting the Solar Scarabs because the major concern for them was the pressure throughout their lanes. And right now, they still are lacking majorly in the pressure department. It is just Terra that is making up the bulk of your early game right now. Kali hits her stride a little bit more quickly here in Season 8 than she once did in Season 7. No longer having to go towards boots means you can get those items, those core, kin size, the charged bow, everything that Scream likes going a little bit more quickly. So it's around level 12, I'd say, where Kali can start to get involved. But that's a long time in competitive Smite. I don't think the Scarabs can go back towards Thoth. I want to see them pick something that can hold their own or even win a lane.
The first adjustment in this picks and ban set comes from the final ban, the 10th ban in the match, and that's Guan Yu. That was a Sobek ban in game number 1. So Solar Troll will have to change his selection. He picked Guan Yu in this slot last time, trying to save that counter pick for Baronic in the mid lane, letting him get what he would like to there in mid. So if it's going to be the same, this would be a solo laner. And we have seen Solar Troll play Chiron solo, but I'll rip my beard off if this is Chiron solo. This has got to be Chiron mid for Baronic.
I agree, and with Chiron in mid, you've got yourself some pressure. He's one of the traditional pressure hunters that you could take towards that role. When you think of it, it's Uhl, it's Chiron, you think of On Her as well. Those are generally the picks that you just leverage throughout the early game. So Baronic, I think, likely going to be the one taking this god. I don't like Olympus in mid, full stop. I think that it's so easy to exploit as put on full display in the last set by the Leviathans, where Hurrywind played Olympus a couple times in mid and died a lot more than the times he played it. So I think that this is likely headed for the center of the map. Serket, though, a good selection here. Stops the heal from Earthen Fury, can drop some CC immunity to make sure even if you are caught out in the Sanctified field, if you're hitting Olympus, he's going to struggle trying to target you out as well. Hachiman has good matchup in a Sanctified field. The Bolts essentially get themselves a draft that just works. It's going to operate the exact same way.
It's the exact same draft. These are the exact same 5 gods and the exact same order that they picked them in game 1. So nothing different for the Bolts. Operating under the guise of a victory in game 1, they go with the exact same 5. Chiron, the switch up here for Baronic, and now Cabrakan being hovered. Cabrakan solo, something that we always hear could be really good, but oftentimes doesn't come to pass. Cabrakan did see a lot of prioritization, if you remember, at Phase 2 playoffs, and then kind of fell off the face of the earth after that without any changes. Will be the pick here for Solar Troll.
Also saw some heavy play during the European SCC playoffs. So, Cabrakan solo was generally picked up by Mogal, guys like that. He likes running the Bancross talent in the very first slot. Generally, it's a blink as well. You just go in, you tremor the wave, you clear it out faster than just about anybody else can clear wave in the solo lane, and then you try and go for a cheesy level 2 kill, essentially. Outside of that, you can start to fall back and then play a standard Guardian role out of the solo lane. Good survivability, decent pressure, great team fight presence. That wall going to be hard to deal with for Hachiman, Hell, both going to struggle against this pick.
Inbound changed out of his costume.
He's taking it serious now.
Why? They won.
You're right. But we are operating under the assumption of a loss.
Yeah, but they still won. Like, it's got the luck in it still, right?
Maybe he's still wearing the stockings. Like, that's where all the luck is.
Maybe, but that doesn't do him a whole lot of good on the player cam, at the very least. Who knows what's going to happen. Mifflin, as a player, how do you feel about going up against the same composition twice in a row?
I generally really do like it because you can correctly identify where you kind of like faltered in the first game.
I agree.
The Solar Scarabs say, oh, we lost pressure here. Maybe we could shore that up. And they do so by picking Chiron. Okay, well, our team fight in the 3v3 wasn't looking as strong as we might like. Well, the Chiron kind of shores that up as well. And maybe this Chiron pick is the only adaptation that you needed. Cabrakan, I think, will certainly be good. The Solar Scarabs can say, all right, we've got great scaling in the late game. Let's just get to that point and play it a little bit slower this time around and make sure that the Bolts aren't establishing team fight dominance from the 10-minute mark onward.
I just feel like if we beat a team, even in the fashion that the Scarabs just beat the Bolts, and then they pick the exact same 5 gods, I almost feel that's like disrespectful in a way. Like they don't think that we can adjust to why they were winning in those games. Like they're not giving us any credit, that it's only what they're going to be doing on the other side. That's the way that I always interpreted it.
I interpret most things that my enemy does as disrespect because I feel like hatred is the root of all power.
Okay.
And that's just the honest-to-God truth. If you're angry, you're probably playing not only better. No, just better. You're playing better if you're angry. And you should take that into your ranked games and your casuals. Just don't type.
This is a true story. Aquarius once told me that he never eats before he plays in an SPL set or recently at the SEC LAN because he thinks if he plays hungry, then it'll activate his fight or flight response and he'll play better.
That's nuts.
I know.
That is crazy. My man's not worried about like blood sugar or anything like that.
No.
He's young. He's in shape. Fair enough.
Hey, they qualified to go to the placement round on the Winter Dogs. That's maybe there's something to it. We shall see what happens here. The Scarabs up against the Bolts. The Bolts now looking to come back and tie it up 1-1. Can the Scarabs really take the Bolts down 2-0 in this set? Let's find out.
Man, let's see what happens here. We got an exciting end to game number 1, and now we get to jump right back in game number 2. The Bolts, they don't change anything. They didn't think anything was going wrong with what they had drafted. And maybe they're right in that sense, because they had all the momentum up until that point. And the Scarabs pull a cheeky play. It's J-Mac at score, and it's Doug here in game number 2 of this best of 5 between the Bolts and the Scarabs. The one little switch up that we do have here is that SOT, when we've been seeing these Cabrakan solos and just these, I'll just say these Cabrakans kind of in general, has been the Bancrofts kind of rush. But this time it's just going to be that Warrior's Axe in the helmet.
And honestly, I don't mind this, right? You're going for, I want to say, a different style. Like you said, when we've seen it, especially when we see it in the SEC, it's a Bancroft rush. But it's against teams that a Bancroft rush isn't going to be punished. Whereas here, that would definitely get stripped away from you pretty quickly. Not having those prots early on, that would just be the feeding ground for Lasma.
Speaking about eating some damage inbound, chunked down to about a quarter of his health just from the damage out of Barrett and Jake. Then he got stuck inside the minion wave. But Jake will be able to sustain Barracuda up just by way of his auto attacks, giving him a couple of extra little HP per second when those tick up. But in the solo lane matchup, the Cabrakan versus this Nike, a couple of ways that this Nike can stop the Tremors, but these Tremors, man, they are one of the chunkiest abilities in the game if you go unchecked.
Yeah, I mean, not only the fact that you can channel it forever, but they can do some decent damage on top of it. Good self-peel. I think that's what Solar Patrol is going to be working with here. Had that pretty well on Guan Yu as well, at least enough to get out of there. They will be lacking a little bit more healing. Technically, I guess you get some of it back in the Chiron, but realistically, without the Guan Yu and only having the Terra, you're going to be feeling it a little bit more. But you get more damage. Cabrakan brings a lot of CC alongside him, and his CC hurts. Even if he goes full tank, his CC can still hurt. So I think that SOT, he's going to open up a conversation, at least for the Kali, maybe early on, and in some of those mid-fights if we see rotations from him.
Stewart inbound. Under fire here is Bear and Jake have gotten some pressure. Inbound stunned out. And half. He'll have to back away, but Stewart will turn around and fight right back. Throw some basics at Jake, and now have to throw them back over at the wave. And nice little Radiance pops out of him to get some damage against the minion wave. These Riptides out of Jake. Constantly trying to pull them back, but it may have been off more than he can chew. He's got no Omi left and no health inbound. Dashes right in to take his life. First blood goes to the Solar Scarabs.
And I like the way they handle that. Most of the time, yeah, you probably want Stewart to get that. But at the same time, get the kill. That's what matters more than anything. And that's what the Scarabs do right there. And plus, inbound being able to find it isn't the end of the world, because look at the setup it gives
no,
him.
Bear in danger. Just gets in time out of that stun for the EI Jutsu to come through. And he'll be able to dash back to safety under the Tier 1 tower. Held on to the beads. A lot of trust in himself and the damage he was able to take to not expend that relic, and luckily for him, he doesn't have to waste that one. He'll be able to walk away and live to see yet another day.
I think the most impressive right now is the lack of pressure onto the purple buff. Might just be because the Oleron and what the damage output right now is going to be looking like for Stewart as well as Inbound, but kind of surprised to see that end up kind of falling through their hands. That would have been good amount of experience to strip away, help get you closer to 5, keep Bera behind. But as of now, Jake, especially if he holds this lane, they're just going to be a little bit behind, right? The kill, mainly the first blood bounty there in the support.
SOT in danger on this right side. Lasber rotates over, pre-level 5, or actually right at level 5, and they double ult the solo laner to take out SOT, send him back to the base for his first death. And on that death, he's only able to pick up tier 2 towards his helmet, so not able to get that full first item online just yet.
And honestly, that's a huge win. You get level 5 now, and happily done so for Haddock, so a good experience lead. You get the kill lead. It's not the end-all be-all for Solo Ritual. Ultimately, we've seen this solo laners, as long as he doesn't die, let's say 1 to 2 more times, he's going to be fine. So he's going to have to hold on to that. Lasber is going to be a problem, though. Getting that kill early on, Cirquet is much more capable of getting a hands-on in the middle of the game, you know, starting even now towards the 4-minute mark. But realistically, you know, 5 minutes onward, you can really start to see this. And with level 5 hit, I expect to see Lasber making a pretty big impact here. And yet, it's still going to take a little bit of time. I was talking about it last game, how Scream had been active, but look at Lasber.
SOT, once again, the receiver of this damage out here. A big double stun. And the Tremor's just to try and distract for a little while longer, but SOT doesn't have any more mobility and may not have a chance to get out of here. Ren comes out, needs all 3 hits, plus some more after. He turns around to try and get the stun after that, but doesn't manage to get it. But he does manage to live, and now it's Scream on this right side of the map. There will be no further tower dive. The bolts almost get him for a second time.
You get the TKO.
Uh-oh.
Which is going to give you a little bit of Lasbro. I don't know. Haddox is still here. This might be dangerous.
Blink stun and the destruction. Out of Scream, a leap in, but Lasber's got another leap of his own. So he'll be able to get back to the tier 1 tower. Haddox chasing him out, and this could be a collapse on the Scream now with no destruction and no way to get out of here. Your beads are, you don't even have the beads. You don't have your blink anymore. You don't have the leap until just now, but it's into the clutch of Lasbro, waiting for him with open arms. As soon as he goes away, Scream goes down. Second one up for the bolts.
Look, as much as that hurt Scream, that was so close to getting a kill, but Lasbro was just waiting, knew the leap was going to come for him, and goes for the taunt.
Oh, Riptide comes out, but he doesn't even get a chance to go to it. The Sanctified Field from Stewart, plus the stun from Inbound, means that Awesome Jake is caught out for eternity during that stun. He can't make it out, and the Scarabs are able to at least return fire. 2 for the jungler on the Olympus bolts, but now 2 for the support out of the Solar Scarabs.
That's where the kills end up going, though, right? You've got 2 that have been picked up, as you had highlighted, on the jungle versus Inbound carrying the kills for the Scarabs right now. And it's 2 kills onto Jake versus a kill onto Scream to kill onto Solar or Troll. Those feel a lot more effective right now for the Bulls. Ultimately, it's not going to make a huge difference. It's realistically experience gaps that are going to start to showcase. You can see 2 level 6s in the duo lane versus a 7 and a 5 there for Jake and Bera. And then you can see just now hitting 7 for Scream and still a little bit behind for Solar Joel.
Watch out, Veneno. I should say watch out, Baronic. Centaurus used, Scream taunted in, and nowhere left to go. The ult out of Lasbro holds him in place to pick up a 3rd kill now for the jungler, and Baronic can only sit back and watch as the jungler falls. Inbound comes into the mid lane just to apply at least a little bit of pressure and safety back, but he doesn't have much to stop Veneno and Jake. They'll pick up that kill earlier on, extend that kill lead, and extend their gold lead now about 500 up.
And he's got 2 kills on his opposition in the jungle. Look, you know, I said this last time. Scream is a ticking time bomb. Kali always is. It's just a matter of build. Y'all got to give me some time to talk. Yeah, no, Solar Troll should be fine here. Okay.
Yeah, he's
going to be slowed. I don't know, Lasber, he doesn't have ult. Yeah, he's going to be fine, even with the minions. He's just going to take a little bit of damage. It's all going to matter on how much gold he can get, and eventually his build, right? That is what is the case for, I look at Hunters, I look at Kali here. That is usually the way they end up playing. And with what we know from Scream, yeah, once he gets the right items online, the man's as deadly as can be. But it's still going to take him longer if he falls behind like this.
SOT this time might be dead. The stun comes through, and ultimate,
good
he stuns him
turnaround.
out. The Tremors get stopped by the barrier, and with an ultimate out of Lasbro, that could be curtain call for SOT. But Scream is waiting around the backside of Blink in. A stun against Haddox. The Tremors come out, and a stun right out the gate. Destruction and a leap in. Scream turns the fight around, and SOT buys enough time to live through.
Yeah, Lasbro is able to get out of there, but that is a good turnaround kill. Slow down Haddox, get something online for Scream opens up way more conversations for the Scarabs. This is a good back-and-forth play for both of these teams. I mean, for 8 minutes now, it has been a lot of ebb and flow. And as much as I don't necessarily like how many kills are sitting just on Jake as compared to what has been spread around and specifically hit Scream, it hasn't changed too much. Scream has been slowed down ever so slightly. He was just about half a level behind. Now that's going to be mostly negligible. And I think this is a good position for this Kali to potentially get impactful for this. I also have to throw it out there. Scream has been doing way more damage than I expect from a Kali this early on in the blink of an eye. I mean, a couple of times it's hit Lasbra, but even there onto Haddix, it is insane how much he's able to output.
Yeah, he's currently sitting right at the middle of the charts, 1,900 player damage, give or take. And a lot of that has just been onto Lasbra and Haddix. That's the only side of the map that these two junglers are concerned about. They said, you know what, duo lane, you guys fight it out. You do whatever you want. If you want to keep scrapping, go for it. We're going to focus everywhere else on the map. SOT, again, holding Haddix in place of the Tremors. You can see just how deadly those are. 10 seconds max. You can sit inside those Tremors and keep beating away and damage every half-second. Scream wants another kill, but Haddix will wisely leap away and not continue the fight. You know the damage scaling that you can get from those Tremors? I did the math on it one day to check. 735% if you get a full channel.
That's a
lot.
That's a lot of percent.
That's a big percent.
Just so you know, 100% of anything is usually really, well, I guess it depends on the thing. Hold on. That was going to be a bad blanket statement. 100% is a lot of a thing, usually read as the whole of it. 700 is a lot.
SOT, again, under fire. It seems that we're just on repeat here. It's a broken record in the solo lane, but SOT gets a devil stun. The ultimate to hold him out, but it's a
Good
River's
walls.
Rebuke this time around. Nowhere for SOT to go, and as the waves crash down, it's Lasbra who picks up the kill yet again. All 4 of the Bolt's kills are on that jungler.
There is a world where you can jump straight in if you're Scream and you maybe get a kill on the Lasbra, but there were a lot of walls and a lot of control that would have been waiting for you there, so I like the patience. Admittedly, it's not great for SOT to go down again, but if I had to sack anybody on this team, it's going to be SOT, or it's going to be Inbound as of right now, because they're still going to be impactful whether or not they fall, even just a little bit behind. Or Scream needs those levels, because as you highlighted, it's a 4-0 for Lasbra. I mean, the Circuit has been really, really driving forward the game for the Bulls.
It's 4-0, but he doesn't even have the experience lead. That one goes to Scream, who procs over to level 11 just now alongside Lasbra. So even with all these kills, Lasbra hasn't been able to get much more across the board as far as farm is concerned.
Yeah.
He does have a full 40% CDR now, thanks to picking up the Jotun's Wrath and that Pridwin. So he's going to have a little bit of extra tankiness, full cooldown to spam abilities to his heart's content. But all this while, Scream has just been slowly getting his build online and keeping himself pretty much right in tow. It's just been these solo laners that have been going back and forth on their levels.
Well, it's been kills for Lasbra a little bit more than
nice
the farm.
knockout.
That was great from Stewart. Eats a lot of damage. And actually, I was going to talk about it just a second ago. It was about 200 gold separating the junglers, which I was going to talk about how it almost doesn't matter. Now they're even, so it matters even less. Important for Scream that this farm is going their way. The experience you had highlighted in their favor. I mean, there's a lot of room where Lasbra is dictating the pace of this game across the map for the Bolts. But it's been a lot of right side fighting since the early game duo skirmishes. I want to see what they're going to be able to do in some of these group ups, specifically because we were significantly lacking early group ups from the Scarabs in game 1.
Gold Fury, but it's only inbound here for the Scarabs to try and stop this. Meanwhile, it's 4 of the Bolts to try and shut down this support. Good little bit of healing will come by from inbound to make sure he stays topped up. The shell even expended to make sure to save his life, but it's the Gold Fury for the Olympus Bolts to try and push themselves back in the lead here. 1,000 gold up after grabbing that objective. 4-3 reads the kill count here at 12 minutes, but for all intents and purposes, this is still a fairly dead even game. Only even 1,000 experience separating them.
Yeah, that's just a good pickup for the Bolts. Enough to start a lead, right? But realistically, as you had said, might as well treat it as even, especially when you start looking at it. I had mentioned, actually it was the Divine Ruin taking place of where that Brawler's beat stake is now for Gromp.
Scream waiting, the cleanse comes out of Ben just in time, gets them out of the stun. It's a big turnaround damage. Venenu chunking through the health bar of Scream. He's down to half after just 2 abilities from this mid lane mage. And meanwhile, back in this duo lane, which was all fighting last game and started off as a lot of fighting here in game number 2, has been very quiet. It's been a lot more mid lane focused now. Still, a lot of that solo side is where a lot of that pressure has come through for both of these teams. But it seems that they're fine just leaving Bear and Stewart on their own island.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, in a vacuum, Hachiman versus Olaran doesn't seem like there's a ton of kill potential for either without expending something that you don't want to use, right? You have to drop your ults as either of them, and that's a getaway from Bera that's all of a sudden gone, or a huge team fight mechanic that's gone if you're Stewart here on the Olaran. So I don't mind the fact that it's going as slow as it is. Plus, it's very difficult to collapse in on someone like the Olaran and someone like the Hachiman. Like, good luck chasing either of them down.
Inbound double root wall, catches Venenu. Centaurus out of Moronic, does some good damage, but a Riptide from Jake is enough to separate them away from Venenu. The mid laner does get to make it out yet again. And Moronic, his anti-heal starting to come online. Brawler's beat stick available to them in the fight. But all of this healing and all of this shield that Jake is putting out is making it so hard for them to grab him.
Yeah, no Onks online just yet, so it's going to take a little while longer.
Ben walks up, doesn't have the cleanse this time. He's already down to a quarter health and just throwing some damage out. But it's Scream with the destruction who chases him down. But the ult out of Laz makes sure he doesn't get that reset, doesn't get that health back, and it's inbound. Under fire, he's got to run back to the tier 1, but Haddix is pushing him all the way back and grabs him with the basic Barracuda coming in on the horse. Finds Moronic and SOT, but it's just the Tremors out of the soul laner trying to hold them back, and the barrier from Haddix to push him away from the tier 1 tower. Now it's Stewart here. Maybe a little bit of even state,
good kill.
But SOT finds Lazar all by himself on the back end, and maybe even some more.
Honestly, this is a great spot for SOT to get aggressive. He's low health, though, and with no ult, he has a lot to worry about.
Ooh, barrier pushes him away just in time. But the Solar Scares come out with a 2-for-2 trade, trading out both their junglers, but they lose only their support in inbound compared to Venenu, that hell, finally getting shut down in that mid lane.
Yeah, favorable trade. That's the second time that's gone their way. And you get to see a lot that opens things up in a much wider conversation. This time last game, Moronic is about 2 levels down. Maybe at this point it was 1 level, but he was falling behind in mid. And that was a significant difference. You got a lot more damage and healing from Venenu than you really got anything out of the Thoth Moronic was playing. So that's already a huge up. You had highlighted having the Brawler's beat stick is helpful already. And now there's a Cursed Donk online for Sot. Wouldn't be surprised if they go for a second one eventually when inbound ends up hitting level 12. But the other big thing is that it took forever, it felt like, for Scream to get any of his build done. I mean, we had started talking about the start of the Wind Demon, and it feels like it was 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes, ultimately probably all hyper-focused in hindsight. It's nowhere near that long. But it felt like it took so long for him to get there. He already has the Wind Demon now, and that is going to make this Kali a lot more impactful, starting much faster.
Scream does steal it away. The dot from the lash is enough damage, and Scream gets to walk away a happy man as he steals a greater scorpion. Obviously, not the biggest objective on the map to steal away, but any amount of gold and XP to your entire team is going to help them out. 700 gold down are the Solar Scarabs, and SOT, who's been the receiver of all the damage, all of the attention out of the bolts in the first half of the game so far, is able to turn this one back around. He's down a full level against Haddix, but he's still fighting back into it, has that double fist prot to try and fight back in.
Yeah, I honestly really like the way that they've been taking the aggression for the Scarabs here, which is control on the map. This is a risky Pyromancer, though.
Pyromancer started, secured by the Solar Scarabs. Lazar and Jake a little late to try and steal that one away. A nice attempt by Awesome Jake, but once again, SOT inbound, zoning him away.
Yeah, I think all of this comes down to SOT, right? Inbound does a great job for zoning, but SOT keeps Haddix distracted for a lot of that. Jake, Lasbro saunter up to the Pyromancer, but by the time they get there, it's so low that it's very difficult for them to even get in to try and take it away.
Inbound walks up to hold him away from the tier 1 tower. Now that Bera and Laz have rejoined in the mid lane, it's a 5v4, and then once Stewart jumps in, and even out to a full 10-man fight here at this mid-tier 1 tower. Lazra sneaking around the backside of the fight. Haddix dives in aggressively, but his ultimate is already gone, and so is most of his health bar. Sanctified Field comes through. Centaurus shots, not quite enough to take out Haddix, and the heal out of Venenu just misses, while Lazra has to walk away. The rest of his team licking their wounds and come up empty-handed.
The red buff's on the ground there. This is a good position. Everybody had to fall back, but this is where that healing comes in handy. I mean, look at the Bolt's health bars. Outside of Haddix, everybody's in the green, and Haddix just ticks over there. All they have to do is play a little patiently. Most case scenarios, you get a fight like that for the Scarabs. Even if you don't win it, you can start up that Fury. Up against this comp the Bolts have, you have to play a lot more cautiously. And unfortunately, that opens up them to try and control this zone.
And they don't think that the Bolts are going to go for it just because they lost that last big team fight. But instead, the Olympus Bolts kind of pull their pants down and say, hey, nice try. You thought you could fight us. You did get a nice little win, but hey, we're still going to come up with something. No kills across the board in that fight, but it's a Gold Fury that goes the way of the Olympus Bolts after a big impact fight. But all that does is just even up the gold disparity that the Bolts had.
Okay, I saw Scream walking into the FG pit, and I thought that the Scarabs were about to make another ridiculous call and just try to burn it down faster. With the Wind Demon online, honestly, he probably has the DPS. Between him, if they had Chiron over there, might have been able to. But I think it was a unnecessary risk, if anything. They do get a lot of deep ward vision on that side of the map, though. You can see the left side was covered. That's not going to be as important now that that Fury has disappeared. Fire Giant Pit, especially at the 18-minute mark, that's been kind of the average, maybe the early average for a Fire Giant this year. I think that's somewhere where they can at least start looking to that side of the map, especially considering their team fight. Their 5-on-5 feels really good if they can deal with the healing early on. I think they're going to have a great job, and they've got a through line. 10 seconds from now, Solar Troll has an easy job to run at the two healers and really, really put them into control. I like what they could do. They just have to group up to do it. Unfortunately, the Bolts have been a lot more clustered.
Inbound, stunned down, and taunted in the mid lane, and even with the Draugr buff, that's not enough to stop the onslaught of the Bolts. They grab the Tier 1 tower, finally, after so much fighting that's gone down in mid. The Bolts are finally able to come up with some kind of a victory in the midst of that lane. Speaking on the Draugr, it's been complete control by the Scarabs. Even in game number 1, Stewart was putting a lot of focus on making sure to take out this smaller neutral objective, soloing it out more often than not by himself. And well, sometimes that Draugr buff can come in handy, though we haven't seen too many instances where it really makes a huge impact.
Yeah, sometimes slowing things down. I think we've seen it slow down some pushes that were Sans Fire Giant and maybe even a couple of Fire Giant pushes. But at the same time, a lot of it right now, especially this early on in the game, 19 minutes in, you've got it 3 times. You're not dying to protect your Tier 1s or even, going for it to protect your Tier 2s. It's all about the experience, and he did hit 19 just before Bara, so theoretically should continue that trend and hit 20 before Bara does. But it's allowed a little more farm to go the way, up to 3,000 now for the Scarabs. And that's a significant amount of lead, considering the gold is virtually the same. It's 3 levels in the jungle that is really separating these two, but having that amount of lead and having that amount of control could really set themselves up, not just for success, but for some really stellar team fights here to really find and feel what would be maybe the first time in both of these games to be fully in control.
It's that Wind Demon completed a kin size right after by Scream. Start shredding through some of these higher health bar targets such as Haddix on this Nike. And even Awesome Jake's got a decent amount of health to his name. But the Fire Giant started up by the Solar Scarab. Scream has to leap away after taking some poke out of Haddix. And even with Jake there, Haddix won't be in too much danger. A nice cleanse out of Venenu gets him out of dodge, but inbound will dash in for a root just against Awesome Jake, but Lasbra teetering around that right-hand side.
Yeah, a lot of this fight, in my mind, depends on Lasbra and his positioning, because Scream, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. If Scream ults, Lasbra's only job is to ult Scream. That is the only thing that you need to be able to do. Whether it gets a kill, as long as you stop him from healing, you're going to set yourself up and make things hell for Scream. And so you have to watch his positioning throughout all of this, but the ward vision right now is favorable for the Scarabs, and the way that they're approaching this fight is really solid for them.
Yeah, make sure to push up that wave and right and kind of distract the Bolts for just a little while. That might be just enough to net them an extra tower, and because of all the distracting, they're also able to grab a Pyromancer, stun against SOT, but he's doing just fine, still looking nice and healthy, but with the River's Rebuke coming out of Awesome Jake, he's only got 1 path out while it's Lasbra fighting against 3. A leap in by Scream to turn it around, but Bara is the one who comes up first in the fight, picking up SOT. But now Haddix at full health in the backline, and the crits coming out of the Hunter. Scream has to use the destruction early, and there's not going to be any benefits for him. As soon as he lands down, Barracuda puts him out with the double kill. Stewart in the midst of everybody, a double stun out of inbound helps him out, but everybody's starting to fall low, and even this Chiron's got to start running because it's a triple kill out of Bara.
Yeah, that is just clean play from the Bolts. There are 3 engagements, I think, that go back and forth there, and 2 of them felt like they should have favored the Scarabs. Very early on, Lasbra drops the ult into Scream, and Scream kind of shrugs it off. Looks like he should be able to get in, get aggressive, but can't get the damage where it is necessary. Good play from the Bolts, good healing from the Bolts. Opens up way too many avenues for them to just stay around. Their grouping really ends up helping them out there. And then you get a kill for Bara. Okay, all of a sudden a little bit of damage is off the board. And you still have the healing coming online. Then you get a second kill, and it's the same story. It all starts with that River's Rebuke. I think Jake does a good job just making sure SOT feels uncomfortable. Brings them to a low enough health bar that despite the fact that they have some good turnaround, it's not enough to find any big kills and really slow the Bolts down by any margins.
And with this Primal, the Bolts could finally stamp themselves an actual significant lead in this game. It's been give or take 2,000 one way or the other at most for either of these teams. With Bolts, they stamp out the Primal Fury. They lose that tier 1 on the left side with Inbound pushing it up. But now the Bolts pick up 2,700 gold, the first significant lead of the game. And some of these players, as they're starting to hit level 20, Scream, one of the only ones on his team, Stewart, just procking over there right behind him and has that Diamond Arrow online. We have been seeing a couple of those Gilded Arrows pop up on these Ola runs, but Scream once again pushing up the right side. Bolts, hope you learned your lesson last time. Do not let this man and SOT just run up your right side.
Well, now it's this weird call, right? Because you have to worry about a Kali. Like, at any point in time, if Kali has a minion wave and is present somewhere that you are not on the map, you're going to lose an objective. I don't anticipate seeing another backdoor that comes available for the Scarabs. Though I
don't jinx them.
I don't think you ever anticipate a backdoor happening for any of these teams. This is where things get a little more convoluted, I think, if you're the Bolts. Because like you just highlighted, you have to be worried about it. That fight went in your favor, but it was a lot of the clustered nature. I think that going for towers does enable the Scarabs to have some avenues into the back line that could open up Scream and Sot for some return kills to make things a little more precarious for the positioning of the Bolts. There also is 4 towers left standing for them. A lot of the gold the Bolts are about to pick up is going to end up coming from the towers. They've got 3,000 just ahead before that starts, but you've got to be very careful with how you engage on it, because I think the Scarabs are more than happy to take unfavorable trades if it means that they can open up an avenue to victory.
Scream and SOT on the left side of the map this time, making sure that the Bolts are paying attention. They send Lasbra back to stop them out. And on this right side, Phoenix push gets stopped right in its tracks. It's only a 4 versus 5 for the Scarabs because of the quick back that came out of SOT and Scream after pushing up that left side. They didn't get the tier 2 tower this time around, but all they're doing is just buying time. Not even a minute and a half left on this Fire Giant buff, and the Bolts haven't been able to get much off of it.
And that's mainly due to what we've seen the Soul Laner and Jungler doing for the Scarabs. Right now, look at where the minion waves are. Lasbra just got one to the tier 1 on left, and they just got one over there to mid. And ultimately, they've been pushing up as much as they can to make sure that the Bolts don't have that advantage to strip the backdoors. With no EFG available for them just yet, it means that they're going to have to deal with it the old-fashioned way, and I don't think they have the burn to face the brunt of the Scarabs' force and try to kill a Phoenix.
Tier 2 mid goes down, Tier 1 left, and Tier 2 left. All wiped off the board. It's just Phoenix's left.
Deja vu.
For the Solar Scarabs to defend again. So they send Scream to push the right side, but this time because it's just him, they're going to need some help. River's Rebuke comes out, but it's only inbound, caught in the midst of it. Stewart is there and pumping out damage. Back against Awesome Jake. Sanctified Field immediately out. Venenu gets a cleanse to get them out of dodge, but it's Haddix on the backside of the fight. The Phoenix is already gone, so Haddix is going to try and walk through, but Stewart is able to put him down.
Look, if Haddix is going to be that deep, you got to kill him, and luckily they did. But now, what a wall from Solar Troll!
SOT locks Jake in place and surrounds him. Stewart picks up the double kill. The Scarabs lose their left side Phoenix, but what style points coming out of SOT, grabbing Jake. Both frontliners of the Bolts gone.
I mean, I don't know that they are able to get that kill without that wall. What a great setup there from SOT. And now they're in a good position to push forward on left. You can see dealing with the fire minions, but I wouldn't be surprised to get a tier 2 here. And with 20 seconds still left as they start to approach the tower, they might even be able to put some pressure onto this tower line. No front lines for the Bolts. Makes it a lot easier to take the fights. All of that was assuming this tower fell pretty quickly. That is incredibly slow. They might get the next fire wave, but I think ultimately there's no chance for a Phoenix.
We do get a nice little replay from SOT's perspective of that beautiful wall to catch out Jake. A quick blink in. Sure, he missed the stun, but he makes up for it in spades by grabbing this nice little wall against Jake. And just in case Jake thought he was going to be able to make it out, he was ready on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, ready for the body blocks. I actually really like that as well, being able to see that, because you see that wall is 1 auto from going down. And if Jake has another Riptide available, or 2, he's out. He's gone, and you're not going to be able to get that kill. So that's a good call and a great play from SOT. and really keeps the Scarabs much further alive in this than admittedly they should be after a Fire Giant. You lose all your towers, you lose the left side Phoenix, you get the Pyromancer, so you have something that kind of helps bolster your pockets, and a tier 2 over on left makes the gold lead not necessarily negligible, but something that is manageable at this point, and keeps you as close to even as you could be for a team that just lost an FG.
Final item online here for Barracuda, the Shadow Steel Shuriken. We haven't seen it very many times, but it's popped up a couple this weekend. We saw Panicat grab it earlier, I believe, and now seeing it here in this one to round out his build, get him a second crit, and get him some form of anti-heal so long as he can get those crits up. But the Bolts are posturing up around the Fire Giant. They've got complete vision control around the pit. And the Solar Scarabs are waiting for their opportunity to jump in here. But the question is, Gore, who is going to be that one to pull the trigger out of the Scarabs?
I don't know. It's such a difficult call getting aggressive. You need inbound to be ready to retaliate. The sprint helps deal with Haddix's slow from the ult, the Sentinel of Zeus on the Nike. You need the Cursed Ankh, and it has to land on at least Barrett and Vin so that they can't heal and you can get rid of them. But ideally, you're going to hit Lasbra or someone in there as well. You have to be worried about Lasbra's positioning, same as last time, if it goes on to Scream with that ult for the Circuit. That makes it much easier to kill this Kali, and all the while, there's fire minions that you have to be worried about.
Left side is pouring through, but Scream dives in the back line. It's Benenu under siege by the jungler. Ultimate comes out of inbound, and Scream is chasing him down. He'll get the reset, but he's not going to get as much health as he had hoped for. Awesome Jake and Barracuda put him right back down. It's inbound, and SOT now in the midst of it. A double stun comes through. Lasbra with an ult in the back, and SOT to zone them away. The Sanctified Field out of Stewart holds Haddix away, and it's Lasbra being dealt with just by Baronic all on his own, and SOT fighting 3. It's him against the world, and with inbound here, they can maybe turn this around. Barracuda has to dash away, but Lasbra picks up 1, and now it's a full retreat for the frontliners of the Scarabs.
It just feels like a miscommunication. You know, SOT knows how much damage he could do, thinks that he could kill Barra, almost able to do it, but the entire time, Lasbra's just running amok. Nobody's helping him. It takes too long for anyone to reply. I think ultimately they separate the Scarabs once again and make things feel awkward. The Titan takes a lot of damage in the process because the Fire Minion that was walking in there. I mean, I think the Scarabs had a really good start to that fight, and it was maybe a lack of communication or help. Whether, you know, starting with Scream but transitioning into SOT. They just weren't able to get the play that realistically laid out in front of them. And once again, what is it that saves the Bolts? You get a lot of damage from Lasbra in the backline. You get healing that keeps Barra alive long enough to make sure that things work out for him. And ultimately, that's all you need. There's a little bit of sustain here. The lack of anti-heal. Just now, there's a Pestilence online. That Cursed Ankh only lasts so long, and with Baronic getting zoned out as far as he did, that Brawler's Beat Stick wasn't anywhere near where it needed to be. So I feel like that's ultimately some itemization changes maybe that are necessary. Because you look at the Bolts, I see 2 Contagions. They don't stack, but you've got 2 of them, and you've got them on players that are standing in separate areas. You've got a Cursed Ankh. You do not have a Divine Ruin, but you have that Shadow Steel Shuriken that you had highlighted. So ultimately, you still have 4 different forms of anti-heal that are available readily for the Bolts, and that's not including Lasbra's ult. That is going to be very helpful for that as well. So I think that they're losing on a front where, yes, you don't have a crazy amount of healing if you have the Scarabs, but the little bit of healing you have isn't doing anything. There's a lot of healing on the other side, and you have nothing to deal with it outside of a few key items.
It's back to the mid lane for the Olympus Bolt. A couple here in mid and a few over on the left-hand side. That is a weakened Phoenix. Only got half of its health back. SOT gets taunted in for a little bit of damage, but it's Barra and Jake at the front line. Full build online for the Hunter, and he's already swinging for the fences against these gods, against these structures. Inbound. Double dashes in by breaking the wall, but he's not going to get a whole lot of damage in return. The Phoenix not regenning a whole lot, because every so often it's a nice little peppered auto from Barra. A nice little shot from Jake to stunt its health coming back.
Worth mentioning, this Fire Giant was killed just a hair after 30 minutes, so it is enhanced. That makes it a lot easier for them to get aggressive, knock down any of these Phoenixes. And they have the minion waves helping them out anyway. So this is going to be a good engage for the Bolts if they're able to just take a couple steps forward.
Inbound goes forward with SOT, but it's only against the tanks of the Bolts that they're able to get damage, while Barracuda is firing pot shots in the back line to set up for Haddix, who dives in and uses the Sentinel of Zeus, and it's an ultimate just on SOT. The River's Rebuke crashes on 2. It's a stun on SOT, but here the Sanctified Field from Stewart to hold them all out. Lasbra gets caught out and has to leap away, but the damage is already done, Gore. The left side Phoenix is gone.
I can't count how many times we've seen this happen to the Scarabs where they decide to turn on to Lasbra. Lasbra has taken a ton of damage this game. He has a single death because he gets out of it every single time. His health bar has just been bouncing between green and red, it feels like, permanently.
And what is even a Phoenix? The Olympus Bolt shredded away. Lasbra again,
guess what? He's out.
By the skin of his teeth, makes it out for a second time in 2 fights. But the Scarabs don't look like they're quite willing to give up the fight just yet. You can see them starting to spread themselves around here, one to each side of the jungle. But it seems it's mostly just in defense to try and hold them away. Lasbra, who was it, 100, 200 health? Already back to full.
Yeah, his health bar has been ping-ponging between full and almost dead. And it feels like that's been every engagement. But look, you invest so much if you're the Scarabs to try and kill just the jungler. He's 5-1-5. He's been able to do so much, and it lets Barra and Vin just free cast.
The labyrinth of riptides from Awesome Jake just to try and hold SOT in place. My man's got to do a zigzag snake formation to try and get away from Awesome Jake. But with 2 Phoenixes down and now with a third one under siege, Barra and Jake can walk forward and put some pressure on it. They've still got 30 seconds left on this enhanced Fire Giant buff. It's SOT left into the mid lane to just try and deal with Lasbra while the rest of the team holds off on the right.
Ults are going to be coming back up, and Relic choices right now are a really big deal. The Bolts don't have as much to work with.
Scream finds Haddix, but Haddix has an ultimate. It's a destruction out, and Lasbra retaliates in kind with his own ultimate, and that will pop Scream as soon as his wears out. Stun from Awesome Jake off the mark, but Centaurus out of the mid laner. Inbound low, inbound gone. Venenu grabs the kill, and it's with 2 down on the Solar Scarab, surging forward. Scream's got nowhere to go. It's a double kill out of Venenu, and Barodic cut off by the River's Rebuke. Nowhere left to go. Haddix grabs it to make it a 4-piece, and you might as well make it 5 with SOT and nowhere left to go, surrounded by every member of the Bolts. SOT has no chances of making it out, and the Olympus Bolts this time will clean up their act and take game number 2.
Yeah, they make some transitions. They change what they thought they needed to there for the Scarabs. The Bolts changed nothing. Actually, they changed literally one thing in their draft, and that was that Hachiman and Serket, even though they were both bottom 2'd, one was locked in before the other in game 1, and they swapped that. That's literally the only thing they changed. They play the exact same way, but this time there's no crazy backdoor attempt. There's no way to knock down that right side Phoenix and even open up the option. Scream was just controlled a lot better. Lasbra was not, right? And that is about all it came down to. One was like 6-1, the other one was 3-6. He was really able to get a lot done on this Serket, and I think that's where you have to start focusing on. Whether it's in-game or in picks and bans, that's up to them, but Lasbra definitely was getting way too much in and out with no focus on any of the other carries for the Bolts.
A lot of in and out for him and a lot of healing from his teammates. Keeps him alive and gives the Bolts a shining hope here in game number 2. They take the game. We're going to take it to a break and come back to get set up for game number 3.
Hey there, SMITE fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of cores.
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true.
I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240 Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the SMITE Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible SMITE experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's @Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
And you're telling me an alien wore this?
Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst desk as the Olympus Bolts have tied up this series at 1-1. The Solar Scarabs fall short in game number 2, and it's the Olympus Bolts who rise up and take game number 2 for themselves. And they did it, of course, on the Beast Alienware PCs we have here in studio, because Alienware is the title sponsor of the SPL for Season 8. Make sure you're heading on over to smitegame.com/Alienware and using code SMITEAW in order to get the best offers on Alienware's best products. Zeus and Susano still here in order to break down this game. And Susano just felt like no matter what the Scarabs did, they were never able to get these team fights to work. The team fighting prowess from the Bolts continued here in Game 2.
The early game looked a little bit better, I would say. The Chiron does a lot of heavy lifting that we didn't see in Game 1, but the 3v3 still definitely struggled, and the Olympus Bolts come out ahead in the majority of the early game engagements. I want to see more adaptations from the Solar Scarabs. You said it was disrespectful for the Olympus Bolts to go back to the exact same draft. I think it was correct and clearly proven right here today.
It can be both disrespectful and right, for the record. You're allowed to do both, and that I think that might be what the Bolts did here, because the Scarabs just did not adjust properly. I thought the Bolts did make their adjustments, though, handling Scream much better this time around, forcing Solar Patrol back on this Cabrakan, though I thought Sot had a really good game on the Cabrakan regardless of the amount of pressure that was on him. But Lasber was just putting his ultimate on Scream whenever he went in, and it turns out when you do that, the Kali can't do much.
Yeah, who knew that Surcat ultimate, removing all that healing, does kind of body destruction? Kali's ultimate, and that's exactly how it pans out this time around. The Solar Scarabs not able to pull off a miraculous backdoor of the Titan, and the Olympus Bolts, essentially second verse, same as the first, win out in the game, but this time actually find themselves a win as well, tying up the set at 1-1.
Impressive stuff from the Bolts, and now they're in a tie game situation. It is simply a best of 3 from this position. A best of 3 with some extra history attached is the way to look at it, if you ask me. They've got themselves in a pretty good position. The Scarabs, though, despite having not won maybe a single team fight over the last 2 games, still find themselves tied up.
They do, but what are you going to shift up here from the Solar Scarabs? I think top to bottom, there's some things that could see some changes. Maybe that Terra hasn't been serving you so well. Oh. Maybe go towards that Gab, right? Throw you a bone. Just kidding. Terra is infinitely better. I thought I'd maybe give you the opportunity to correct yourself. The Solar Scarabs, they were right to take the Terra. I think, if anything, I want to see Stewart back on a Hunter.
Stewart 2-1-2 in this game, but without the victory on the Ola run. Baronic 0-3 did not have a great late game performance on this Chiron, but still put out 16,000 damage. Overall, highest in the game goes to Haddix, but Barracuda right behind him at 28k apiece. And Ven has not been putting up the damage numbers on this hell. He's been more focused on the healing numbers. And take a look at them. 22,000 for Venenu and 14,000 for Awesome Jake. Those are some hefty healing numbers on their side.
Between Jake and Ven, they effectively invalidate 2 damage outputs from the other side. Scream and Baronic can't match up the healing that has been brought by the Olympus bolts. Maybe the Scarabs try to address that inside of the bands themselves. Don't allow this Hell and Yamoja composition to keep doing it to you.
Might have to make a change there. This Yamoja has been problematic for the Solar Scarabs for sure. I think if you want to keep going towards the Terra, you're banning right now Odin, Morrigan, Artio. Those are 3 gods that you don't want to play against. There's no doubt about that, but maybe you just have to toss the Yamoja into that conversation.
Yeah, I think if you're going to drop one of those bans, you're probably just saying, okay, let's let Artio through and try and play around that lane. Artio more than likely headed to the Soul lane. You could just leave SOT there on an island and kind of shift your attention elsewhere. But the Scarabs in the past really do like playing through the Soul lane. It's a lot of Scream ganks over there, a lot of those two just looking for blue buff invades as well as back camp invades. It's a hard spot to find yourself in. The Solar Scarabs, they got to figure something out, though.
Well, in this game, it was the Bolts who camped solo an awful lot and tried to set Solar Patrol behind. And they did, but it oftentimes took a pretty hefty investment from the Bolts in order to do so. That Cabracken definitely stood pretty strong. The Scarabs now 0-1 when Bobby's not wearing the maid outfit. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Do you want me to go tell him that? You want me to go get him to put it back on? Or
no, I feel like that. I feel like that would be.
That's Slaney's job.
Yeah, it's definitely Slaney's job, and it's not. That's not very impartial of us.
You're right.
It's merely an observation.
Fair enough.
And the fans can interpret that how they will.
All right, fans at home, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you wish Bobby was still wearing the maid costume. And again, when he was wearing it, 1 victory. When he wasn't, 1 loss. Sometimes correlation has nothing to do with causation.
Is this one of those times, though?
I am not in the position to make that call.
You're so scared.
I'm a fence sitter.
That is crazy to me. Game 3 getting ready between the Bolts and the Scarabs. I mean, the Bolts going to be in second pick this time around. It seems like the Scarabs have chosen first pick, so that will be a switch up for what we've seen. The Scarabs have been in second pick both of the first 2 games. So maybe that could open them up to prioritizing something a little bit different.
Maybe. At least stop the Yamoja from happening, right? It's been first pick Yamoja for the Olympus Bolts every single time. Might as well say, hey, go somewhere else. Do something else. And, well, now in first pick position, the Solar Scarabs can do exactly that. Generally, though, in the last set, the only data we have on the Scarabs this weekend, they like going towards that Sylvanas as their first pick overall. Maybe now from the first pick position, they can control bans a little bit more so and open up that for Bobby.
Yeah, that has been a big pick for Bobby as of late. The Sylvanas, I mean, they prioritized it quite a bit.
It's Nike first pick overall.
Well, it was Nike first pick for the
I
Bolts.
said Yamoja, like a dolt.
No,
I'm an Olympus dolt over here.
Oh, well, they're top 3 in it at the very least, so you got that going for you. You're pretty
Thanks,
close.
Man.
Anytime. Nike Yamoja Hell has been the top 3 both times around for the Bolts. Obviously 1-1 in those situations where it has been Olarun Terra Kali on the other side in that top 3. But now we get the bigger change with the Solar Scarabs going to that first pick side. I guess you would be first picking Terra?
I don't think you could do much worse than that because
she's
the best god in the game.
But I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense from their perspective, right? Because they aren't losing Terra by being second pick. And it's their choice because they've lost. So if you think you'll be able to get Terra +1 on the rebound, why would you take first pick? Because you're just giving them an extra one.
I don't think they're getting Terra if they don't take it in the first pick position. If they don't take it first overall, I'm 100% certain the Olympus Bolts will take it away. So we'll get a good look at how highly the Solar Scarabs prioritize that pick.
But the Bolts have not first picked the Terra the last 2 games.
Yeah, but now they get 2 picks.
Right. I'm saying
it's
the
going to
Scarabs.
be Nike Terra if
right.
it's left available.
I'm saying that the Scarabs have been able to get it in second pick anyways.
Yes.
And if you are getting what you think is the best god for you in second pick, it's better to be second pick because then you also get final counter pick. You get first pick out of second ban phase. Those are both advantages, right?
Agreed.
So if they aren't first picking the Terra, where you could get Terra Oleron, now you're only going to get Terra, and they're going to get Nike plus something else. So you're going to end up losing out a little bit on that exchange.
You could, but you're not taking into account the different priority orders. The Olympus Bolts play a lot of different picks. I see your point, and it is a good one.
Something's just got to change, that's all
it.
I'm saying.
I'm going to keep fighting.
Something's got to change for the Scarabs. They can't. It doesn't make any sense to go first pick and then pick the same top 3 that you have been picking. I think something's got to switch up there. We'll see what happens for picks and bans in game number 3 with the Solar Scarabs in that first pick position for the first time this set. It has been Odin, Morrigan, and Artio being their 3 bans through the first 2 games of this set. And on the other side, it's been Hades, Sylvanas, and Cthulhu. And already there's an adjustment. They ban away that Hell from Ven.
Hell taken off the table, so we'll see how that affects the Bolts going forward. Now you don't have to worry so much about the healing from the Olympus Bolts. Again, 22,000 healing put out by the Bolts last game. Ven having a great time. Maybe not so much damage, but doesn't need it if he's literally invalidating entirety of the at least one guy on the other side. Odin is the response here. As the bans are rounding out now, this could leave Yamoja open for the Solar Scarabs, and if they so choose, could take in that first slot, but instead going to be banned out. 2 of the Olympus Bolts signature picks from the first 2 games already taken off the table.
And this is the big switch up that we were waiting for from the Scarabs. What are they going to do? Because even though they're sitting 1-1, have not exactly wrested control away from the Bolts at any given point. So they take 2 of those problem gods away, and now the Scarabs are left with whatever the Bolts decide to leave open. It's an Artio ban from the Bolts. This has been Odin and Artio have been banned by the Scarabs in both games in this set up until this point. So now things are changing pretty significantly.
They are. Now what are the Solar Scarabs going to go towards in this next ban slot? Could be the Oleron if they're worried about the Bolts prioritizing it highly.
Could be Cthulhu.
Could also be Cthulhu. The Morrigan comes to mind if you're trying to limit Ven through the mid lane. There's a lot going on here, man. This is a chess match in a tied set. And these bans very well could be the difference maker going forward. The Olympus Bolts will have 2 selections available to them, but the Solar Scarabs say, hey, get a whole new draft. Nike banned out.
Interesting. So the Bolts have been banning Sylvanas and Hades and Cthulhu. They could all be open depending on this ban. Those have been their 3 bans up until game 3. Now have the opportunity to have all 3 of those gods let through. Hades and Cthulhu have been very, very solid in the solo lane, particularly for solo Retrol in the Hades. But the Bolts are going to get 2 on the rebound here at the very least. So they could go with a different option. The Morrigan has also been banned this whole set. Not been touched so far.
Maybe the Bolts ban Sylvanas here, bait the Solar Scarabs into going towards the Terra in that first pick selection. Instead, it is the Oleron ban. So we'll see if the Solar Scarabs want to keep running with Terra, but if they do so, Cthulhu Morrigan as a rebound pick feels pretty good for the Bolts.
Does feel pretty good. There's so many strong things open. It's kind of a mix and match game.
I'm going cross-eyed. I got Whiplash.
Yeah, how can we get the most of them? I thought they were
Sylvanas.
I thought they were going to first pick this. They just seem to snap take this god every time he's open for Bobby.
Bobby is very comfortable on this pick, brings you good survivability in the early game. The protections afforded by Wisp as well as Lotus Crown kind of facilitates these dive-style plays. We know Inbound likes to get aggressive on this pick. It fits their style well, but you got to think the Bolts are going to get so much here on the other side. Could be Cthulhu Morrigan. Maybe the Ool gets locked in as he's one of the most priority hunter picks available right now. If Magical Hunters are as popular as they have been, maybe it's a soul selection here. There's so much out there. You don't have to go towards your support because you know that Sylvanas is going to Inbound. So you can wait a little bit, at least pick it in the top 3 if you want to prioritize it highly. The Morrigan, the first selection overall here, definitely going towards Ven, a pick that he's very adept at playing, but what are you going to match up with it? I'm still leaning towards the Cthulhu.
I think that would be a good pick. I mean, Haddix has really controlled a lot of these team fights.
It's Terra. I forgot. Terra's the best guy in the game. How'd I forget?
But they don't need to take their support.
But Terra also has flex potential into solo.
No,
SOT's taken it a couple times.
Recently?
Throughout the regular season.
Yeah, I don't know. Scarabs had the opportunity to take Terra solo each of the last 2 games and haven't.
True.
So I think I would have hedged my bets there. Maybe could have gone for something a little bit different. But they decide to lock in the Terra. I think you just go Kali Hades here if you're the Scarabs, right? If you've been dominant on the Hades in the solo lane, it's been banned from you the last 2 games, get something that you know that you can dominate the lane with.
Hades also has an incredibly good matchup into the Morrigan. You just drop your silence the second she decides to channel that stealth, and not only do you remove the decoy, but you also remove the stealth from the Morrigan, the ultimate. Going to be very nice for isolating these team fights and creating space for your late game hyper carry Kali. So good call. Hades is the selection here. But the Bolts can now go towards still the Cthulhu if they so choose for the Tartarus Titan style draft. Maybe they could prioritize a Hunter selection and try and limit Stewart throughout the next ban phase as well. This is tough stuff. This is a very interesting pick ban, in that I had no clue that Achilles would be the selection. Not in 100 years.
Never would I have guessed Achilles in that slot. That is just not what I was expecting whatsoever. But Final K just played it. We see it most of the time in response to Cthulhu, because you don't have to take down his whole health bar. Then when it gets real big, it only a little bit. But maybe this can contest the Hades a little bit better in lane. That would be my only thought as to why you would want to take it here in particular.
You're not matching the sustain of Hades, but you are at least poking him out. Makes it a little bit easier to finish him off. Very often, SOT is a last-ditch effort to turn around an engagement when he gets ganked. Just channels Pillars of Agony and says, okay, I'm taking less damage, you're taking a lot, maybe I just win this DPS race. Achilles kind of tips that in your favor. Just have to put him into that execute threshold. It's not the worst matchup on the planet. If the Soul Landers are left alone, I gotta think that SOT just wins that 1v1 because of all the inherent sustain in the kit.
Yeah.
The Bolts are limiting Stewart with the bans here. Heimdall, first one removed. Uhl, one of the picks that Stewart loved in the SEC and throughout the regular season, still available. Likely a good ban for the Olympus Bolts, but I've been wrong too many times on this death segment already. I'm just here to learn.
Man, the Serket ban for the Scarabs, they have to be breathing a sigh of relief that they get an opportunity to ban this, and it wasn't Serket in the third slot there instead of Achilles, right? That would have really continued that counter matchup where Lazarus was able to shut down Scream through the vast majority of that last game. They had the opportunity to take it, but take Achilles instead, and now the Serket's banned.
Serket is banned out. Achilles the selection. Maybe you throw a Daji ban out here to try and limit Lazarus instead. It's the Camazotz. That makes a little bit more sense. It's a pick that Lazarus had a lot of success on in the past. Has very good tools to deal with both Kali and Hades. If you're worried that you're going to reset Kali's HP bar, bat out of hell, get you out of there. If you're stuck in Pillars of Agony because you've already utilized your leap, bat out of hell, get you out of there as well. But now, where are you going to go with your selection next for the Solar Scarabs? I'm lost, man. I am fully lost. Chernobog for the ADC of the Bolts. Okay, now you've got decent ways to proc Earthen Fury throughout the team fight. You've opened up the door for split push potential. That's how you lost in game 1. Now the Bolts bringing that threat to the Solar Scarabs. But the team fight cohesion, who are you transforming to as the Morrigan? It's a little bit jankier.
It's got to be Terra, right? Like, Terra's your best option, I think.
As of now.
As a transformation. It is a good one. I was going to say, don't the Scarab just go Charybdis Soul in this spot? This is like exactly the type of comp they were running yesterday against the Warriors. They have the magical damage out of the Sylvanas and Hades. They were very comfortable going double Hunter comps with Charybdis mid yesterday. These 2 Hunter bans are focused towards Stewart, but you don't take away the linchpin of that double Hunter comp, which is Baronic on the Charybdis mid.
It is, and it's not the Soul selection. The Solar Scarabs seem to think that Hades and Sylvanas together is enough magic damage in its own right, and I tend to agree. So it's going to be a double Hunter selection, Charybdis and Hachiman for the Solar Scarabs. Now, if Achilles is trying to disrupt your backline, double kin size is going to make short work of him, but he's a largely mobile target in the team fight. Hunters don't generally like to take a fight up against him, especially considering how many dashes he's got available.
Right.
I like the selection for the Solar Scarabs because it's a little bit more so in line with what we saw from them yesterday. But these drafts, man, it's so interesting, the scaling. How is the scaling going to look for the Solar Scarabs throughout the early? Are you really leveraging Baronic on this Charybdis to get you to that mid to late game phase so that Scream can perform? Is Kali and Hades strong enough to deal with both Achilles and Nemesis together? Nemesis has phenomenal matchup into Hades. You drop Pillars of Agony, all of a sudden all your damage mitigation is gone.
Yeah.
This is tough stuff. I like the Bolts draft. The only question mark for me for the Bolts is this the Morrigan selection, because she doesn't have generally that catch-all great transformation. If you're turning into Terra every time, sure, Earthen Fury, very dominant in a team fight. but you got to proc it yourself, essentially. I think that maybe the bolts would have been better suited just going for a more standard mage here.
Well, you get Terra, you get Nemesis now. Nemesis a pretty good transformation. You oftentimes want instant damage or mobility. Nemesis gives you both of those. You've got Chernobog as well. I mean, can get a lot of safety, get another global ultimate, get some of these fights.
If you're going for safety, why not Charybdis then?
Yeah, could go Charybdis as well. How much Charybdis has been played, you know, you got to be comfortable on that god, but you never really know exactly what Venenu's going to pull out. Overall, the Scarabs get a composition that looks very similar to what they did yesterday up against the Warriors. In fact, I might be able to look and see if they played this exact composition yesterday, because it feels like they may have.
I don't believe so. Not with the Hachiman.
No, not quite. Not with that Hachiman, but close enough to what they were doing. How do you think it stacks up against what the Bolts are going to throw?
It's a lot of that weight is going to be on SOT and Scream. If the Kali and the Hades aren't performing, then you're really struggling throughout this game. Kali needs a little bit of time, so maybe throughout the early you're keeping your eye on Baronic. I like the draft. Some of the fights are a little bit iffy, though. If the Solar Scarabs are able to accost Venenu on this, the Morrigan, I think their draft probably just wins from there. So, if the target is jumping onto the Morrigan, how quickly can you shut her down? Not super fast. It's channeled damage from Kali. It's a chainsaw. If the Morrigan's able to transform and just disengage, buys a lot of time. I'm concerned.
Game 3, getting to a big 2-game advantage would be huge for either of these teams. Let's see what happens here in its critical Game 3.
It's a tied set between the Solar Scarabs and the Olympus Bolts here in this best of 5. Winner of this game, well, the set's not over. They still have more games to go, but having that game-up advantage can be critical for both these teams as J-Mac, Gore, and Doug bring the action here in game number 3. And, well, the Bolts, or not the Bolts, the Scarabs, going back to a strategy they pulled out yesterday. SOT back on the Hades solo, Baronic on this Charybdis mid, but it's going to be a Hachiman this time around that Stewart's picking up in that duo lane.
And honestly, you know, when you're looking at it as a balance of the 80% being the exact same and 20% this one Hachiman pick being a new, I guess, look for them, I'm not too worried about it. Hachiman's very safe, so I'm not worried about Stewart being necessarily dove on too often or taken advantage of in this lane. And you still get that.
Inbound with the pull and has another ability ready to go whenever it's necessary.
Ooh, what a
Jutsu
stun.
does hit by Stewart, and Awesome Jake is falling low, but Inbound needs the root to hold him in place so that Stewart can shut him down. First blood goes to the Solar Scarabs.
I love the way they play that. A good stun almost ends up weaving through.
Oh, another one. Gonna get the beads at the very least. Barracuda does get to make it out. His support was not so fortunate.
Well, we were saying it earlier. Stewart walked by in the hallway and said that they were going to take it in 4. Said that it was going to be a 3-1 scoreline. This is a good spot to be in. If you think you're going to be able to make it there, you get yourself first blood, and you help slow down specifically a good pick in the Terra. I also have to throw it out there. There was a game yesterday. It was a loss for the Scarabs up against the Warriors. I think it was game 3, maybe it was game 4. But Inbound was playing Sylvanas, and if it wasn't for Inbound, that game would have been over much faster for the Warriors. Inbound just did so much in terms of making sure that his team stayed alive in it. I think this is a very, very solid combination for this team, and it should be very controlling. It's honestly a great adaptation to what we've seen so far this set.
I mean, even in Phase 2, Inbound was breaking out this Sylvanas a couple of times and looking phenomenal on it. Now he gets to bring it out here for the second day in a row, for the second set in a row. And I think the first time this game, but Scream gets a nice little stun on the backside. Awesome Jake stunned out twice, but those 2 stuns aren't enough to hold down the Terra for too long. Awesome Jake does get to live on yet again, but another rotation over here by Scream to put some pressure back in this duo lane.
And again, a good call from Scream. You recognize Barra has no beads to work with, and if it's not for the fact that Terra gets a double dash when she dashes through one of her, I guess, mini objectives, walls, monolith, whatever, you're going to catch him out.
Root off the mark by Inbound. Pull. First pull off the mark by the support. And on that right-hand side, SOT, with how aggressive he's played against Haddix, now loses blue buff as Lasper rotated to the bottom side to steal that one away. Scream gets his speed buff, gets some back harpies, will not rotate towards that right side instead. It's just SOT taking it all by himself. Or maybe not, ends up not stealing it away, just barely secured out while Inbound is under fire in the dual lane. Some good damage up against Jake. The pull wide left by Inbound this time around, but the stun is right on target by Awesome Jake. Hits them both to stop their entire aggression.
Luckily for Inbound, you're still Sylvanas. You don't have a lot of mana to work with, and actually Stewart's kind of low as well. It's a dangerous position to be in. If Lasbar had been anywhere near this side of the map, there could have been potential. Although, you know, your Nemesis, you don't necessarily have the hard CC that might be necessary for a clean gank like that. I, instead, am going to look at Solar Troll, because Solar Troll has absolutely, like, I like the fact that Solar Troll is playing things that are not considered meta, but this Hades has absolutely won me over for the Scarabs. I love the way they looked when they were playing it yesterday, and so far, this game, again, maybe not anything insane. He's got a Bancross Talon. He's actually a little bit down in terms of experience. That's probably going to change, yeah, right here. He's going to take over to that level 5. But what he provides for the team and the way they open things up is just massive, and I'm really excited to see what the Scarabs look like in a team fight, because that's something we were lacking a lot of in game number 2. In game 1, we saw some groupings, although I really wish we had seen maybe a little bit more from the Scarabs then. This feels like one that if you get separated, you've got all sorts of damage and survivability for most of your gods that you're not going to be at as much of a detriment as you were in game number 2.
And that right there is one of the problems going up against that Hades. That infinite lane pressure that he provides allows him to get so much tower poke just for merely existing in the lane. Not a whole lot that Hax can do to slow him down. Instead, Inbound will leave Stewart all by his lonesome on this left side of the map, and rightfully so. Instead, he'll rotate towards the mid lane to try and put some pressure on Venenu and Lasbra. He'll team up with Baronic just to get something going. It's a double crusher coming out of both of the Hunters here, Baronic and Stewart grabbing that item. And this time, SOT does get to have his own blue buff. Tried stealing away Haddix's after Lasbra stole his, but now with Inbound here, they could look to try and get a turnaround kill, at least on Haddix or Lasbra if they step too far up to try and secure this blue buff. Inbound will be the one taking it up to hold it here, but SOT will make sure to be there to confirm it. That's another buff now stripped away from the Olympus Bolts.
I was going to say, you've got 3 members forming a death ball already for the Scarabs 5 minutes in. Yeah, good luck contesting that blue buff. I think I like the call from the Bolts. I don't want to get aggressive into that. I can't imagine they would either. But this is the glory that Inbound has brought for this pick. I mean, this Sylvanas, when was the earliest we saw Inbound over here last game? Maybe he was raking rotations like this, but I feel like we're seeing a much larger impact already across the map just from one player, and that's going to help facilitate a lot. You also have to watch their builds, because right now they're pretty lined up, at least in terms of Crusher. It's a little bit of a different starter there for Scream, but that's mainly the only difference. I guess actually no, starter's different for Stewart as well.
Ult onto SOT, turns around and gets a Fear, but he's going to need some extra kind of help, but he doesn't get any of it. It's Barracuda rotating all the way to the right side of the map with that Living Nightmare ultimate, picking up the first kill for the Bolts, and now forcing Scream to sit by and catch up some farm here in this right side map.
And that's something you're going to have to worry about a lot this game. I think if you are the Solar Scarabs here, any fight you take can be a 2-on-1, all of a sudden a 3-on-1. It could be a 3v4, all of a sudden it's a 3v5. Things like that that are always going to favor the Bolts just because Barra can translate over there. But that's not alone. It's not going to happen often, at least I don't think it will, because there's a lot of good front lines. But when you look at it, I mean, Achilles, the Terra is probably the most popular transformation. But let's say Vin's not in a fight. Vin just changes into Chernobog, joins the fight, and now all of a sudden you've got 2 people on the Olympus Bolts that are able to just travel the map. And it feels like, quote-unquote, for free. They're long cooldowns, but it's one team fight. And that's all you need if you're the Bolts here. That's something that you're going to have to be worried about throughout the entire stretch of this game.
Baronic being left alone here. Scream will stand inside the mist. Inbound wants to steal away the purple buff, but will not do so. Misses the pull up against Barracuda. So Barra does secure his buff, gets away from the pull from Inbound. And what was a engagement on the right-hand side, you know, a buff steal set up for a right Scorpion to go down. That Forp falls. On the other side, now it's the Gorp going down again from Inbound, pressuring up towards the top side of the map and forcing everybody to just walk away from this big old tree, just loafing about in all these jungles.
I mean, this has been, again, good presence, I think, from Inbound. Granted, we've seen a couple of pulls miss, but realistically, who cares? Like, that one misses as well. Who cares? At the end of the day, it's just an opportunity that does not exist now for the Scarabs, but any one that connects all of a sudden becomes a huge opportunity for the Scarabs.
Well, there's going to be a brief little pause in the action here by these two teams here in game number 3. It's a bit of a slower pace. We have seen a little bit more action than we've seen in some previous games this early on. The Olympus Bolts just trying to maintain pace after getting a win in game number 2. They need a win here in this third game to put the momentum back in their swing and try and take this set. The Solar Scarabs, they're not giving up just yet. We've been seeing these constant rotations up to these top sides of the map to try and alleviate some of that pressure.
And there's a lot of it. Like, again, you have to look at where these pulls are going. A couple of them hit, all of a sudden it's a different story. There's a lot more action going on because Inbound is making action happen. And as the game goes on, that's just going to get better. He's going to have that cooldown along a lot more often. And I think we'll see it a lot more often as well. I'm excited to watch what the Scarabs are going to be able to do, mainly because of the fact that this draft was so successful for them. It's such a different play style to have to deal with.
Watch out, Stewart. Watch out, Stewart. You got two coming around. Scream is here for the backup. They'll get a stun against Awesome Jake, an ultimate out of Stewart, but a double stun out of Jake only delays his life for just a little while. That one does turn around and go over to the Solar Scarabs. They get their second pick. Barracuda is forced to stand by and watch as the support falls.
That's, again, a good call. You get a kill, you come in, get out. And admittedly, it's very similar to the position last time, although the kills are still spread out for the Scarabs. It's not on to Scream and Solar Patrol. It's on to Solar Patrol and Inbound, so maybe makes it a little more worthwhile that they put all their kills onto Jake. It's just watching where these early starts are. They could burn it. They've got 2 Hunters.
Gold Fury already down to a quarter health. Someone's got to get there quick to try and steal it away. The Scarabs do secure it. Venenu just a little early on trying to grab that one with the Dark Omen. It's not just 2 Hunters, though. It's 2 Hunters and an Assassin all running a Crusher. Every single one of them to pick this item up is providing them so much of that extra attack speed and just that extra power that they just melt this Gold Fury. That one goes over to the Scarabs and nets themselves up a nearly 3,000 gold lead. Gormizer, where did this gold come from?
Honestly, it's just been the way that they've been playing right now. The fact that they control a lot of the jungle has helped them.
They want SOT dead on this right side. There's no way this Hades should be allowed to get away. They're going to send everybody that they can to make sure he goes down. Maybe lives a little longer than they wanted to. Lasbra taking quite a few tower shots. At the end of the day, the Bolts are finally able to put this Hades in a coffin on this right side, diving that tier 1.
I like the call from SOT, though. He just distracts them, forces it to take a lot longer than necessary, and that keeps the tower alive a little bit longer. But mainly, it also wastes a little bit of time overall. If that is a pre-Gold Fury gank, that's a free Gold Fury. Unfortunately, they already took the big objective on that side of the map, so it's not like the Scarabs get something massive in their favor, as much as it is that they are able to maintain a little bit more of the lead that they've been fostering up to this point. The other thing I want to look at, and this is going to be a big factor, it's only if they give me a chance to talk about it, because this Bolts looks to want to get aggressive.
No speaking on your half here, Gore. They do not want you to analyze anything. They just want all of the fighting to go through. Pull by Inbound onto Jake, but that's just fine for Jake because the rest of his team is dealing with the Pyromancer. The objective goes the way of the Olympus Bolts. A turnaround stun on Scream drops a lava pool right under his feet just because that Fire Giant being a little annoyed that people are stepping up into his pit. So the Bolts do manage to walk away and close up some of that gold lead. What was teetering around close to 3,000 now has been minimized down to only a 1K lead for the Scarabs.
Now, the thing that is going to make the big difference, and you're going to have to watch it, not only experience, because that's bouncing back and forth, nobody has a true level lead. This gold matters a little bit, but it's mainly in what is going to soon be a Wind Demon for Scream, and what I wouldn't be surprised if a Wind Demon comes online for someone like Baronic, maybe there for Stewart as well, because once that crit is online, you're talking 2 Hunters and a Kali, all perfect for then destroying objectives, whether it's something as measly as this Draugr, or an Oni Fury, a Primal Fury, a Fire Giant, all of the big ones that you're really going to be looking for a little bit later in the game. That's going to create a much different dynamic for the Scarabs.
Half of Lasbra's health gone on the rotation from SOT, and a rotation in from Barra with the Living Nightmare will quickly get him back out, but Inbound is the one stunned out and taking a lot of damage. Ultimate from Baronic will push back 1 and stun 2, but it's a 3 versus 5 in the mid lane with Inbound low and Scream now on the rotation. Olympus Bolt's a little hesitant to pull the trigger here under this mid-tier 1.
And you see something you have to be careful of. The Achilles always having that Assassinate available. It's going to be big if you can get an execute.
Oh no, Stewart tried to walk into the fight, but it's Venenu who turns it back around. Him and Lasbra force the ultimate out of the Hunter, but it's Lasbra who's falling down. Scream with the Destruction ultimate. Venenu uses the Pillar of Agony, but it's the turnaround fight that's going to net them the big win here. The Venenu able to pick up Scream, and now it's the 3 versus 3. Because one of them is already gone. Venenu low. SOT dives in but doesn't find him. Inbound also dropping fairly low. He'll have to get away from the damage out of Barracuda. It's a 1-for-2 trade for the Scarabs.
Well, honestly, keeps things in an interesting spot all around. Stuart getting out of there alive is maybe the biggest deal for them. You kill off Lasbra, which is something they were failing to do last game, and I think this is a good start for the Scarabs. Plus, you have to look at where the gold is at the end of that, right? They're starting to feel themselves a little bit more and bolstering up their pockets. This opens up a lot of opportunities. It does scream to me as interesting that Venenu ends up transforming into Solar Troll, but granted the damage he was able to do, but also how survivable you are in Pillar of Agony, it made it a much more difficult chase down for the rest of the Scarabs, and it kept Vin alive.
Stuart did manage to squeak by at the end of that fight. It's a mid-tier 1 tower on the Bolt side of the map that goes down, despite all the aggression being on the Scarabs' own tier 1 tower. They're able to hold back, kill 2, get 1, only 1 falling down there. That was Scream. And SOT, just left to his own devices, back over here on the right side. The Bancroft's Talon, Stone of Fall, now working towards some physical defense in this tier 1 breastplate. Try and keep himself a little bit healthier going up against this fairly physical heavy comp.
Honestly, yeah, that's the downside is that right now you've got a very, very phys-heavy comp on one side. And it's going to cause troubles, much like SOT has to deal with here.
Oh, SOT needs a little bit more healing, or maybe just a good fear or some assistance by Scream to body block the ultimate. Haddix has to run, but SOT trades his life with some help out of Scream. They're at least able to make it that 1-for-1. But Haddix running so far up, inbound's not going to be able to cut off that pass. Great move in there by Scream to help his teammate out.
Yeah, and honestly, you do lose the Aegis. You still kill off SOT, so it probably feels worthwhile, but your jungler's starting to fall behind with Akali on the other side at 3-1-0. Definitely doesn't feel that good, but Lasbra is not meant to be the carry this game. You have to look at where the kills are right now. It's Vin, it's Bara. Those are the two for the Bolts that are going to have to step up to the plate. Lasbra is here specifically to ult either inbound or solo troll. Most of the time it's been solo troll, and to slow and get as much damage down onto anybody else that happens to stand in their way. And if he dies for the whole of it, as long as that assist column continues to go up, he's been a part of all 5 of the kills so far for the Bolts, then it's going to be worthwhile for them. It is just making sure that difference happens. And honestly, late game, Nemesis still has plenty of capabilities to try and find solo kills. Maybe not against the Kali, but at least against some of these hunters.
Well, it is a Breastplate of Valor out of SOT to max out his physical defense, at least in that single regard. No starter item by him just yet. On the other side of the board is the Sigil picked up by Haddix. So curious if SOT, I don't recall if he did end up going starter items in the previous games he played on this Hades, but if he did, I'm curious as to which of those starter items he'll pick up here in game number 3. Oni Fury is up. The Solar Scarabs are starting to establish a little bit of vision, but the Bolts do have a Sentry Ward placed right up there at the front of the pit to make sure that the Scarabs can't pull any kind of silly shenanigans. Stuart, he's not going to let that Draugr go. That Draugr has been Stuart's. That's had his name on it this entire set. And he is not going to let Barracuda have that one for free.
We're starting to enter, I don't want to call it the point of no return, but definitely a huge power spike for the Scarab. So you've got Aussie completed for Baronic and Stuart. Stuart has now finished the Executioner, and Wind Demon is online there for Scream. There's only one more item that I can imagine Scream wants to go for. That's going to be in that tree, and that's the Chin Size coming up next. And there's only one more item that Stuart can actually buy in that tree, and that's also the Chin Size. That is a huge power spike now, a Wind Demon online for Baronic as well. That's a huge scoop for the Scarabs. I won't be surprised if they start getting a little more proactive on this map in the next couple of minutes.
I was wondering when Baronic was going to pick up his item, because he'd been sitting around for a long time on just the Crusher and Aussie, and he went back and bought a full Wind Demon. Haddix is going to need quite a bit of help. The body block out of SOT stops the ultimate, but inbound misses the pull after. SOT dashes in, and could potentially have sealed his own fate. But the big healing that comes out of the Bancrofts holds him up. Inbound, the only one to get stunned out, but both of the tanks rooted on the Solar Scarabs. The Bolts not willing to fully commit to this fight.
Sot burns Lasbra's ult without having to use his own, so it makes an easy opportunity. It's a 3v5 in terms of the ult capabilities that the Bolts have here. And unless you get something big from Vin, this is a good fight for the Scarabs.
Fury is burning down quickly, and it's SOT in the back line of the Bolts to try and distract them all. Pillar of Agony grabs 2, but 2 of them immediately walk their way out. Awesome Jake shows back up, but it's a fear out of SOT and the damage after. Olympus Bolts get a Pyromancer while the Solar Scarabs get the Oni Fury, and Awesome Jake Scream surging forward to grab that one, and now it's Haddix on the run as they trade out the 2 objectives.
I like Lasbra's call there. Gave me the absolute amount of confusion and a little bit of a heart attack.
I didn't know
trying
what
to
was
figure
happening.
out
I saw
what
2 things pop up at once. I'm like, dude, what just happened?
But I like the call. Get a little bit of a lead, or at least try to take away. But they've got burn, and they recognize it. They might even be able to kill Lasbra here.
Gets caught lazy backing back behind the wall. They'll dive and collapse onto him, but Scream doesn't have the stun just yet. Instead, Lasbra gets to walk away, but the Fire Giant is still being done by the 2 hunters and inbound here. A dash in and a stun out of Haddix, with the fear immediately after, and a pull back from inbound. Locks him in place, the ultimate. Now the Cryptus doesn't connect, but it's Scream who just grabs him as soon as he gets away with the fatal strike and puts up another one for the jungler.
And guess what? Everything they were just doing, they can still do. They've got a little bit of healing from inbound that's going to keep these carries topped off, and they've got the burn to take a Fire Giant here, 18.5.
Half health, Lasbra half health, and Jake and Venenu trying for a pincer maneuver. Inbound goes in and tries to lock Jake inside the pit, and it's SOT who puts him down immediately after. Pillar of Agony to lock everything in place, to deal damage to the FG, to deal damage to the enemy gods, and to hopefully try and secure this Fire Giant. The Solar Scarabs get it, but they're losing 2.
They lost
Make
3!
that 3. Barracuda on the backside of the fight picks up a double kill, but Stewart grabs 2 of his own. Now it's just Venenu and Barracuda to try and fight against SOT and Stewart. SOT gets locked down in, uses the Aegis, but he's got plenty of health, decent amount of mana, gets the beads out of Barra, and an ultimate in from Stewart, gets the EI Jutsu, and turns it around to kill him. Now with Venenu with no Aegis, the beads burned, and no health. The Scarabs deicide the bolts.
That's a great fight for the Scarabs, but you have to look at where things went wrong. A little too long in the FG pit, a little too much damage from the bolts. They lose 3 of the Fire Giant buffs. Yes, they get a deicide. And honestly, 6,000 gold up, you get all that, you still have a hunter with a Fire Giant, you are in a good position, but you are not quite as happy as you could have been. You're still smooth sailing for the next couple of minutes. You've got nothing but benefits, really, on the map. Look at it. Tier 2s that you can knock down. You still got 2 hunters. Yeah, Baranic's not going to hit as hard as Stewart against it, but at the end of the day, you've got 2 hunters. It doesn't matter if one of them is lacking a little bit. You're still going to be able to knock down those objectives pretty quickly. You've taken away all of the big, important objectives on the map as of right now as well, so the Bolts don't have any wiggle room to try and retaliate for a while. It's all going to be on these team fights. I like the grouping from the Scarabs immediately on left, plus they've been doing so much, and you know you can leave Scream alone, you know you can let him do it. They have a lot of control. And between these 2 hunters, one having crit, one starting crit, everyone's going to fall if they turn their eyes towards the gods on the Olympus Bolts.
Scream is off in his own world here on the right side of the map, while the rest of his team wants to try and deal with this Tier 2 tower in the duo lane. Stewart does get stunned by Awesome Jake, SOT, around the back wall, but it's a soft defense put up here by the Bolts. They're not going to give away this tower for free to the Scarabs, but it's that tower they're not going to give away for free. They're going to have to give up the one on the right-hand side because Scream is just going to shred right through it. And the Scarabs, if they can hold out long enough here, they may be able to delay for Scream to try and take a Phoenix.
This is actually impressive to watch. Hey, yeah, Lasbra's having flashbacks. I remember game 1 too, Lasbra. And that's a great way to stop the back. Someone is going to be able to get there. It looks like Vin, his back will be available, and the minions aren't enough, so there's not going to be a Phoenix, but that is a good call. The pressure pulls it away. It was a 5v4 a second ago with Lasbra running back to mid and Vin over there and right. You've got a 4v3 on left. That should be a tower.
Scream against Lasbra, and I don't think Lasbra wants to try and take that trade. The left side tower that was so defended by the Bolts prior will now go down. So the Scarabs come up 2. Well, they almost didn't, so they would have to walk back in and go, guys, you've got to hit the tower. You've got to finish the job. But luckily for them, they do. They take down both side Tier 2 towers, and only the mid is left standing. And with Scream around, that's not going to be standing for much longer. Scream, though, has to leap away. It's a leap into the tower by SOT. The Tier 2 tower does not stand a chance against the might of the Solar Scarabs. They stripped away all of the structures on the map, only leaving the 3 birds.
Now, this is the glory of what happened around that FG fight. The Scarabs get 3 towers there. That is a huge map win, a good amount of control. But if they had all 5 Fire Giants, they would have gotten a Phoenix there. That's where the Bolts win that fight, why they win that engagement. And it's not because they win anything largely for themselves, as much as it is that they slow down the Scarabs and give themselves a couple more minutes of this game to work with. That's where the big thing is. This Fire Giant buff, less than a minute left on it. It's going to be disappearing relatively soon. The power play is still widely in their favor just because of all the gold they just got, and they're going to stack that even more with a Gold Fury. Potentially even getting a Pyromancer over there on the other side. I see Screams hanging around. The Bolts might start it up and scoop it, but that's a lot to spend. Stuart didn't have full crit for those fights. You still have a couple of items that are going to get finished here. This is going to be an empowered Scarabs by the time this Fire Giant respawns.
Scream all by himself wants to take this Pyromancer, and he does. Jake cannot stop him, and Jake might not be able to even help himself. Ultimate against Scream by Lasbra. Scream will use the mist to try and hold himself out. Destruction pop and fighting back against 3, but he's not in a winning battle. Lasbra able to turn around with the help of his dual lane to secure the kill up against Scream, but the Pyromancer and the Gold Fury go over to the Solar Scarabs, an 11,000 gold swing that they have up over the bolts here 23 minutes in.
That's a really well-timed kill from the bolts because they're going to have just a little overlap while Scream is gone with this Fire Giant available. So it's a 4v5 guaranteed, and you can let Bara or Vin, somebody, push up some of these other lanes, get a little bit of pressure without having to worry about it, knowing that Chernobog's ult, actually right now down, was going to be helpful. Maybe not going to be the most helpful if it's not available to him. The downside is that you burn a lot for that. Cherno ult, Lasbra ult, Jake ult were all used. Jake also used the shell, so that's 4 big parts of your fight that are disappeared. Luckily for Lasbra, he's got enough cooldown that he's going to be able to get his back, but everybody else is going to be feeling the burn.
The mist broken open just for a couple of players to stand around inside and see what's going on. SOT gets a fear, and Venenu gets a stun. Stewart under a little bit of pressure from Haddix, but SOT tries to turn it around and gets a fear right back on Haddix. Dark Omen only slams into inbound, and the decoy will bait them for just a little while. The Solar Scarabs getting set up. The Fire Giant accidentally started there by the retreat out of the bolts. But it'll be a complete reset for both of the teams as they continue this dance around the Fire Giant.
Well, the good news is Scream, well, he's on the red buff right now, is alive and back and is going to be able to rejoin this fight. And they had to use so much. I mean, you saw how big of an investment it was just to kill off this Kali last time around. And now you've got to do that while you are giving up the positioning. They've got good vision and they've got the burn. I think this is a great opportunity for the Scarabs.
They spotted Ben on the left side, so that's the trigger for the Fire Giant. Solar Scarabs started up, it's down to a quarter health. Haddix gets knocked out, the fire is low. The Scarabs are able to take that one. Venenu still nowhere to be found. It's Jake falling low.
Oh my God,
Lasbra! And Lasbra thought he had a chance to make a play, but he does not. And it's SOT turning one around. Destruction out of Scream shreds through the backline, and it's only Haddix left alive to run away from the Solar Scarabs. And the Scarabs, man, coming off of a hot and cold first half of the phase, are looking strong here in our first and second sets for them. And they could just take game number 3 right here.
This is the Scarabs everyone was waiting for. Everyone has been watching them over the last few months, and they've been getting better. They've been pushing teams to 3, causing a lot of trouble. But this is a different look for them. This draft, the way that they're playing these gods, the style they've brought into these group stages is just hitting a lot harder than I think a lot of these teams were expecting. Scream has a stellar performance there at 7-3, but I think you have to give shout-outs to Stewart as well as Baronic. I mean, this Charybdis mid has been working out incredibly well for them, but you also have to just say that Stewart, he had 2 bans that were targeted, 3 bans technically with the Ola run, thrown at him, goes to a Hachiman, which we're looking at, and it's like, well, yesterday you didn't play it. How well is this going to work? Yeah, it slots in just fine, as it turns out. He plays well. Scream plays well. You get a great performance out of Bobby. It was just top to bottom good.
Good plays out of the Scarabs. Net them game number 3 in the set and put them up. They just need one more to close this out. Can they do it? We'll find out right after.
The Solar Scarabs continue to play excellent Smite, and they continue to get rewarded. Now with a 2-1 lead over the Olympus Bolts, now just one game away from winning this best of 5 and going 2-0 in the groups and securing their spot in the playoffs, which would then give them the opportunity to make it to the Smite World Championships. We're all talking about SWC right now, and we're talking about it for you because our new Smite World Championship bundle is now available at shop.hi-rezstudios.com. You get the SWC Season 8 zip-up jacket, championship ball cap, autographed wall flag by the Smite Pro League players, postcard from the Titan Forge team featuring a new original art piece, and, of course, the Season 8 digital loot pack, so you get some swag in-game and out-of-game all at the exact same time. Again, shop.hi-rezstudios.com.
How much did that cost?
The place to go. $60.
That's right.
$60, and that's a steal.
I just don't understand our business model, man. I just don't get it. How do we keep creating infinite great content and selling it at such cut-rate costs?
Here's how, Mifflin. You could get a few people buying big things, or we could price it small and have many people get the smaller price. You understand?
I do, but where are we making the money?
Because because we want the people to be able to access it.
But I'm saying just raw material cost. Either I've been getting ripped off by every other clothing company on the planet, or we're losing money. Because each one of those hoodies,
maybe we are. I don't know.
If I'm getting on Amazon and I'm buying a hoodie of that quality and of that slick design,
it's like $80.
It's like $80
at least
for one hoodie.
Yeah,
and we got a zip up and a hoodie.
You get the zip up is the hoodie.
Oh, the zip up is the hoodie.
Yeah, and then you get the hat.
And the hat.
And you get the wall poster with everyone's autographs. And you get in-game content.
And in-game content.
Yeah. And you get some original art.
Yeah, so you should go buy that.
Go buy it. Shop.hi-rezstudios.com, the place to go. Zeus and Susano here to bring you the action. Look, Game 2, we heard Bobby coming out. As soon as they got out of the player booth, he walks past us, and he goes, "I'm a problem." And he said it a lot. And he also had some words in between that I'm not allowed to say on broadcast. And I think he's right. This Sylvanas was a problem here for the Bolts.
Gets the game started early on with a first blood going over to Stewart, but make no mistake, that was inbound, letting that one happen. And then it only continued from there. Early rotations. There was one fight at around the, I want to say it was 15-minute mark where Haddix rotates in, inbounds hovering just on the edge of that execute threshold. He pops meditation, he pops whiffs, he gets out of threshold, and he locks Haddix down inside of the tower and completely turns around the engagement. You're just right, Bobby. You are a problem on this Sylvanas, and you know what? I gave him flack for not going for first pick Terra. You gave him flack for not going towards first pick Geb. I think first pick Sylvanas should be a staple of this team from now on.
Yeah, they might be right going to the Sylvanas first because Bobby does look transformative on it. How about Scream, man? Top player damage in the entire game.
Nuts.
On this Kali. 6-2 or 6-3 or whatever he was. Stewart had a big play in that 2v2 with him and Sot up against Ven and Barra. The Scarabs team is just playing different, man. This is not the Scarabs team we saw.
They've been saying it all year. They must have known they had this because they have been saying it all year. Not phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, regular season. They said, we are contenders for Worlds. You need to put us in the conversation for World Championships. And if they had this in the back pocket the entire time and they've been hiding it until just now, they may have just been right. I've been a huge naysayer. I'm a fan of the Scarabs. I've made no qualms sharing that. But when they have looked poorly, I have been the first one to go to the tops of the rooftops and say the Scarabs look like butts. I can no longer say that. These guys look amazing, and their macro play has leveled up. Their decision-making, the team fight, the communications, it is all there. The Solar Scarabs are a threat. It's not just Bobby. It's not just Scream. It's the Scarabs.
The entirety of this squad has looked good, and they have been tough to stop. Macro play earned them the Game 1 victory. A little bit more here in Game 3 earns them that victory, and now just one game away from all but securing their place in the Phase 3 playoffs and dispatching the Olympus Bolts and sending them down to 0-2 in this group, which would be a big blow to that squad. Let's see what happens. Picks and bands ready now for game number 4. I think a key right off the rip here, Mifflin, is that the Olympus Bolts are first pick. They were first pick the first 2 games. They looked better those first 2 games than the Scarabs, despite going 1-1 in those games. I like the fact that the Bolts chose first pick.
It's a good look for them. It's net them a couple of dubs. But I think it's going to come down to a little bit more than just first pick. I'm expecting some shift-ups. This is the first time I would say the Olympus Bolts need to address individual members of the Solar Scarabs. Are you going to allow Hades back through? Clearly not. SOT has put some fear into the hearts of the Bolts. Are you going to allow this Kali to keep tearing through your late game team fights? I doubt it. You probably don't want to deal with that one again. Is Bobby going to be allowed to play this Sylvanas? He shouldn't be.
He shouldn't be, but maybe they'll have to. Now, each time they've been in first pick, they banned Hades, Sylvanas, Cthulhu. So those are the things that I'm expecting here from the Bolts, but things change for the Scarabs already. In the first 2 games where they were second pick, they banned Odin, Morrigan, and Artio. So already switching that up with the Hell. But the Bolts staying the same from those first 2 matches. They banned Hades, they banned Sylvanas, 2 gods that were pretty core, I think, to the Scarabs' Game 3 victory.
So the Solar Scarabs, when they made their adaptation, it was 3 targeted bans. Hell, Yamoja, and one other that is escaping my mind currently. Nike. And now the Bolts, on the other end, have said, I like that strategy. Let's target out some bans. Hades, Sylvanas, and Kali. The Solar Scarabs going to have to go to a completely new draft here. But with all of these targeted picks, that has left a lot of value on the table. Cthulhu, we could talk about the value ADCs. Olarun has seen a resurgence recently. I still think Terra's the best god in the game. Your favorite god, Geb, is still out there. There's a lot of value on the table. Where do the Bolts go in this first pick position? It's been Nike in the past.
It's been Nike.
I think you can just do it again.
Yeah, I think they probably just go Nike here, right? I mean, that is what they have been doing.
Wrong.
Given the option. But instead they go the Morrigan. And this was banned from them the other 2 games they were in first pick. So that is worth noting that this isn't necessarily a deviation from what they were doing in the past. But this was a pick that they just had, and it didn't find them a victory.
It did not, but you know what has been finding victories in these sets? It's Yamoja. That healing has been stifling, and it's a pick that Bobby on the Solar Scarabs did not have earlier this year, in spite of all that attempted Yamoja games. Now, I would argue he's incredibly adept at this pick. Seems like Stewart is going to be headed back towards that Olarun as well. Good late game scaling. Doesn't have the greatest pressure in lane, but Yamoja should be able to match some of that. Where do the Bolts go now? They've got essentially no pressure from the Morrigan mid. She's got decent wave pressure, but nothing to write home about. So you need to find something elsewhere on the map. Maybe a high pressure jungler. Maybe you decide to go for Izanami out of the Hunter role. That's a pick that's been getting banned out pretty consistently here during the group stages, and it's something that would really make it hard for Olarun to perform on. But instead, Terra selection, I'm about it. I can't argue against it.
Yep, Terra has been very good, despite maybe not winning the majority of the games we've seen her in. In fact, she's actually 0-3 so far in this set. But they go back to it anyways. They go Terra Nike, shore up that front line.
That's scary.
Yeah, I think that's the good beginning to this draft here for the Bolts.
Now you can have double Terra transformation. Nike's going to be able to proc Earthen Fury legitimately every single time with the Sentinel of Zeus. You've got great survivability. Your dive potential is phenomenal. But neither one of your divers as of now, Terra or Nike, deals with Sanctified Field very well. You leap in, your time's dilated. You dash in, your time's dilated. It allows this Olarun to reposition very easily. And another linchpin of this newfound success for the Solar Scarabs is selected here. 3rd overall, it's Charybdis, and it's going for mid.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Baronic has looked really good on this pick. He's been a good contributor. It filters in to their objective play to have these double hunters to be able to DPS it. And they were willing to coin flip some objectives, including a pretty big fire in that last game, but if it keeps coming up heads, then you might as well keep flipping it, and that's what the Solar Scarabs have been doing.
But the coin flip for the Scarabs isn't great. Their confirmation, not great. I'd say it's a weighted coin now if the Bolts are allowed to put themselves in that position. The Morgan, sure, maybe not the highest damage output god in the game, but Terra Clap combo with a dash through might just be the highest damage confirmation on the map right now. Second phase of bans rolling through. The Solar Scarabs decide to target out Lasbra on the other side. It's Daji and Kamazot's taken off the table. 2 incredibly strong bans considering Olarun and Yamoja don't have inherent CC immunity, and the dive potential of Kamazot's deals with Olarun on its own. The Bolts, though, they decide to take a peek towards SOT's god pool. It's Cthulhu and Guan Yu.
A little surprised that the Bolts don't double down on bans for Scream, because he's top 3 this Kali each of the last 3 games. You ban it this time around. You know, what is he going to end up going to? Could be this Gilgamesh. This could also be for Solar Troll, but typically this has been a little bit more jungle present recently. Seems like a little bit of a resurgence for Gilgamesh these last few weeks.
Gilgamesh has poor matchup in Terra, and that Earthen Fury is going to get procced every single time by Winds of Shamash. You're going to get that heal for your team. But great matchup into the Morrigan. Her stealth just doesn't work. You pop it, you're slammed by Winds of Shamash, and removes the decoy and your invisibility. He's able to displace Nike relatively well. You've got good burst potential. Your early game presence definitely there if Gilgamesh is headed into the jungle, which creates space for gods like Charybdis and Oleron to hit their late game stride. So the 3v3 of the Solar Scarabs currently, Yamoja, Charybdis, and Gilgamesh, is incredibly strong. The Bolts, though, on the other end, have got themselves a sneaky strong composition as well. If it's going to be the Morrigan, Terra, and Serket, that's great dive.
Great dive, another good transformation for this Morrigan. Now she has a bunch. I mean, you like the Terra transformation, you like the Nike transformation.
Love those.
Like Serket, like Gilgamesh.
Yep,
those are all really good transforms here for Venenu this game, where maybe he was lacking in that department in game number 3. As we're waiting for Barracuda's pick, it has been Hachiman the most of the time in this slot. But it's going to be Soul instead, bringing a little bit more magical damage to the composition. Normally, you don't see this whenever you've got a mage in mid. Why do you think Soul here for Barra?
Soul's got decent matchup in Oleron, and that Disapparate should help you out a good deal against Sanctified Field. You're able to reposition pretty well. The enhanced movement speed means Charybdis is going to have a very hard time landing her ultimate, but I think it's mainly to deal with this Gilgamesh. He's worried about ganks coming his way, and Soul very safe up against this pick. CC immunity built in, decent scaling as well. But I do think I would have preferred to see a Hachiman here. Maybe that ultimate would have made it a lot easier for this already incredibly strong dive of the Bolts to only do so more easily. The damage output, the slow from Mounted Cavalry could have gone a long way. But Soul, in of herself, is a very strong pick, and she's got great objective clear.
Yeah.
The Gold Fury Tower is all going to fall very quickly as long as Barracuda is there.
And now has the best secure on the map with Supernova, so a little bit of a boon there as well for Barra as a King Arthur lock-in for Solar Troll. We don't see much Arthur these days, Mifflin. How do you like it against this comp?
King Arthur, okay into the Morrigan, decent into Serket. Anybody that's got a cripple, you're probably happy to take up against Serket in the jungle. If you're able to utilize that ultimate properly and maybe displace a Soul or the Morrigan in the team fight, the follow-up damage is there. Essentially, King Arthur ultimate going to act as a pseudo Naja Windfire Wheels in that you're going to land into the Maw from Charybdis. You're going to land into perhaps a Sanctified Field from Oleron. I like this pick, blanket statement, but nothing on the Bolt side screams, this is a King Arthur game to me. King Arthur is one of the more plug-and-play Soul laners in that he's kind of a lane bully. He's going to perform just fine regardless. But it's not that synergy pick that I would expect from this new style of Solar Scarabs. But that said, I still do love their draft.
I mean, they got a lot of tools, tons of AoE control between a Sanctified Field, a River's Rebuke, a Winds of Shamash. Like, you've got it all covered in the AoE here for the Scarabs. But on the other side, the Bolts, Terra ultimate, Nike ultimate. Now you've got this flanking assassin playstyle coming out of your Morrigan and Serket combo. Lasber's looked better on Serket recently. In this set, he looks pretty good. How do you think the Bolts are going to be able to take down the Scarabs, if they can at all?
It's going to be a lot of Serket. I think that's a lot where you got to root the majority of your aggression. Serket in the early game has some of the fastest clear of any jungler, so he should be able to get to the majority of team fights before Scream does on this Gilgamesh. You've got decent targets to dive as well. Charybdis not going to be one of them. She's one of the most survivable hunters in the game. Oleron, though, if you're able to close gap in the early to him, you can put him down early, keep him down. That's one good way in for Lasbra, and Lasbra's no stranger to early duo lane ganks.
It's been a lot of blood in the early game, especially in the duo lane. I mean, First Blood last game went to Inbound and Steward. I believe it did in game 2 as well. But game 1, it was First Blood for the Bolts. I mean, it has been pretty heavy fighting over there in the duo lane. Which duo lane do you think gets the better end of that fight early?
I'm just not a huge fan of Oleron's level 1 through 5, as most people would agree. He's got better 1 through 5 than he once did. His damage output decent. But with Yamoja, I think that Oleron might be able to fight in a little bit more so. But no, Terra Soul together, just so strong. The wave clear, the damage potential, the CC at level 2. I got to give the duo lane to the Bolts.
How do you think this game plays out? Because these sets have been very, very back and forth. I mean, no game has been a real blowout. I mean, game 2, I suppose, the most one-sided of the affairs. But neither team has really gotten away from it without a big fight around the Fire Giant. Do you see this being a fairly close game again?
I think this is going to be a slower-paced match. Both teams have incredibly strong scaling. But if one team pulls ahead early, it's probably going to be the one with Gilgamesh, and they could just run with it.
Do or die for the Olympus Bolts, trying to desperately find their first win in the group stages, but the Scarabs trying to deny them.
Yeah, it's going to be a big matchup here for the Bolts. They need to get this win. Otherwise, they're going to fall far, far down here in this group stage. J-Mac, Gore, and Doug one more time here in game number 4 of the set. The Solar Scarabs, man, I just got to say it outright, blanket statement, Gore. They've been looking hot these last 2 days.
I mean, they have been looking phenomenal. Yeah, they have changed up drafting style, play styles, whatever you want to talk about. It has just looked so much cleaner, so much better than what we've gotten to see out of them. Hell, even a few weeks ago. They were looking good a few weeks ago, too. So the fact that they've managed to step it up is even better for them. A lot of it has been out of this duo lane. Not surprising to see them get so much damage done at the very beginning. I'm excited to watch Inbound here.
Uh-oh, Inbound. Might be excited to see if you can stay alive here. A couple more shots from Barra are needed. The shell keeps him alive for a little while longer, but not for too much longer. Now it's Stewart against 2, and Stewart is not winning this bloodbath. That's a double kill right out the gate for the Olympus Bolts. And their dual lane that's been oppressed for so long in this set.
Yeah, that might be one of your worst case scenarios here, is losing both of them that early on, giving a double kill to Barra. I mean, he's going to get a good chunk of change from just the first blood, but now add on the fact that he's going to have the experience from that. That's a great way to start if you're the Bolts duo lane, and a good way to start coasting into it. I mean, we were talking about it a lot the last couple of games and a couple of games yesterday. Scarabs have been able to, it feels like, manifest gold out of nowhere in some of these games, and now they're going to be down and behind.
Stellar Burst just off the mark by Barra this time around. Instead, it's clear going back and forth between these two teams, though. With Awesome Jake stepping up, he's going to make sure that Inbound and Stewart have to stand far back, and a stun is good against Inbound. Some body blocks and another basic. The dual lane is just a bloodbath over here. The Olympus Bolts are the ones coming up on top every time.
It's just not the way you want it to go. Good control really cropping up there from specifically Jake.
Veronic goes the wrong way with the Whirlpool, but maybe just to distract Lasbra in time for Scream to show up. A heroic leap in by the jungler, but he doesn't find anything. Instead, it's on to Venane, who gets the beads out of the mid laner, and SOT bullying Haddix on the right-hand side. We are here to scrap from second number 1 across the board. Lasbra even going back in, gets another Whirlpool burned away from the mid laner. That's going to get the beads, the stun to set it up. Veronic rooted out by Awesome Jake, but Veronic does get to live on in this fight, as Jake and Lasbra again put pressure against this red buff.
I mean, it is a lot that they are finding in terms of control. Already off to a hot start.
Oh, no,
but what a good Riptide. If they had a lot of follow-up there, it could have been a kill on the Lasbra. But I think that goes to showcase. And exactly what I was going to highlight. 3 out of 15. That is a 20% current win rate is what Inbound has on this Yemoja. Not what you would think when you watch the plays like what had just happened there, that Riptide and what has been placed. Unfortunately, it does mean that if you are a betting person,
I'm not.
This is not the kind of game you want the Scarabs, especially with the start, that you want to be leaning in on them for. And you're probably starting to expect a Game 5. But then you have to look at what is going on with these drafts. Not that anything weird is happening, but more and where their scales tilt. You've got Yemoja, Olorun, Charybdis, who all love to play in the late game. King Arthur, who's going to look really good then. And then you've got Sol, Serket, who are able to get their hands on it now. Yeah, Vin is actually at this point going to be pretty much potent as well, although probably a little bit later as time goes on. I feel like the Bolts, very similar to game number 2, get online faster and will stay online from that point forward. But when the Scarabs match them, as long as they're not too far behind, they don't have to worry too much about it. 1,300 gold's not great for 4 minutes, but it's something you can handle.
Barracuda has the Disapparate to get away, but it takes him a lot longer. Remember, that Sanctified Field slows down literally anything in there, whether you're throwing a basic attack, projectile, being CC'd, or trying to get in that Disapparate form. It's going to take you a little bit longer to do so, but Barracuda does get out. Ultimate now down by Stewart because of that. Barracuda gets to live with his own ultimate and his own relics. Lasbra gets caught out here. The maw popped by Veronic. The stun hits Lasbra dead on the drop kick. Is off the mark by Scream, and the Whirlpool out of Veronic. He's not going to grab it. The winds of Shamash do not seal the deal, and Lasbra will live on, but only barely, as 3 of the Scarabs collapse in mid.
I'm having flashbacks, and not the good kind right now. Game 2, Lasbra only died once and did so much on this Serket. I think it's going to end up being a problem for him.
Red buff stolen away. Venenu low in health, transforms into the Nike, and Awesome Jake with the Earthen Fury turns the fight around. Stewart gets burned out by Barracuda, and that's a killing spree now for the Soul in the duo lane. The Olympus bolts up 5-0 at 5 minutes. We're here to scrap. We're here to win, said the Olympus bolts, and maybe make that 6 as SOT under fire and thrown under the tower and left to his own death. Lasbra picks up one of his own.
We're hitting the exact same stride Game 2 did, except better for the Bolts as of right now. I mean, this is an immense lead to be able to pick up this early on. They're lucky on the side of the Scarabs that this, portion of the game doesn't have a Gold Fury anymore, doesn't have anything spawned just yet, and it's going to take a little bit longer for the Bolts to get to objectives like that. Because otherwise, I think this starts to balloon faster and faster out of their control. Which even still now, I mean, you've got 5 kills alone from your duo lane, 3-0-2 for Barra already. That feels great. 3-level difference coming out of the supports. That's where a lot of the experience gap is going to be. I mean, you haven't had a chance to get a Rivers Rebuke. I still like what the Scarabs have to offer. Their draft feels solid, but it's only if it can stay even at the minimum here.
And staying even is going to be hard when Inbound hasn't hit level 5 yet. Still only level 4 on this Yemoja, down 3 levels to Awesome Jake. Barracuda has a level of his own up over Stewart here. Just 6 minutes in, 6 kills. Scream wants the fight. Venenu throws out the decoy. Scream will just go by and clear it away while him and Lasbra instead team up, take down those back Harpies. And a return to neutral. That left side Scorpion went down very quickly. Barracuda all by himself is able to grab that. And instead it's SOT and Scream who have to team up to grab the one at the Fire Giant pin. SOT wants more than just the Scorpion. He wants the fight, but so does Lasbra and Jake in the mid lane. Haddix has to use the ultimate immediately, and SOT and Scream both slowed down. Both have to use any form of mobility they have at their disposal just to get away from this Nike.
You have to be worried, not just about the Nike. I think this is everything that's happening on the right-hand side going to be easy control. If those taunts connect, it's probably a kill onto Scream. And luckily, Scream's movement keeps him away from getting rooted and controlled, but there's still no kills on board yet for the Scarabs. I like the fact that they handled the Bolts a little better there, though, right? They have the gloves on. They recognize that the scenario wasn't great, but they could control it.
Blink stun out of SOT, and an ult out of Lasbra will not save his life. It'll only delay the inevitable. SOT finally puts the Scarabs up on the board here, 7.5 minutes in, getting a kill for himself. And try to slow down this bleed. 2,500 gold and experience that the Bolts have up against the Solar Scarabs here in game number 4. Venenu, he's just chilling over here right now. Red buff goes his way, and even Barracuda wants to make a play out of the duo lane. Baronic and Inbounder here, and the Supernova is all that Barra needs to shred away any hopes of survival. Inbound goes down just to the devices of only Barracuda.
Yeah, if you were wondering what a 4-level difference looks like between a fed Soul as of right now and a very behind Yemoja, that is what the difference looks like. Yemoja just fine in certain scenarios later on, but no prots to her name, nothing to work with as of this moment. I mean, again, as long as you can slow the Bolts down, I'm not too scared for the Scarabs. The problem is, as of yet, the Bolts have only slowed down slightly from where we were at 5 minutes. So the last 3 minutes have definitely been more tempered, but they've already got the lead in their favor.
I mean, we're still at the 1 kill a minute, but it's just not the Bolts who are getting the 1 kill every minute. It has been split up. Sanctified Field out of Stewart. Venenu used the transformation into the Nike and will turn fire right back at him inbound. Rivers Rebuke was good, but it does not zone him out, and it does not hold Venenu in place long enough. Instead, it's a retreat by the mid laner, and he gets to live to see yet another day. Purification beads do get expended as well as his ultimate.
It's a big opening to try and collapse in on the mid laner. The problem is they haven't had a lot of openings over in mid. Cryptus did finish this Crusher, which should potentially open up a couple of plays, but it's Jake who's in trouble.
Jake does get his first dash, but Scream is right there. Winds drop down, and a drop kick right against the edge of the wall. He'll pop his ultimate to get a little bit of healing back, but those winds are locking him down. The root is good, the stun maybe even better, but there's no other dash left to him. Instead, it's Barracuda on the tail end of the fight. Supernova
Holy smokes.
almost takes down Stewart, but he does live out. He'll walk back under the tier 1 tower. Venenu even rotating over, hitting him with the Dark Omen. Scream gets back under that tier 1 tower. Lasbra, just as soon as I think one fight is over, they walk over and try and start another.
And I mean, with Vin still hanging around here, that should be an easy stun. Yeah, they've got the follow-up.
Oh my lord, Inbound had half of his health, and then that half of his health was erased by the mid laner out of Benenu. Another kill up for the Bolts. 10 now on the board, less than 10 minutes. We're still keeping pace on this 1-minute game.
I am continually worried whenever I see this combo. I mean, first off, how much damage Barra just did with one Supernova. It's insane what this Soul is bringing to the table already. 2 levels up on Stewart, 2 levels up on anybody on the Scarabs at the minimum, 6 levels up on Inbound, so that damage hits even harder when it falls onto the support. But you also have to look at the presence of mind, the way they're playing it, their mobility, their positioning. The Bolts are playing as if they're already, you know, a 23-minute team with Fire Giant and a huge lead.
Dropkick does hit Haddix, an ultimate out of SOT, slams him right back in, but he's still got the Sentinel of Zeus for that extra bit of health. And Lasbro with his own ultimate turns the fight around and takes out SOT. Scream with the ultimate there, and then a shell keeps him alive. So Inbound does manage to save the day for his jungler. The Haddix and Lasbro are the ones who come out with some pay dirt. 1 kill up against SOT.
Now I am going to spend the next 5 minutes as we watch the Scarabs, because the Bolts are doing the same thing they've been doing for 11 minutes now. They're playing to win and not giving any amount of breathing room over to the Scarabs. A lot of that is going to be Lasbro, and he's getting aggressive already.
Scream is the one in danger because Lasbro's got the barrier formation with Haddix to take him down, and now it's Inbound all by his lonesome in the River's Rebuke. A leap out of both on this right side gets them away, and a Riptide, make that 2 Riptides, is enough. Inbound does make it out, and the same cannot be said for Scream. A 2v2 fight where Haddix and Lasbro were both at a quarter health. Somehow they're the ones who come out net positive.
10-2. They're doing, look, I don't know how to break it down for you any more than the Bolts are right now.
They're just bullying at this
I
point.
guess realistically what I need to start looking for is less what the Bolts are doing right, because the answer of that is a whole lot, and admittedly I've been rambling about it for what feels like 12 minutes. Instead, we've got to look at the Scarabs. And what I was saying to you before, the next few minutes is very important, because how they start to adapt is the key to whether or not they win this game at this point. It's weird to say that 12 minutes in, but you know, you're 5K down. You're stressing it out. You just lost a huge objective on the left. You've lost every fight save for 2 kills that you've managed to manifest in this game. Despite the fact that you have got this insane lead, it feels like, in the set. So you have to be careful with where you engage, and I don't know if this is it.
SOT just getting smacked around like a punching bag for the Olympus Bolts.
This could be
but
huge.
It's a full rotation over by the Scarabs to try and stay alive. SOT does live, but how much longer will that be? Some healing out of Inbound on this level 7 Yemoja may just be enough to keep him alive. But the Pyromancer will not be so fortunate. Olympus Bolts turn their sights immediately towards the neutral objective.
Now, this is where things get rough for you if you're the Scarabs, because you take that fight. You had some really good plays. The experience right now is just so vastly in favor of the Bolts that good luck, right? Even in a fight where you're favored, it's going to feel mostly even because of the advantage that the Bolts are going to have. Jake? Yeah, okay.
Careful there.
I will admit, there was a part of me that wanted him to die to the Greater Scorpion. That part of me is balanced out by the part of me that does not care whether or not he does. It just would have been a little funny had it happened. Ultimately, this is just good control from the Bolts. They've got good damage, and yet no response from the Scarabs, and at this point they've got enough of a lead that they can coast into pretty much any fight they want without worrying too much about it. But you have to watch where these experience leads are, because it's mostly in the duo lane, and a lot of it's on the back of Barra. 1 kill on Barra right now affords a lot for the Scarabs, not only in terms of experience and gold, but it helps level things out in the playing field and get rid of his damage.
Okay, so Barracuda was up level 12 to level 6 on Inbound. Twice his level. He's still keeping that pace, but he's got to go at a 2-to-1 pace in order to keep that. I don't know what farm simulator Barracuda turned on this game, but he's got to keep it going here. Level 16 on the Soul, only 14 minutes in.
Yeah.
A Draugr that pretty much for all of the first 3 games, that was Stewart's. That was Stewart's one thing on the map that he got to say, yeah, this belongs to me. Barracuda has taken it away from him every single opportunity this game and continues to escalate this lead. He has so much gold so far ahead, he went back and got a 3rd item Rod of Tahuti.
Yeah, he's kind of rich, huh?
He's kind of chunky.
That is a lot of gold to be able to drop this early on. And look, I mean, the way they're playing as well, they're grouped up. They've got a good 3v3 going for them. If that taunt connects from Lasbra, that's more kills that are going to end up lining themselves over for the Bolts. And realistically, I'm looking at how this game, again, starts to transition, and specifically where Barrett...
Inbound, caught out in the mid lane. The shield and his shell only keep him alive for a little while longer, but it's Lasbra who puts him down and puts an 11th kill up on the board for the Olympus Bolts. 11-2 reads the scoreboard. Sure, we're not at the kill-a-minute pace. It's slowed down here, believe it or not, in the last 4 or so minutes of play. But Barracuda continues to be on a tear on the left-hand side. Before we jumped in that fight, I was going to say, what are the odds that Barracuda hits 20 before Inbound hits level 10? Because right now, Inbound is struggling to even walk into a lane to get farm.
Yeah, honestly, we're potentially on pace for that. I also have to give a timer. Barra, you got 3 minutes for 3 levels. At the rate you've been going, that's not going to be a big deal. Yesterday, I know what we would call that last game between the Scarabs and the Warriors a stomp in favor of the Scarabs. And they hit level 20 for Stewart and for Scream around the 18-minute 30. So there's the timer for Barra.
Could be even quicker. With Scream getting shoved back by Haddix, it's not looking great. SOT runs into Tier 1 tower, but I don't think that's anywhere remotely safe or anywhere remotely where you want to be. Blink does get him away from the stun out of the mid laner, but Lasper goes in for the taunt to strip away the beads from SOT. And that's another tower that can be shredded away here by the Olympus Bolts to put all Tier 1 towers in their coffin. Stewart trying to return something of his own here. He does grab a Tier 1 on the left-hand side of the map, but it has been all Olympus Bolts all game long.
Yeah, this is one of those games where it's far from over. Actually, the Scarabs still technically have opportunities to win. That's what's wild, is the lead that the Bolts have is oppressive, it's controlling, and it would be a far, far throw for them. I mean, they have to make mistakes, not just good play from the Scarabs. The Bolts have to start messing up, and they have to start soon for the Scarabs to be able to win. But there's still that chance. And that's the thing that's really weird is looking at the Scarabs draft. I like it as time goes on. Yes, they're at a deficit, and realistically, a lot of that you're going to be seeing is the 3 levels in between the supports. But you're only 1 level down pretty much everywhere else. 2 levels there for Stewart. There's plenty of time to get farm and catch up there.
Inbound cannot even walk through his own jungle. Oni Fury started up, and that one's going to go to the Olympus Bolts without any hesitation. They're going to take another objective, another life, and continue to extend that lead. Barracuda level 19 on the soul. He just procced over at this point. And Doug, I know this might be a very obscure stat to pull up, but can we see the XP needed here? Yeah, he was there ahead of me. Only 930 more experience needed for Barracuda to hit level 20.
No, he's only got a minute.
Inbound has 144 that he needs to hit level 10. And this is... I don't know where I was going with this point here, but Barracuda is on track to hit that 20 before Inbound hits 10, but that's only if Inbound can get to any farm. He hasn't been allowed to.
Well, right now he seems to be coasting along in mid. I'm going to keep watching Barra
No
closely.
way he did it. He just did it. He did it.
Yeah, he ticks over.
He hit level 20. Got over
Sub
1,000.
18 minutes.
1,000 experience he just got in less than a minute. And he hits level 20 before Inbound hits level 10. That is the tale of this third game, or this fourth game that I'm going to call here, is that Barracuda is just on a tear on the soul. 7,000 gold up, 9,600 experience, and climbing for the Olympus Bolts.
No, I'm in a position, and you can see Slaney in the background there. If I'm Slaney, I'm probably thinking a little bit about Game 5 already. Like, I'm not full committing, but part of your brain is already thinking, okay, here's some changes that we're going to be making. And the problem I have is I don't know where to start. Realistically, part of it is don't give Jake and Barra a double kill at the beginning of the game, but that's not something you can change in picks and bans. It feels like this just got out of hand really quickly. Again, still some opportunities. Tier 2 towers still standing. Fire Giant hasn't been taken. And despite the fact that you've got such a drastic level difference between you, you've got good team fight in your composition. You just have to find a position where you actually can control the team fight. And unfortunately, there hasn't been a good opportunity here for the Scarabs yet.
Gormizer?
Yeah.
Barracuda has Mannequin Mace already. We're 19 minutes in. He's got a fully upgraded
Yeah.
starter item, a Rod of
Hey, look, I'm trying to...
and a Fire Giant. Look how much yellow damage this Mace is doing. He's essentially getting 1.5 autos every single time he hits this Fire Giant. Inbound, he's gone. Foregone conclusion. There's not much left that Inbound can do except for attempt to exist in team fights because he has not been allowed to step up to any fight. He's been barely allowed to step up to farm. He does hit level 10, so finally double digits out of the support. But the Olympus Bolts and Barracuda, and it's not just all Barracuda. I know we might be talking a lot about him. He's
level
20.
He's the only level 20.
But there is a 4-1-4 Lasbra, 202 Haddix,
doesn't matter.
204 Venenu.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, doesn't matter then. It's all
yeah, they're doing well, but it's on the backup Era's double kill.
It's all Barracuda, baby. I mean,
no, what I'm looking at here and what I'm curious about, I don't know, because I think tracking this is very difficult, if not impossible, because of what it would retain. But that might have been one of the fastest, if not the fastest, level 20 that we've gotten to see. Sub 18 minutes, a lot of experience. The only times, like, there might be one, maybe two people who could have done it faster. But that is just such a good call and good exposure, I guess, for the Bolts. To have that much control in a game is ridiculous. And it's weird, honestly, to know that they had that much control. Admittedly, they've knocked down some Tier 2 towers, but 20 minutes in, you think there'd be a little more going for them, which is wild of me to say that it's 11,000 gold. They've got 5 people with Fire Giant. They knocked down 2 Tier 2s. They're doing just fine for themselves. But I'd like to think, and again, this is maybe glass half full, that at any point in time, the Scarabs are going to be able to find a defense, right? The longer the game goes on, the better the odds for the Scarabs to find something in their favor gets. And that is, I say, with full knowledge that Inbound is still level 10, and is probably going to stay that way for a little while if Lasper gets his way.
Yeah, Lasper's just going to chase him down. Inbound now has nowhere to go. Riptides can't save him. He's literally trying to hit minions to get farmed. That's how far he's gone. Instead of trying to escape at the end of the game, he is throwing damage at minions in hopes that he can get some extra experience. He has barely been able to get 2.5 items online. You look across the board, Jake is sitting at 3 full and a Tier 1 on that Steel Mail. And Jake is just able to walk forward at Stewart. Sanctified Field drops from the Hunter. Awesome Jake is the one in danger. A shot in the back into the dark first. Scream goes to the drop kick, but it's a supernova to turn the fight around. And Awesome Jake, falling low, will not go down just yet. Benenu instead is the one who picks him up, but SOT finally grabs Awesome Jake and slams him back down, but it's a kill for Haddix, making a double kill for the solo laner, and SOT can only get 1 out of the midst of it. Tier 2 tower goes down. The Olympus Bolts continue surging forward.
A minute and a half left on the power play. You should at least get this Phoenix. Hell, you've got 40 seconds before 3 members are back. Yeah, this is probably going to be game.
Yeah, this one is very difficult for these two remaining to stand by. It's a level 10 Yamoja and SOT trying his best, but with no ultimate up to his name, with no support standing by, and only a River's Rebuke, the Olympus Bolts just completely dominate game number 4, and the Solar Scarabs will have to fight back in another Game 5 scenario to try and take a set.
Well, the good news is, the way I view that game,
all right,
they, plus with break time, so by the time we get to picks and bans, they've probably had at least 20 minutes to think about what they need to change, because there was not a whole lot going on in that game for them to focus on to turn around. Things got out of hand way too fast. If the Bolts get another game like that, it's going to be smooth sailing, and they keep themselves, again, for the Scarabs, they looked at this as a set. If they win it, they're in a great position and they get to go to the playoffs. If they lose it, they're pretty much in the same spot they're in right now. So it's not the end of the world for them, but you really hope it doesn't look like that again.
Solar Scarabs may need another one of these bananas for their trying time. They're going to need some big help here in game number 5 if they want to turn this around and take down the Bolts. But for us, we're going to take it to a quick break, and then we'll come back to the desk right after.
I want to take off my jacket for this one.
Oh, dude, this. No, I know he was supposed to take you out last weekend, but he got busy.
Welcome back, everybody, as we prepare for Game 5. The Olympus Bolts have won their do-or-die Game 4 and have forced us now to a critical game number 5 in a game that was over in less than 5 minutes, effectively. The duo lane got started early, and then it was over, just like that.
Wow, you kind of stole my thunder, man.
All right, well, that's what I do, because I'm Zeus. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's as far as the analysis really can go, though,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's a double kill first blood for Barracuda, and then it was another kill just a moment later. Then it was another kill a moment later. There was a point in this game, Bobby sitting at like level 7, and he just says, hey, I'm a ward bot now. I'm just going to drop some wards. You guys farm up. Maybe we win in the late game. And they started prepping. The Solar Scarabs, they tried their best to slow it down, and they did a good job of stagnating the Olympus Bolts. There was about a 6 or 7 minute period where the Bolts were up 6K, and they stayed up 6K that entire time. And when you've got a lead like that, not being able to grow it is good for the opposition, but never was there a swing back. The Solar Scarabs, they got handled in the P's and B's.
Yeah, well, it wasn't close. And inbound, I mean, it's such a good game last time on the Sylvanas. Bobby had the type of 2-game stretch that would make most streamers accuse him of ghosting. On your team, he picks Sylvanas and goes off.
Yeah.
Or on the enemy team. On your team, he picks Yemoja and goes 0-10.
That's the stream sniper special, right? Just dropping the fat into. Kidding, by the way, Bobby. If you're listening, I know you're still in studio. Please don't hurt me.
You're so scared.
I am. Have you seen that guy?
Yeah, he's huge.
He's massive.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job. Not in this one, though. 0-9.
Yeah, great job in the gym, though.
On the Emotion. No doubt about that. 5-0-7 for Barracuda, 4-0-5 for Haddix, and 3-0-8 for Venenu. So those 3 players go undying. They also near the top of the damage charts, end up near there. Nearly 17K for Barra. When you are at this level and you get a double kill at level 2, they come back to lane, you get another kill again, you have to win the game for your team, right? Like, that's your job. If you have to be the type of player that if you get that type of lead, the game should be over if your team plays around you. And Barra, over the years, has proven it a million times and proves it again here today, that if you give him that type of lead, he will end the game.
16,000 damage from Barracuda, 16,800, as opposed to Stewart's 4,000. That's by multitudes of order. A lot more presence.
Can I say, okay, so everyone's picking Oleron,
Please,
right?
Go on.
Has he even looked that good to you?
Not a single time.
Not to me.
I don't think he's that good.
And he got one change. It's that Spectral doesn't completely own him.
But the pros have been saying for months that if Spectral gets changed to not block magical autos, Oleron's gonna be good.
That's what they say.
I don't believe him.
So far, he has not been particularly impressive, but it's not that he hasn't won games. It's that even in the games he's won,
it's like 4,000. I think Stewart won 2 games on Oleron, and between those 2 games, it was like 8,000 total damage.
It just doesn't have to do a lot. And you can say, Sanctified Field isn't a damage-dealing ultimate. It can change the fight without you doing anything at all. The rest of your team can be the ones that capitalize. But so far, Oleron has underimpressed, in my opinion. We'll see if that's where they want to go in Game 5. Worth noting that with the loss, the Solar Scarabs get their choice of side, and they will be in first pick. That has only happened once this set, and that was the game where the Solar Scarabs looked their best so far here today. So they've got that going for them, which is nice.
Worth noting, the Solar Scarabs won 1 game from the second pick position, and it was a game that they stole away from the Olympus Bolts. The Bolts had won every single team fight in Game 1 of this set, but it was a backdoor on the Titan that nets the Scarabs the first win for themselves. And then the first pick position, they legitimately win the game, team fights and all, as well as the Titan. So now, in Game 5, the critical Game 5, first pick looks like a good adaptation for the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. I mean, the Bolts, you got to be feeling pretty good right now if you're the Bolts. Keep Bobby off Sylvanas has got to be the MO, I think, going into Game 5 picks and bans, which are ready for us to go to as we head to this deciding Game 5. To go over the stakes once again, the Solar Scarabs, they started off 1-0 in this group. It would be great for them to win this set, but not critical necessarily. The Olympus Bolts, however, sitting at 0-1 already, do not want to fall down to 0-2. A critical Game 5 for them.
It is, and that's got to weigh heavily on the mind of the Bolts. That is something that's got to be just at the back of your consciousness at all times. If you go down 0-2 in the groups, you're going to have a much harder time moving forward. Accurate identification here, rather, from the Olympus Bolts towards the problem, the self-identified, self-proclaimed problem that is inbound on the Sylvanas. The Bolts seem like they agree. They do not want to play against it. Meanwhile, on the other end, Solar Scarabs, they target out Yamoja. Seems like Bobby doesn't want to go back towards that pick. Would have had the opportunity to first select it for himself. What does that tend to leave open in this slot? Geb has gone ignored so far in this set. I'm sure
Psycho.
I'm sure you've got some keywords you'd like to share with both teams
Absolutely.
about that.
Absolute insanity.
It is crazy. Geb is incredibly strong. Kepri also ignored as well, another god that has seen a fair resurgence throughout the phase, but maybe not here at the group stages themselves. I don't know, man. The Solar Scarabs, they haven't had a Kali ban tossed at them just yet.
Yep.
If the Bolts don't ban it here, could you see the Scarabs going towards Kali in the first pick? Because I can.
You don't have to first pick it because there's no world in which the Bolts take it.
You don't think Lazarus got Kali in the pocket?
No. Is there any shot Lazarus has been practicing Kali, you think? Think of the gods that Lazarus plays for this team. Serket.
Erlong Shen.
Kamazats occasionally.
Yeah.
Kali is not that type of god.
Low-key like once in a blue moon.
And you don't need Lazarus to be playing those types of gods. It's not a knock on him. It's not what he needs to do for this team. That's the huge advantage you have when you are playing something off meta that looks really strong, is that they can't take it from you in a pick. And it forces them to ban it like they have to do here. It's what makes doing that so strong.
So now Terra, likely the selection for the Solar Scarabs. I think it's a pick that looked incredibly strong in Awesome Jake's hand in the last game. And it's a pick that continually oppresses me. My personal pick.
I think it's Odin.
For the best god in the game. Odin, also available, a god that has gone largely banned.
Yeah, he's been banned
Odin's
every
got
game.
counter matchup into Terra. Yeah, you're right. Odin locked in. That one slips my mind completely. Good stuff, Aggro.
It's long. Game 5s are long, man. It happens.
It's like 5 p.m. over here. I'm tired.
Yep, it's tough whenever you're trying to stay locked in for 4 hours straight. This set started around 1 p.m. or so. That's what makes it difficult to pick and ban sometimes. So now it's probably just Terra Nike in this slot, right? I mean, Nike has been the pick for Haddix. Terra's been the pick for Jake. Why wouldn't you go back to these?
I can't come up with any reason towards that. Awesome Jake's Terra was impressive, and Nike has been a staple of the Olympus Bolts wins as of now. That would make your front line incredibly steadfast, but seems like Nike isn't the selection this time. Instead, the Morrigan for Ven out of mid, and it's a good transformation. You've got great transformations already, both Terra and Odin. Great for Changeling.
Here we go.
Need it that early?
It's time. Sylvanas banned. Yamoja banned. Terra picked. Surely we pick Geb here. Surely. Surely he's the pick.
Or maybe he just picks Hercules because it's inbound.
He's good at it, but maybe...
Olarun. Ugh.
Well, if you pick Olarun Geb, your duo lane pressure is negative. You
can't.
I think Olarun, you clear your own minions.
Yeah, Olarun means you can't go Geb. That's essentially what that means. Now you need some pressure from your support, so we're gonna wait out a little bit more. Bobby says, "Go ahead, toss some bans my way. I've got something left." In the back pocket, Baronic gets his Charybdis yet again, and this has been a linchpin, an Arkstone, if you would, for the Solar Scarabs. The pressure that he's been able to establish in mid, as well as the survivability, has been dominant on this pick. And you got to hope for some dominance out of some of your lanes. Odin should be able to hold his own. Charybdis should find pressure. Olarun, I think you've essentially seeded the long lane.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, probably Geb Kepri bans if I'm on the Bolts here, but Fafnir also comes to mind as a strong Guardian with their setup. You've already got an attack speed steroid from the Odin Gungnir's Might, but adding in a Coerce means that they don't have to necessarily win the lane. They can just beat you when it comes to the objective fights later on. But you can't ban all three, so you get one of Geb, Kepri, or Fafnir. It won't be Geb, as the Bolts have actually spent a ban on it this time.
Yeah, well, maybe the one time I'd argue you didn't need to, because I would love to play against an Olarun Geb lane throughout the early, especially when you've got something like a Terra on your side that is very apt to get aggressive. You could put Barracuda on something similarly aggressive. Ull, still available right now, would really make it very hard to perform in that lane, but instead it's going to be the entirety of the new Guardians banned out, Geb, Kepri, and Sylvanas from the Bolt, so we'll have to see something new from the Solar Scarabs. What do you go towards here? What does Bobby go towards here? I know what I go towards.
Fafnir.
Yeah, Bobby probably goes Fafnir. I can agree with that.
I can't believe they didn't ban. I cannot believe they didn't ban Soul, by the way. I can't even get past. I can't. You got absolutely dismantled by this Soul Terra duo lane last time.
How concerned are you of Soul getting another double kill first blood? I think that the Scarabs could very easily just chalk that up to, okay, rough start, unfortunate. Not often Barracuda's just going to be 5 levels up from 3 minutes in.
I suppose so, but it does give them instant dual lane pressure. It gives them that magical damage. It makes it harder to build against them. This is one of Barra's best gods historically throughout his career. He's feeling it. He's happy that he got it back, and who can blame him? And with that, the Scarabs do have 2 selections left, one for Scream and one for Bobby. We've been talking about Fafnir, but he's hovering the Bacchus.
Bacchus fits Bobby's patented aggressive style, and it's something that we've been talking about for a while, is that this new slower-paced Solar Scarabs is just that. It's new. They've got something in the back pocket, and Bacchus has impressed continually in the European SCC group stages, playoffs rather. So that's going to be the second selection for Bacchus at the SPL level here. I like Bacchus. Blanket statement, I think he's good. He's got great late game scaling. He's probably the tankiest Guardian in the game at level 20. You've got pretty strong early game, and speaking of strong early game, Scream picks up Erlang Shen, and he's got some great targets to look towards. The Morrigan, that's pretty easy to shut down. If Soul's not actually 5 levels up, you can chase her out pretty easily as well. But when you take a pick like Erlang Shen, it puts a lot of the onus on you to dominate the early game.
Definitely need to, and Scream has been playing this Kali to the most success so far this set. It's kind of the opposite of Erlang Shen, right? It's the, I don't want to fight that much early at all. I just want to farm up and beat you out late.
Yeah, but mechanically it's about the same, right? You're going in, utilizing a little bit of survivability from your ultimate and hoping that you're landing more auto attacks, or at least enough auto attacks to shut down your opposition. Sure, different methodologies and different points of the game are your power spikes, but Erlang Shen has been played a little bit more so recently as a facilitator in the SPL. I've been seeing a lot of Witchblade, seeing a lot of Winged Blade, Toxic Blade, things along those lines. And if that is the style that Scream looks to play here, all of a sudden Soul's 1v1 becomes a lot weaker, Earthen Fury's heal gonna proc for a lot less. Or he could just go Mannequin Scepter and immediately down like every katana and just run it down.
Certainly an option for him as the Bolt's trying to think of what they want to go. Serket has been the pick for Lasbra, and I think it looks awfully good here, doesn't it? I mean, great against Erlong, good against the Olarun. Feel like Serket would fit, and it's a good Morrigan transformation. But Lasbra still thinking about what he wants in this slot.
He's faking. It's Serket. It's gotta be Serket. It's one of his most successful picks throughout the entirety of the year. It's his most successful pick in this set. And it's got great counter matchups, not only against Erlang Shen, as you talked about, but Olarun as well. Even Bacchus can't channel the Belch against you. Yeah, lock it in. I don't know who you thought you were tricking, Lasbra. We knew it was going to be Serket.
We call that a slow roll in the card game industry. That's
yeah, he did it to tilt us.
Yeah, he slow rolled it, for sure. He had it the whole time, and eventually locks it in. It is Serket there for Lasbra. Nothing new here for the Bolts. Exactly the same 5 as they had for Game 4 when they did this earlier in the set, and they did do this earlier in the set where they played the same 5 back-to-back. They dominated in that Game 2. Do you see the same fate here in Game 3, or Game 5?
Well, considering the Bolts got the majority of their aggression rooted through the duo lane, I think we're going to see the Solar Scarabs take a much, much, much slower pace. If anybody's getting aggressive from the Scarabs, it's got to be Scream on this Erlang Shen. So, I think the Bolts have the same potential in that the picks are generally the same, right? But I think the Scarabs are going to make it a little bit harder for them to come by that. As far as late game scaling goes, I think this might be the first time the Bolts have the advantage. Generally, the Solar Scarabs have taken a plethora of late game picks, and sure, you still do have Double Hunter, Bacchus scales well, but that Erlang Shen is going to fall off, and he's going to fall off hard.
I mean, Serket also struggles in those late game fights, right? I mean, neither jungler really feeling that good when the game goes late, but you've got Double Hunter around these objectives late game. No real guaranteed secure on either side. That means that you're a little bit more willing to just go and burn on an objective. You don't think that that could be the play here for the Scarabs?
It could be, especially considering Olarun may not have impressed in individual play, but that ultimate still is good space denial. You've got Odin to do the exact same thing. Ring of Spears kind of adjust how the Bolts have to address the entirety of the game, not only your relic selection, going to take a hit, but also just how you think about team fights. That's how powerful a tool Ring of Spears can be. If the Solar Scarabs are able to pull a lead, and they've been able to do so repeatedly in the group stage so far, I think they can leverage their composition for early objectives. And macro play seems to be one of the newfound strengths of the Solar Scarabs. These guys, if they find one kill, can turn that into 2,000 gold very quickly. Somehow, I accused them of cheating yesterday. I don't know, man. It is a tight set, and it's a tight game here. I think it all comes down to execution on field. I'm not heavily favoring one composition over the other.
One of the picks that we haven't seen in this entire Game 5 set has been this Odin. It's first picked here for solo Retrol. We were talking about how we feel like Oleron might be a little bit overvalued. Do you think that Odin can bring that value now that he's actually out of the ban column?
Yeah, Odin's just good. Odin's just one of the best gods in the game, I think. Definitely top 6 right now, for sure. There is just inherent strength to the stress that Odin brings to teams. Is Ring of Spears up? If you listen to any competitive comms, you'll hear, Odin ult down, okay, let's fight. Oh, never mind, hold on, it's like a 30-second cooldown. Can we actually go in? Is your Phantom up? Oh, no, my Phantom's not up. His Ring of Spears is. And it just is that weight in your team fight that it's just at the back of your mind constantly. I think that Odin is properly valued at the SPL level.
And he's going to be looking good here. I mean, the Morrigan doesn't have an easy way out of this cage. Soul has to channel all of Disapparate, and that's basically the length of a cage duration anyways. Terra, no way out. And now you're left with a composition where you kind of need to prioritize a Phantom fairly early, but maybe SOT can come over before these supports hit 12 and make a big impact with that cage.
Yeah, if SOT goes towards Blink early on, I'm expecting him to make early rotations, especially towards mid. The Morrigan going to have to dedicate Changeling every single time if Phantom isn't picked up in a first relic slot. And if Phantom is picked up in a first relic slot, you're probably just losing the early game.
Should be a lot of fun, man. Game 5, high stakes Smite. Nothing better than that. The Olympus Bolts trying to avoid going down 0-2 in a group and forcing a must-win game up against the Oni Warriors, or can the Solar Scarabs end up taking this one and going to 2-0 in their group? Remember, the Bolts stressing about this matchup. The Scarabs play with a little bit of house money, and as you know, Miff, when you're playing with house money, it's a lot easier to play loose.
It is, and playing loose is important. Just knowing that you can play your own style, incredibly important. The Solar Scarabs, and specifically Bobby, came into the initial interview and said, look, this isn't a must-win for us, but I know it is for them.
A lot of pressure on the Olympus Bolt side. We'll see if they can handle it. Game 5 about to start. We got J-Mac and we got, that's Raijin and Uller, actually, for Game 5.
And thank you for the correction there. Game number 5, and man, the Scarabs, all of the first half of Phase 3, were taking us to Game 3. It's no surprise they do it to us twice here in 2 days. Game number 5. The Solar Scarabs change up a solid amount of their draft. This Kali that they've been going to so often. Instead going to be an Erlong Shen. The Odin gets left open. They grab that, and then Bobby, who was banned/picked away from throughout the entirety of the phase, goes to this Bacchus. Only the second time we've seen him so far.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch what the Bacchus can do, mainly because I really like Bacchus. Very similar to Miff. I think he's pretty solid. Good knockups, can control a lot of a fight. Intoxicate is an amazing ability. Does a lot of damage, and it's a great form of CC. But there are some detriments to him, and you'll probably see that throughout this. Most of the time, he's a little more mana hungry than some of the other supports. A lot of his abilities take chunks out of his bar, so that's going to take a little while. The other thing is just that he, especially alongside this Oleron, probably not going to be popping off crazy early on.
They will get some damage against Bara and Jake, so some pressure, at least alleviating this duo lane. It's not a double kill already out the gates. They're already doing better here in game number 5 compared to game number 4, which was kind of a low bar to set, making sure that you just don't get double killed, or at least just don't get killed in the first minute. So far, Solar Scarabs are able to keep themselves up here and even have a little bit of that lane pressure. You can see that they're the ones who are forcing the Olympus Bolts to stand a little bit further back, and even Scream getting a little aggressive up here in the mid lane. He's just walking in high paths in towards this mid lane.
Yeah, and honestly, I actually really like this. The way that they have to play, in my mind, Bacchus plus Erlong plus Charybdis, this 3v3 for the Scarabs is probably where they're going to find a lot of success. And that's glancing over the fact that Odin exists on the other side of the map. Might not find too much against Haddix, but at the same time, Odin has been a pretty dominating force. And early rotations from Solar Retrol, or any rotations from him, should be enough to make things interesting for the Scarabs.
Well, Jake knocked up by the belly flop. There's no further aggression out of Stewart. He already used his abilities. We're on the right side of the map. It's Hags who gets knocked up by the turtle form, but Lasbra is here to bail him out with a double Cobra's Kiss. The rend is good, but SOT cannot close the gap with the shield. It will not detonate all on its own, or all by his own accord. Instead, he has to wait out the timer, and Haddix makes it on out of there. Stewart inbound after having all the pressure in dual lane. Now they're the ones in danger.
I like the way that Lasbra has been playing that. Again, the Circuit is just such a crucial pick for them. And they might be able to get Scream.
Scream may be able to get Lasbra as he gets chunked out by the bird bomb of SOT. And a blue buff gets stolen away from the Olympus Bolts. Scream and SOT trying to make some waves happen on this right side. Even Baronic going for a solo red invade after pushing Venenu away from that mid lane. A completely different Solar Scarabs here in Game 5 than we saw in Game number 4.
Yeah, at least stalling things out. Game 4 hopefully was just a little bit of a fluke. The Scarabs should never be down that fast. I don't think any team should end up going down that fast and get that far behind that quickly. Except for the rare cases, like Game number 4. I think that's going to be... I guess it also technically happened in Game 5 yesterday because the Scarabs were the ones doing it to the Warriors. But this is a lot more par for what I expected, right? It's going to take a little longer for either of these teams to get their feet under them to really get aggressive. It's good peel, realistically, from Lasbra on the right-hand side. It's the only thing that slows down what would have been an otherwise first blood pickup for the Scarabs. And that's something they're going to need a lot of. Slowing down Solar Troll, keeping this Odin in check, and making sure that he's not going to be able to kind of dominate a lot of these fights. And if you're so worried about him, unfortunately, that opens up somebody, whether it's inbound or Scream, someone on the other team is going to be able to find a lot of progress just because you're focused on dealing with Odin.
Baronic here in the mid lane. About to level up over his opposition. Venenu struggling to keep up in that farm. Has a tier 2 towards the Doom Orb. And this Charybdis in mid, we've been seeing a lot of success from it over the course of this weekend. We've also been seeing kind of a stagnant style of build out of it in the sense of at least the starter item. It seems that really only this Death's Toll is what a lot of these Charybdis players have been kind of flexing towards as their starter item.
Yeah, honestly, and I like the fact that Baronic, the way he's been playing this, he's got the sustain. He's always gone Crusher first. I think most of his builds have been Crusher, Aussie, Wind Demon, insert next item there, whether it's Chin Size, I think a couple of games ago, or what have you.
Venenu no beads, but he transforms into the Odin to have a cage to try and fight back against Scream. But Inbound is waiting in the wings immediately afterwards, but it's not going to be in time to save Scream. First blood goes to the Olympus Bolts. Inbound just a little late to try and save his jungle.
Yeah, there's the upside downside for the Scarabs. Upside, you have an Odin. Downside, they also, with Venenu playing the Morgan, have an Odin. And it seems like theirs getting a little more impactful early on, and it's just because you need SOT to rotate out of solo lane. Yeah, late game, we're going to be seeing a lot out of him. I expect a lot out of him as we get there, 10 minutes from now, maybe a little less, depending on how this lane continues. But realistically, Vin's going to be a part of every fight, and he's going to be able to dictate when he turns into this Odin and not, and choose all of these engagements for the Bulls. So I think this is something that they're going to need to focus heavily on if they're the Scarabs. While that cooldown is down, while those beads are gone for Vin, this is when you can fight.
Well, it will be a double Sigil and a double Shillelagh out of the solo laners. Honestly, I'm just going to say now, Shillelagh is probably one of my favorite items in the game, just for the name alone. Not even the stats that it gives. It's just such a fun word to say, Shillelagh. But Baronic's going to need more than some fun words to keep him alive. He's going to need some help from Inbound and a big stun out of the mid laner and Intoxicate out of Bacchus. And then Baronic with the autos from downtown will take out Venenu, and Lasbra has to jump back into the tower so he can walk away. Solo Scarabs type the kills.
And you can color me happy. Ask and I shall receive. That's when you need to kill Vin, and that's exactly what they do. Get aggressive, find Vin, a good ult from Baronic, good autos, but good aggression. This 3v3 of theirs is built for fights, and I think it has a lot of potential. I mean, you still got taunt available if you're Scream, so they've still got the capabilities to fight, and then some against the Bolts here.
Inbound still playing up aggressive in this mid lane, letting Baronic get as much farm as possible, trying to potentially turn this mid laner into a win con, but on the opposite side of the board here, it's SOT pushing Haddix and Awesome Jake away. That way the Greater Scorpion can go over to Scream and SOT. That one goes the way of the Scarabs, and Inbound, again, will poke his head over the wall, see what's going on, and as soon as he sees too many people, well, now he has the ability to get over, not just walls, but to get away fairly swiftly by way of that belly flop.
That's what I like about this Bacchus. So one thing, because I think we were talking about it, feels like very, very, very recently, which it was, this engage for Bacchus, which is, you know what, if I have to belly flop in, is that going to be enough? I'm using like disengage as an engage. Am I going to be able to stay alive? Half the time you don't care if you live or die. You're just going in and getting things done. You're Bacchus, you're tanky, and most of the time you're able to escape on that merit alone.
Scream, there are 4 people who want you down, or more, maybe they just want the blue buff gone. 4 rotation from the Bolts to try and steal away the buff, but it's already gone. Instead, now it's Jake getting poked out by Baronic and Inbound. Inbound still trying to keep up in some of this farm. He had a nice little bit of a lead over Jake earlier on, but now he's been struggling to keep up in that XP department. Still only a half level down. And it's not just one, not just two Blackthorn Hammers, but it's a third one picked up by Lasber here for his first item. Awesome Jake again under threat by this duo of Baronic and Inbound. That taunt and then the miss out of the ball from Baronic. Maybe enough to get Jake out. No, it's not. A Sanctified Fields and Scream showing up means it's going to be a quick turnaround for the Solar Scarabs, and Lasber gets caught out in the mid lane. Scream picks up the double kill for the Solar Scarabs, puts them up 3-1 at 8 minutes, but the gold lead still slightly up for the Olympus Bolts.
I like this. They learned their lesson because look at what kind of grouping you can set up. Nobody on the Bolts is going to be able to contest this, or at least I wouldn't think, but Bear still has Supernova.
Oh, it's a Bird Bomb in the back line. Barracuda loses a good chunk of HP, but the Gold Fury is not down. It's being peppered back and forth. And Venani with a transformation into the Odin, potentially just set up his own Cage of Doom. The knockup from Baronic is going to dissuade Venani from going any further forward, and Scream going in with the Mink form to take him down and put up a killing spree for the jungler. But SOT all the while was playing distraction for the rest of his team. He'll trade out his life to pick up one.
A huge fight that still goes in favor of the Scarabs. Granted, you have to take in the entirety of it to make sure you see it. Otherwise, most recently, it's just the 1-for-1. But a couple of other kills sprinkled in there make it much more favorable, or at least still slightly favorable for the Scarabs. Good news for the Bolts, and you had highlighted this. They're the ones that had the gold lead after the fight, still maintain that. And they stopped the Scarabs from getting the Gold Fury. They managed to get everything that they would want there. Granted, a couple of kills that they end up dropping they probably would have rather not. But still, keeping themselves and keeping them on their toes makes it a lot more interesting. Vin right now is 0-2. He's the one you got to watch out.
Scream just trying to secure a blue buff for his teammate. He does so, but he'll trade his life for that buff. Lasber's going to scream worth to every end of the earth. SOT gets a cage against Jake, and Jake has no way to get out except for depending on Haddix to try and break down this wall. They do break down the walls, but Jake and Haddix are just a little too tanky for these frontliners to take away. A leap in by SOT and one by Haddix will make sure that Jake can move on. The Olympus Bolts still able to maintain this lead.
Yeah, if it weren't for the low cooldown on the cage, I'd be really curious about that. You know, you go to lock someone in, and you wait until after most of the targets that you would be able to kill have disengaged. You only grab Jake, and the only support you have coming up your way is going to be another frontliner. It definitely wasn't a formula for success there. But ultimately, the Scarabs still able to force the Bolts to feel a little more awkward on the right-hand side of the map and try to force out some relics from them. I am a little worried, though. They've done really, really good things in these team fights. Their mid 3v3s are great. There is always that ever-present threat. Lasber, we've seen what this Circuit can do when let off the leash. And you're starting to look specifically at Inbound, 2 levels down right now. That's how it started last game. It might have taken longer to get there, but we're in a very similar spot.
Scream wants a big fight up against Venenu. He'll get the transformation, and it's one into a Nike to try and buy some extra time. SOT will jump over the wall and land on him. But on the other side of the board here, it's Lasbra versus Inbound. A Supernova is shredding away at Inbound's health bar, but not quite enough. He does manage to squeak by, but it's Lasbra picking up a second kill during the engagement. SOT and Inbound do both manage to go down. The dot poison was just enough to drop the support. Shell even expended in the midst of that fight.
That's just a good ult. Once again, Lasbra, you got to watch him. What was it in game 2? 5-1 and 5? I think he ended 6-1 and something. The one death was really not much of a detriment. You could see it right there. Even in the Sanctified Fields, even slowed down all to hell. Lasbra just leaps, dashes, gets out of there no problem anyway. And now you're starting to see things not necessarily spiral out of control, but get a firm grip for the Bolts in terms of where they want to play and how they're going to take this game.
Haddix has to use Blink because Scream and Baronic diving in aggressively to try and really just deal with him at the back camps here. It's Venenu in this transformation. We get to take a look at the kill that happened prior. While we were dealing with the Gold Fury side of the pit, it was Venenu and his teammate Haddix taking out SOT. A nice little stun, and even that cage is not enough to save SOT's life. So the Bolt's able to get a nice little turnaround pick in the midst of that chaos.
I have to admire the confidence exuded by Solar Troll to jump under the Tier 1 tower there to chase him more again. I mean, in those moments, especially during the D-transformation, you've got a good opening for the damage. But knowing who was beside you, knowing who was behind you, I think maybe starts to change up you know, whether or not that is a positive trade for you. Confidence is the way I'll word it. And it is a play from Solar Troll that unfortunately doesn't unfold. I think still best case scenario is trading 1-for-1 there when he leaps in. The good news is, for the Bolts, They're able to get a kill. This has been a pick. This Morgan has been significantly banned from them for a long portion of time, and for good reason. I think Vin's showing us.
I was hoping we were going to see a play within the mist, but with nobody around, they're going to go ahead and walk out of there. We've only seen one real big play that's come out of here, and it was the one from the lantern on the other side of the map in that duo lane, sitting right inside that little Draugr pit lantern. It's the only time that we've seen it really utilized for a big shot here, but maybe Lasber and Jake don't need it. They'll catch you out inbound in the jungle. He'll have to use the belly flop to go away. SOT will walk in the midst of everybody with the shield popped. It'll just throw the spear at Awesome Jake, and he'll be get to walk around. Scream will clear out the mid camp, and Vanena throws the decoy just to distract them more than anything else. The Solar Scarabs being down 1 kill to 2,500 gold lead that the Olympus Bolts have been able to amass here in just 13 minutes.
I mean, yeah, it's not necessarily a large lead, although at the timer, probably something that is going to be comfortable for them. More than comfortable, I guess is the better way to describe it. And realistically, you've got to start showing a little more presence around neutral objectives. Things like that can slip out of hand really quickly. This is a team, again, I like the team fight from the Scarabs. So the sooner that gets started, maybe the better for them. Ultimately, the biggest detractor for anything going on right now is just going to be the difference in levels of support. Just because Jake's going to be able to hit 12, then you're going to see inbound struggling a little bit. They're going to be lacking that one extra relic that the Bolts are going to have. This is a problem for them a couple games ago as well. I think in Game 3 it might have happened and wasn't necessarily as big a deal. But if they can continue to deal with Lasbra, or at least handle Lasbra, not let Lasbra do what Lasbra did in Game 2, which is going to haunt me in nightmares, based on what we've seen out of a Circuit, then I think they're going to be fine. That's just the biggest problem I have. Lasbra had a lot of moments in Game 2 where he got in, got out for free, and several engagements while getting a kill or at least dealing enough damage that somebody was forced out of the fight. So I think that's going to be a big deal. Granted, he does not have a Hell beside him and a Yamoja beside him now. So Lasbra's damage taken is going to be a little more permanent.
Pyromancer falling low, and the Olympus Bolts steal it away from the Solar Scarabs. The cage drops down, and inbound's health bar is looking worse for wear. Vanenu over the wall throws the Dark Omen to seal the deal and take down inbound. They steal away the objective. They steal away 1 kill. And the Olympus Bolts make it even more than just that. Tier 1 tower in mid crumbles in their hands.
And this is a good position. I mean, look at Lasber. He's going to be able to cut off Solar Patrol perfectly, and the rest of the team is grouped up, and they're going to be able to knock this down just through sheer willpower.
SOT trying to do anything he can to get into this fight, but as soon as he walks forward, may have just sealed his own demise. Vanena goes in and gets a cage of his own. A Sanctified Field dropped in the midst of everything, but it's Barracuda picking up 1. A Tier 2 tower goes down, and Scream is doing everything he can to escape. And he gets that turtle form, will manage to make it out of there in a quick blink after. But the damage has already been done, Gormizer. Tier 2 tower, Tier 1 tower, and 2 kills.
And I think you're even happier with some of the things at the trail end of that. You got the blink from Scream with just Jake pursuing the kill. That is going to slow things down for the Scarabs dramatically. A huge gold swing in favor of the Bolts. And they were already ahead, J-Mac. That's not what you want to see if you're rooting for the Scarabs right now. And just trying to maintain the grip. I don't think they've fallen so far behind that things are out of control. Realistically, levels, you've got 4 level total difference in the duo lane. 2 for support, 2 for Barra and Stewart. And that is the only real big difference maker, at least there, that you're going to be feeling. This gold is a different story. You've got Tier 3s where some people on the Scarabs are barely able to scratch Tier 1s, Tier 2s. You're going to be starting items, and you're going to have ward vision that they're just not going to be able to have. And much like we saw last time, this time maybe not rolling in the gold the same way, Barra does still get that route to Hootie. We've got a Divine Ruin online, Serrated Edge has been finished. All of these are just small incursions that are going to make the Bolts and bolster the Bolts incredibly in a lot of these team fights, giving them passives that are just not available for the Scarabs, and damage that is going to really enhance their capabilities.
Yeah, it's as you were saying here, Tier 3s across the board for the Olympus Bolts. They've got 3 full items and a starter to boot. We're on the opposite side. It's only Baronic and Stewart who have finished out a Tier 3 item. Scream, no beads, barely an ultimate, and that's not going to do anything for him. It's Lasbra grabbing him and picking him off. Inbound stunned by Vanenu. Baronic is here to try and play goaltender for Inbound's life, I should say. But the Bolts got what they wanted. They got a good pick against Scream. Now they can go straight to the Fury, or maybe they can just go to Baronic. A quick Whirlpool is going to net him some safety. get him out of danger. Stewart is here, but I'm not sure Stewart wants to even try and walk up to this Primal Fury. That one is going to go the way of the Olympus Bolts.
Yeah, it's an easy pickup for them. Plus, they got a lot of sustain, and they might even get a kill
My
still.
lord, Baronic, you better use everything in your kit to get out, but the ultimate is not going to be the answer. Haddix swings that one towards the Olympus Bolts inbound. Knocked up by the leap in. SOT is here to try and bail out his support. The Rend does not connect, but Lasber doesn't care. He's going right into the Cobra's Kiss is enough damage on its own. Goes right through that cage and sags him away. SOT can only sit by and watch as his teammates start to fall.
That felt like such a good cage from Solar Troll 2. Lasbra just able to read the scenario perfectly. And they're still getting aggressive. I mean, not only are they getting those kills,
SOT.
they're probably going to get another. And look at what's happened. They've taken a tier 1 on left the entire time the Bulls have been controlling.
SOT goes for a greedy leap in, but this Odin is tanky and has enough cooldown. He's able to get those shields back up, leap away, and the stun from earlier may have been just enough to get him out of there. SOT playing with fire up against the Olympus Bolts. Now up almost 8,000 gold, and there's still 3 towers up that the Bolts can start knocking away. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the Bolts have 5 towers of their own still standing. 8,000 gold. Experience just starting to slowly creep out of their way. Inbound still has not been able to hit 12 yet to get that second relic.
What was, 2 levels in the duo lane for each of them, and pretty much everyone else even. Well, now that's 2 levels over there in solo. Lasber's actually a little behind
Fire?
here. Scarabs are starting Fire Giant.
Scarabs going for the Fire Giant. Jake and Venenu are here. Fire Giant being burned out, but the cage is dropped by SOT to lock in Jake, to lock in the Fire Giant. Jake goes down, but inbound is also starting to burn away. Lasbra dies in the back line, knocked up and being bursted around. Stewart and Baronic team up to take him out, but it's Haddix diving in the back line. Stewart, and now the maul from Baronic doesn't hit anybody from the stun. Haddix is still fighting against 3, and him and Venenu will do everything in their power to try and keep them alive. Venenu with the stun, and Barra on the backside of the fight. Inbound with nowhere left to run but the tower, and Venenu somehow almost makes it out until Baronic clips him away.
And now they're just looking for the chase down. Haddix and Barra versus the world. Low health bars on the Scarabs. That's a good fight, I think, for the Scarabs at the end of the day. It's still a pretty big lead for the Bolts, but they get 3. They only trade out 2 in the process, keep everyone else alive. I think with this Pyromancer, it puts the Bolts right back at the gold lead they had prior to that engagement. It does stop what would have been an excellent Fire Giant call and pickup for the Scarabs, though. That is maybe more worthwhile than any gold the Bolts could have gotten out of that, or any gold they might have lost. It would have been worth the cost, knowing that they slowed that down and opened themselves up. Now you get the second relic if you're inbound. He's got the Frenzy that's going to help in moments like that if they want to try to burn down the Fire Giant a little quicker. But you're looking at a level 20 with an upgraded starter there in Barra, as well as still a couple of level advantages, specifically in solo lane and in that support role that you're going to be feeling. Jungles are even, mids are even. Veronix has been playing a huge role. This Charybdis pick has been great for them.
Man, just imagine being Venenu jumping in and thinking you're safe, dropping a cage around the Fire Giant. You're like, don't worry, guys. I've got them. And then Sanctified Field slams down.
Yeah.
And now you have no defenses left. You're like, okay, well, I thought I had them, but instead now I'm locked in here with these guys. A good ult placement by Stewart resets the momentum for the Solar Scarabs. Still down to a substantial amount of gold. But that one little fight, Gormizer, that may just be the spark that Solar Scarabs need. Once again, back around this Fire Giant.
And I like the positioning right now. The Scarabs know that they have the advantage. Look at the burn they have. I mean, this is admittedly not as much as I had hoped it was going to be in that few matters of seconds. But they're just trying to get the Bolts to take the bait. And I think they spotted out Vin.
Venenu just caught his decoy. Venenu is very far back there. So he'll be okay. Baronic and Stewart going very far back, but Haddix is the one who steps up. The Fire Giant this time started by the Olympus Bolts. It's Jake taking it up, while Barracuda is the one dealing all the brunt of the damage. Lasbra throws some shots over at Scream, but both of them still holding on to ultimate. Inbound has to walk away for the Scarabs, but Haddix is pulling the trigger up against SOT. He'll knock him up, and a quick leap gets SOT out.
I mean, just like that, the Bolts now have aggressive positioning on the Fire Giant. They have advantage if they want to be able to take it. You have to keep your eyes on Lasbra because he's got a great spot to get directly to Baronic or Stewart.
Oh, Lasbra in the back line at Cage out of SOT, and an ult from Lasbra catches Stewart. Sanctified Field drops, but Stewart doesn't have any health left to his name. It's Haddix going through in the poison. Now on SOT and multiple others inbound. Inside of a cage, walks away, but not much further as Venenu puts him down and puts 2 up for the bolts, and Lasbra will not let SOT leave to his own device. He'll make sure to delay that back and set the bolts up to go for the fire.
Yeah, SOT is going to be able to get out of there, stay alive. Haddix is doing zone duty. I was worried about Scream if the Fire Giant was started up, but I didn't need to be because Haddix is chasing him through the world and across the planet here for the map. It should be an easy Fire Giant. It is an easy Fire Giant for the Bolts. A good fight for them, a good kill onto the duo lane. And again, Silver Platter for Lasbra just kind of jumps freely into the backline, plus gets the poison spread. You know he's happy about that.
He is. He is giddy with excitement, the fact that he got a poison spread, especially in the midst of that Sanctified Fields. Haddix is going for a purple buff invade, but he's got some backup via Lasbra. He'll jump right on Scream, and Scream with no health left. He will go down, and the poison spreads yet again, this time to SOT, while Jake zones Baronic away. But Lasbra needs some help from his support, needs some help from the solo laner to make sure that SOT cannot close in the gap. Lasbra makes that, and once again, with a big fight out of the Bolts, they're able to take another neutral objective, Oni Fury, this time on the chopping block.
This feels very similar to Game 4 in the fact that right now the Bolts, well actually, looking at the gold lead, very similar to Game 4 in that regard. 12K, you're already sitting up, 2 tier 2 towers left on the map for you to knock down, but realistically, it's feeling similar just in how oppressive the Bolts fights are. A lot that you can see, again, glimpses of great from the Scarabs, but now you're starting to feel the impact, mainly of the gold, a little bit of that experience. Pretty much everyone at the level they need to be, 4 level 20s and a level 17 for the Bolts, while you're still scrambling to sketch up. Stewart, first one to hit 20 for the Scarabs. It's not going to be too much longer before Baronic hits there, but a little while for everybody else. Meanwhile, the Bolts are going to continue their onslaught on the map while you're trying to farm.
Inbound. Just trying to put some vision out there, but he runs into Haddix, and Haddix will make sure that Inbound cannot run anywhere towards his team. He's going to kite him all around the jungle, but maybe this is just an opportunity now for Inbound to finally be able to go back to base. Haddix has left him alone so that the rest of the Bolts can now deal with this left side Phoenix, and there's no hope for this bird. No defense put up because all the frontliners are busy elsewhere.
And this is, I mean, very similar to what we had expected and we're talking about. Game 1 to Game 2, the Bolts played the exact same thing 2 times in a row. You let them get warmed up on something, and now they have a lot of those similar picks. From Game 4 to Game 5, they kept the same, but a lot of what has been successful for them, not just today, but in the last few weeks, is putting in a lot of effort to make sure things stay the same. This is a good fight.
Dives in. Sanctified Fields is going to slow everything down, including Scream, who's just trying to make his way out. He gets caught in the midst of a cage. Nowhere to go. Baronic gets a double ultimate, but Baronic has no health bar left. The poison spreads. The poison burns him down. That's already 3 gone for the Solo Scarabs and the Olympus Bolts. It took them a long time to get here, all the way to game number 5, but they're going to close it out and finally stamp their first win of the group stage on the board.
Exactly what they need. A win in the group stage, 1-1. And of course, they've now faced 2 of the teams. Next week, they have to go through the Warriors, and a win there makes things infinitely easier for them. The Scarabs in a very similar position, 1-1. They already beat the Warriors, so depending on how things go against the Titans with them, even at 1-2, if the Warriors are able to get a win, then you start looking at head-to-heads. Things get really murky. The group's still very, very close.
Oh, yeah.
But the Bolts are a lot happier because they are not close to elimination yet.
Man, this is going to be an intense Group B with wins out of Solar Scarabs yesterday. Now, Bolts finally able to get themselves on the board, which you would have thought they would have already potentially had another win, but the Titans up at the top here, man. We got a long week, next week ahead of us. It's going to be full of excitement, full of energy. Make sure that you tune into that, but we're going to go ahead and throw it to the desk to close out our day.
An impressive come-from-behind victory for the Bolts here in today's best of 5. They take the set here in game number 5, 3-2 overall for the Olympus Bolts. And, of course, it's all in the name of heading to the SMITE World Championship. January 6th through the 9th is where you can find all the great info for the SMITE World Championship. We're kicking it off on Thursday with hi-rez Showcase, where you can participate in things like the Design a God panel or the cosplay contest. But you definitely want to be there for 3 p.m. when hi-rez Presents begins, which then will lead into the Season 9 update show. And then, of course, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, a ton of fun, including the grand finals on Sunday. Can't believe it's already around the corner again, January 6th through the 9th. It was when the hi-rez Showcase will begin. But Susano, as we can say for the last time here today, overall, the Scarabs did a lot of things well today. But I think it's important in these moments to zoom out a little bit. And when you really look at how this best of 5 went, the Bolts won 4 games effectively. It's just the Scarabs backdoored one of them. Overall, the Bolts came into play.
Oh, God, isn't it that just so like the Bolts to have forced themselves in a position to win more in a best of 5 set than you're literally allowed to, legitimately winning all 4 games? For those of you who were not here 5 hours ago when this set started, it was the Bolts who dominate game 1, and then it was immediately stripped away by a Titan backdoor. Since then, the Bolts have won the majority of their games. The Scarabs look good in exactly one, and they dominate that one. But short of that, and in this one, the Olympus Bolts establish early dominance. It's a tentative grasp, if you would, over the entirety of the match. That there was a small fight back from the Solar Scarabs here or there, but make no mistake, the Olympus Bolts, they had control the entire time.
Dominated in this game just as they did in game 4, just as they did in the beginning of game 1, and just as they did in game number 2. This Cirquette pick for Lasbra, I was saying I can't believe they let him have it. Yeah, I can't believe they let him have it. I'll say it again, what feels like for the 5th time here today.
One more time?
I can't believe they let him have it, personally. I just feel like he was just too good on this pick to really make it work up against it. He was phenomenal. Haddix on this Nike was phenomenal again. Berra gets the soul. I was saying I can't believe he gets that. 4-0-5. I mean, everyone from the Bolts doing some heavy lifting here in this game.
But you got to talk about the bravery, the raw gall of their mid laner Venenu to not only take a unorthodox mage, the Morgan, early on in the draft, but multiple times. That is a god that is counterable. There are picks that can merely make it hard for the Morgan to succeed, but Ven, unafraid, says, hey, first pick, maybe toss me that. Second pick, maybe toss me that every single time. And he performs on it every single time.
Playmaking god for a playmaking player. That's the way Venenu and the Bolts have really found their success this year. I thought that's what really led them to that great win streak in Phase 2, was their ability to allow Ven to be the initiator in some of the fights, be a little bit more of a playmaker, and it fits nicely for the Morgan there for him in games 4 and 5. An impressive performance from the Olympus Bolts. They avoid going down 0-2 in their group and are now even at 1 apiece. We've been talking about him a lot. Venenu standing by right now for the post-game interview.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's J-Mac and Venenu here to kind of talk to you guys. So, game number 1, they brought it up on the desk. You basically had to win 4 games in this best of 5, essentially. What was going through the minds and the comms whenever all of a sudden you just hear that they're at your Titan?
We knew that they were going down, but we didn't think they could end, knowing that there's 2 Phoenixes up, 2 towers, there's 3 towers up total. So we didn't actually think Guan and Kali could end at the current time. So we were like pretty confident, just like keep pushing and stuff like that. And yeah, they kind of ended up doing it, and yeah, that was kind of annoying. The second time in the whole year that we got backdoored and easy win. So unlucky.
A little bit unlucky there. Game number 4, though, you guys. I don't know what switch you guys flipped, but what just happened in game number 4? Because I felt like you guys were just playing on another plane.
I think Scarabs kind of came in with like one team comp that it seemed like they were just like kept playing over and over and over again, and they didn't really seem comfortable on things off of those picks. So we kind of just wanted to get rid of them and don't care what else is open, just get rid of their comfort picks. Pretty much once they were gone, it didn't really seem too hard. We just had to play it like confident and like it's just one game at a time. I think we had a lot of momentum. I think we lost a lot of momentum after the game 1 losing to a backdoor, but pretty much once we got the momentum back, I don't think we could have lost. So.
You guys got one more set here in the group stage. You got the Oni Warriors up next, who also went to a 5-game set up against the Solar Scarabs. Any expectations going against those guys in your next match?
I think Warriors are a really, really good team, so we're not going to take them lightly or anything like that. Unfortunately, I don't believe it will be at LAN, so it'll be online, but I'm still confident going into them, and we just got to study what they did, and yeah.
Well, congratulations on your set today. I'll let you guys get back. I'll let you get back with the guys to celebrate, and I'll give you a banana for your victory.
Oh, nice.
I'll take it back to the desk.
Normally it's Barra with the bananas on that team, but Venenu earned this one, I suppose. A good comeback for the Bolts there in this set. I mean, overall, with what we saw from them, I think that he's right in what he was saying, that the Scarabs looked really good with that one comp, but maybe not so much with the other. And with that, we close our first week of the group stage. So let's take a look at what you may have missed this week. We kicked it off with the Leviathans and Kings. Leviathans, they go up against the Kings, drop one game, then sweep the Jade Dragons in 3 in a row today. So Leviathans looking like the team to beat right now by my estimation.
And not just your estimation, but the estimation of the standings as well. They were the first seed coming into the group stages, and they maintain it here. The Leviathans, I think 3-0 against the Jade Dragons speaks volumes. That's scary to think about for the entirety of the league.
It's been impressive what the Leviathans have been able to do. The Tartarus Titans, the other top seed on the other side, they have also been very good. They have not lost, but have not played up against this Solar Scarabs team that looks very strong, but maybe not quite ready for the Tartarus Titans quite yet. On the other side, the Camelot Kings, they've got a pretty critical matchup coming up against both the Jade Dragons and the Valhalla Valkyries. I think these King sets next week are going to be huge.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. A lot of teams have been saying the Valhalla Valkyries have got a little bit more in the tank than what we've seen play on field recently. So as far as scrims are concerned, maybe these guys, the Crouching Tiger, the Hidden Dragon, that we haven't had a chance to see just yet.
Well, they should probably turn on the Jets soon because they've got 2 games remaining now in the group stages. If they want to make it to the Phase 3 playoffs, they will start our week next week in the best of 5 up against the Camelot Kings. Kings play back-to-back days right at 11 a.m. sharp, so should be a lot of fun to see those 2 sets. Absolutely excited for those. And the Valkyries start on Friday and then on Sunday. And then that Bolts Warrior set to end Sunday should be pretty big. Tartarus Titans up against the Solar Scarabs, also very important. Group B looks like it could get a little traffic jammy.
Yeah, I think I'm most excited for that Olympus Bolts versus Oni Warriors. The Warriors, revitalized now with Neomah local, have been looking stronger and stronger every single week, and you got to believe that they're coming in hungry trying to find their first win.
Have to, because they lost that matchup up against the Scarabs, so now it's an important match up against the Bolts for the Warriors, but they still have the Titans as well. So big weeks next week. That's what the group stage is all about. Big, important sets of Smite. And that's what we love as we get closer and closer to the Smite World Championships, which is, by the way, again, January 6th through the 9th, in case you missed our ad read earlier. Hopefully you had a fun time with the broadcast today, as we did. We had a lot of fun, obviously, over the weekend with Halloween and celebrating and this, going on all the time. But it was a really fun week to debut these best of 5s. So get recharged, get ready for that to start up again next week. We do have a fun day tomorrow where you'll be able to tune in. A bunch of junglers are coming to hang out, and we'll be hanging out with them live on the live stream, so make sure you're checking out the Smite Pro Twitter for more information on that. But until then, happy Halloween, everyone. Be safe. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, and that includes you, Mifflin. And we'll see you later. You can peach it.